Hello again, friends! And you are our friends, the great Brian Last here. You there, we are back on the bus, and we have a big one, a story to tell that is still unfolding. And the man who told us that story, and will talk to us right now, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, thank you very much, Brian, but you just need to call me your tribal chief. Can you go ahead and acknowledge me now, please? Because that's what this whole thing is about today.
Yeah, I think I'm in a different tribe. I'm not going to acknowledge you.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I didn't know if you came from the island of headhunters across the pond or not, Gilligan, but no, this thing, the rise of the bloodline is what we're talking about, and an angle that, at the time it started 2020 is where we pick up on this thing here. It was okay. They're doing good stuff there, but then it just has expanded and become, the twists and turns and the things that we didn't see coming and the questions they left dangling and then answered them in the masterful way that Emmy Heyman has had a finger in this, I'm sure. And this omnibus, if I'm not mistaken, covers the period of 2020 through the middle part of 2023. The concurrent reviews and discussions and news reports and everything that existed in the bloodline up through that period of time. Is that correct?
Well, that's right, Jim. And, it goes back. You almost forget some of the things that happened in the beginning. Roman and Jey Uso, Roman and Kevin Owens. Remember the last man standing match? Bryan Danielson, when he was still Daniel Bryan.
Yeah.
Involved in the very early days. Edge, when he was still Edge, when he still had an edge. He was involved in this as well.
Before he had been blunted.
So let's get right to it. Jim Cornette's look at the rise of the bloodline.
We need good quality go-getters, upward motivated people to work at the post office. People, I know a guy named Adam Pearce would be perfect for the U.S. Postal Service because they apparently don't appreciate him in his current job.
Well, it sounds like someone saw some clips from SmackDown.
Oh, good Lord. Have you told the people, Brian, have you told the people? Have you told the people what you sent me to watch? This was on Raw?
No, I believe it was on SmackDown, I think.
Was it on SmackDown? Whatever. It was on one of the programs that we didn't watch.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I think it was SmackDown, but now you're making me question whether it was. But a bunch of people had asked about the idea that Roman Reigns was now apparently a bad guy. I have no idea what show it was. I'm trying to think in my head as I'm talking. Was it on Raw or SmackDown? I don't even know.
It had to be. It was on Raw because it was the night after the pay-per-view, right?
Okay, so then it would have been Raw. Okay.
See, I don't even watch. I know better than you, and I don't even watch this shit.
I don't watch it either.
You're the one that asked me to watch this. I blame you for a lot of these things.
The people asked you to watch this.
All right, the point is, tell them what we watched, Brian.
Well,
if you can.
I don't know what to say about it.
The signing.
It was the contract signing for the Universal title match, which took place yesterday as we're recording.
We've seen a lot of contracts signed here lately, haven't we?
We have. Bray Wyatt versus Braun Strowman versus Roman Reigns, and we got to see Adam Pearce now getting some prominent time on WWE TV, his Backstage Odyssey, to get this contract signed by all three participants.
Hey, we'll talk about the contract signing on AEW later on when we talk about that. We saw a contract signing recently on NXT where the fucking contract literally blew up in a guy's face. And I was going to say at least this contract signing between Reigns and Fiend and Braun won't blow up in their face, but it will when they see this fucking abortion of a match they're probably going to have. It'll really blow up in their face. Then
they had the match yesterday.
Oh, good God. Well, so we've missed it.
Yes.
Did it stink?
I didn't hear any reviews of it.
Because the build-up sure did. Let's get to the fucking build-up. The point is, Vince gives Adam Pearce the task of going and getting the contract. Now, normally, if they're going to have a contract signing of the World Championship or the Universal Championship or whichever belt they're defending, they'll bring out the table, put it in the ring, have it on television, make a big deal out of it. That's what they did over with the other folks. But in this one, Vince just sells Adam Pearce on the match. Like he needs to convince Adam that it's a great match. And then tasks him with just going around, find him in the locker room and get the goddamn... Is Adam Pearce the vice president of talent relations these days? But bless Vince, he looked old and he sounded old. And he was, I hate to see an automaton or a space alien age. You never think these things are going to happen with somebody that's not actually human like Vince. But anyway, so Pearce has got to go around and get the contract signed by these three Nimrods. And the first place he shows up is there's Bray Wyatt in the Firefly Funhouse with the puppets and the fucking music. And the knock on the door comes and he opens the door and there's Adam, who is suddenly surprised to find himself in a postman's outfit. He's dressed in a mailman's uniform. And he obviously is trying to sell, like, how did this happen? So they're now making one of their, I guess, alleged executives, if he's got the power to get a contract signed for the World Championship, they're making them participate in what is obviously somebody's bad acid flashback and is not really something that's going on without their fucking cooperation. It's not really, he didn't just suddenly beam into a goddamn fun house somewhere in the goddamn basement in a mailman's outfit. So this is all garbage now automatically before they say a fucking word. And Adam Pearce tries to, because I like Adam and I felt so sorry for him and he had to be embarrassed. He's got to try to fucking somehow plausibly pull this off like he's intimidated by this fucking goofy shit and his Bray Wyatt's friend, the Fiend or whatever. And he gets the contract signed there and he leaves the fucking Firefly Funhouse. And I wish that everybody could leave the Firefly Funhouse permanently because it's just fucking embarrassing. So then he goes to Braun Strowman, who puts on his strongman yell voice and recites the lines that were given him. And no, wait. First, he encountered fucking Drew Gulak, who is fucking Gulak. Well, you say tomato, I say tomato. Drew Gulak. Drew Gulak is once Braun Strowman, and Drew Gulak is a fucking about knee-high to a grasshopper. He's not bigger than a fucking hiccup. And he grabs a chair, goes and whacks Braun Strowman over the back with it from behind as hard as he can, and Braun Strowman doesn't sell it and turns around and runs him off. And then he cuts a fucking stagey promo, and he said, blah, 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 he'll sign the thing if you get me Gulak. So then he goes out and he throws Drew Gulak around. Okay, well, yes, he should. There wasn't anything wrong with that part. And then he signed, and then they finally go to Roman Reigns' locker room, and Roman Reigns says yes, blah, blah, blah. His promo, which was okay, laid back, wouldn't need to be, mad or whatever. He's very confident because he starts into Heyman's build up to the catchphrase, it's not a fucking prediction, it's a spoiler, which he does, and then you widen out and see Paul Heyman sitting there. So that's fucking tremendous. They've actually finally decided to put Roman Reigns in the spot that probably people have wanted to see him in for a while, and he can't miss with fucking Heyman in his fucking corner. But you spend the first half of this process building this thing with goddamn tomfoolery and ridiculousness, with either stupid shit that can't possibly happen and nobody believes, or undercard, underneath talent being thrown in the fucking mix or whatever. I think, Heyman and fucking Roman Reigns together will get nuclear heat, and Paul will fucking, obviously, they've wanted to boo Roman Reigns for quite some time, but Paul will put the icing on that fucking cake, and they'll probably draw some money when they have some serious opponents if they can find some. But this goddamn Fiend Wyatt and his fucking, goddamn, what is it? Angel dust fucking angles, and that big fucking schlub Braun Strowman, that may even be over fucking Paulie's head at this point. What do you think?
I think this is something they should have done a while ago, so it'll be interesting now. I mean, there aren't really crowds there, so you're not getting any true reactions. So is it too little too late, or will it work now? I think it's a good move to do something different with him, but again, they should have done a hard heel turn with him a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know what this says about the future of Brock. Is he still in the contract?
I don't know. It's not my week to watch him. I don't know. Ask Heyman. He's got all of his fucking paperwork. I'm sure he has all of his paperwork, credit cards. He's probably got everything.
Let me ask you, real quick, let me ask you a question about this. So Heyman's now managing, although I don't know if they want us to use the word managing, but he's managing Roman Reigns.
Well, that is what we have been led to believe by this past week's fucking events.
Now, last night on pay-per-view, Roman Reigns won the Universal title with Paul Heyman.
Right.
What do you think it's like for Heyman? I mean, he was in charge of Raw for, I forget how long it was, but it was several months. And now he's back there as just a talent. Do you think that's a hard position to be in, or is it easy to adapt back to not having creative input beyond what you're doing?
Well, if Paul wants to do something, it's easy for him to adapt to it. And if he doesn't, it's not. And I don't know what his whole deal is, but it seems to me like if he doesn't mind, being fucking jerked around back and forth in different positions and told different shit, if he just wants to because if they're shooting in pretty much the same place, even though he has to travel in a pandemic, it's not like he's got to be on the road. I have said before, I don't know why at his age and his obvious physical condition that he would want to do any of this shit, be on the road every week from Washington State to Florida to fucking New York to Boston to Canada. He went to goddamn Saudi Arabia. I think he's out of his rabbit ass mind just to want to do that for any amount of money. He's only, 3 or 4 years younger than me. I like to mention that every chance I get. Look at the state of him, and look at me. I'm 199 and a half pounds. But anyway, now he just has to go to fucking Orlando and tape on a closed set, and I assume get the same amount of money that he was getting to do, fly all over the world as Brock's manager. So if that's the case, yeah, that's a fucking step up. If I'd have been him, I wouldn't have wanted the goddamn job they gave him in charge of Raw because A, that's a lot of fucking work. B, I don't know why the fuck he thinks that he can save any of this shit these days. He's very good, but he's not a goddamn magician. This business is shot. 3, once again, for fuck's sake, that, as we've talked about, that is one of the jobs that is set up to put somebody in it that you can fire, which is why Triple H has never had one of them, because you can't fire the family members. They fired Bruce. They fired Bishop. They fired Heyman. I don't know why Paul took a job that he knew he was going to get fired from anyway to do something that I can't understand why the fuck he's still interested in. So this, yeah. He's just got to fucking go to Orlando and on a closed set fucking cut promos and manage the top guy in the fucking company. This is a fucking step up from all the other shit he was doing. Or at least it's a step easier. That's what I'd be looking for at this point. And when I said also he and Reigns get nuclear heat together, not in a building in front of, 50 fucking professional fans, but if they didn't do this, or they shouldn't have done this, unless they are assuming that this pairing of Paul Heyman and Roman Reigns will finally be where it's supposed to be around SummerSlam next year or WrestleMania 2022. If they're not thinking a year and a half out, and there probably will be fans by then, and they will be getting fucking molten reactions from those fans. If they're just for the next 3 months, we'll do well, and fuck it anyway. Why? And I can't imagine Paul would start this and it not be a long-term thing.
All right, so those are your thoughts about the heel turn of Roman Reigns.
Roman Reigns and Jey Uso. You know this had Heyman's fingerprints all over it. This was so different than anything else that they've done in so long. Another different thing stands out. Imagine that. I watched the package. What'd you think of the package beforehand? The history package, the Samoan family tree, the family rivalry, the old family pictures.
You know, I actually missed the package.
What?
Yeah, when I clicked on the, go to this match, it didn't have the package.
Well, that's when you back up.
I should have.
Oh my God, I can't believe you didn't see it. They took the family pictures of these guys that have grown up around each other all their lives when they were playing football, when they were it looked like grade school, and told the family rivalry story. And that, and they use each other's real names, which I don't think anybody is, I don't think anybody thinks that Roman Reigns' Christian name was Roman Reigns. But it was real. And they had the footage of Afa and Sika. They had comments. They had footage of the whole Samoan family and Rikishi. And they talked about that Roman Reigns has always been the guy that was like the chosen one, or the guy that everybody talked about and made over. And he was the star. He was the big shot, which played into this match. And they did a beautiful job of making it legitimate, a family rivalry, because, family issues in wrestling can be bullshit. But they even had a video of when, after one of their football games, when they're walking off the field together as kids. So this felt real. I wish that Jey Uso did not wrestle in white sneakers. That was very distracting. And he needs tights that stay up rather than them fucking... It looked like he was wearing windbreaker pants. I really...
It looked like he's wearing the pants you wear nowadays.
No, mine are not shiny. Mine are comfy. No, he looked like he was wearing the slick kind of windbreaker type material pants. But anyway, get some tights, Jay. I'm just begging you to. Why does everybody feel like they have to wear sneakers now and tennis shoes and these offbeat street clothes outfits to be different when that's what everybody's wearing? But anyway, you can see this is actually, when you think about it, have we watched to do critiques on anything, another full-length Roman Reigns match? This was the most Roman Reigns I've ever seen. And you can see why they wanted to push him to the moon since the start. Size, body, look, charisma, voice, promo ability, his work.
And you could see why it was a mistake pushing him as a friendly babyface since the Shield broke up.
Yes, because what a badass. But and for everybody, I feel so bad for now that I've watched him and see that there's absolutely nothing wrong with this guy and what a fucking talent he is. I just feel bad that the people hijacked him several years ago for poor old Bryan Danielson. But it just goes to show you that the people were mad at Vince, that this guy does nothing. He has no chink in his weak spot in his game where he shouldn't be a main event guy. All the smart fans just mad, don't want Vince to have what he wants. Anyway, as I said, this match, this was completely different than the Finn Balor-Kyle O'Reilly match because this match was not intended to elevate Jey Uso as a single. Although it may have just because of his never say die attitude and not wanting to quit here. But it was to tell a story that people could get into and make Roman Reigns an unquestioned heel. And Heyman was all over this. You can just tell. Roman Reigns throws a nice right, too. Uso was over his head, but he wouldn't quit. He wouldn't back down. When they got into the trash talking at first, and it was mic'd so well, I wasn't sure how I felt about it just because it was mic'd so well. I was like, well, how did they know he was going to talk to him? They never do this. But as it went on, it was good. You got into it, and when he was saying, just horrible shit to this fucking guy. You know, like, call me the chief. You're a piece of shit. You know, put me over. You got excited when Jey Uso got openings and fired up. And he hit a good comeback and then hit the 2 dives with impact and a reason for them, and didn't look like that hokey shit where Reigns was just standing there waiting to catch him. And it got a couple of great false finishes for the 2 7/8 where you, holy shit, and then you could buy, is there going to be an upset? And then they took it away from him again. When Uso hit that splash off the top rope and Roman Reigns kicks out with a nut shot. That was fucking nice. I loved that. Then he hit that spear, and then they just started taking their time. Call me the chief. You know, I'm the head of the table. And Jey Uso, instead of overselling like Velveteen Dream was, trying to make somebody happy, keep his job or whatever, Jey Uso was real selling, but he was groveling selling, but he wouldn't give up. Did you see at one point, he looks like a Samoan Sean Waltman. Jey Uso does, when he had that cell face on. And finally, and when Roman Reigns goes crazy full heel on him and beating the shit out of him, tells off Charles Robinson, Little Nate, and Jey Uso is practically puking. And Roman Reigns, your children are watching. What a fucking, that's where, as soon as he said your children are watching, I'm like, Heyman, you're a fucking genius. And then his brother comes out with a towel, wants to throw it in. It was a little stagey there for me, dog. A little pitchy there. Maybe they milked it a little too long just for the quality of thespian skills that everybody possessed. But finally he throws in the towel, and fucking Roman Reigns won't quit beating on him for a while. I hated the fake booing here worse than anywhere else, because just leave it out, because they were doing such a good job and it was serious. But this is the kind of thing, I haven't seen any of the feedback really, because I've been, as I mentioned before, trying to deal with the reopening of the Cornette's collectible store for most of my time. But I would think that a lot of old time wrestling fans probably liked this because it was different. You actually got a little heat. And a lot of the new fans didn't like it because it wasn't a clean finish and a high work rate and a bunch of fucking moves and 27 near falls. But what do I know? What did everybody think? I thought it was fucking phenomenal.
I haven't seen any negative feedback about it. I think everyone thought it was phenomenal.
Well, good.
And the only things I didn't like were the actual ambiance. I hated the fake crowd noise throughout the entire match. Not just the booing, but throughout the entire match. And the commentators, Michael Cole just screaming at you throughout the entire match. If you want to scream during a match,
I thought that was Vic Joseph.
I don't know who they are at this point anymore.
I'm just kidding you. I couldn't tell. Actually, I can't tell the difference.
But start here. Jim Ross didn't begin any of those great Flair Steamboat matches screaming at you and then scream throughout the entire match. Start screaming when the near falls happen. Or something exciting happens. When you're just yelling past me for the entire match, I hate the commentary. And this commentating team sucks. Royally sucks.
Well, there you have it.
There you have it.
But anyway, it was a great piece of business. And Reigns, I think, would have a ton of heat with people in the buildings now. And he, obviously, he's young, so by the time people get back in the buildings, hopefully they won't have switched him back babyface by then.
How many years did they waste? How many years did they waste pushing him? I don't even know if pushing's the right word. Shoving him as the friendly babyface with the jokes and smiling. Everyone said...
What's it been, 5 years, right?
It's been like 5 years, yeah. Ever since the Shield broke up. He was the badass in the Shield. People couldn't wait to see more of him, and then they made him Smiling Diesel.
If he had done this directly out of that and done this for a couple of years, then they could have switched him babyface, and the people wouldn't have resented him because he would have already shown how good he was. Anyway, I digress.
Well, that was the main event to WWE's Clash of the Champions.
And before anybody else asked, no, we didn't look at the rest of it. So.
No, we did not.
All right. Anyway, they started out, the first match is the I Quit match, Reigns and Uso. The main event, what they've sold the show on. And I'm sure that it won out because Paul Heyman is involved, and he's smart enough to know that even though it's ridiculous to have the match that sold the whole show on first, it was the only way that they would at least have a virgin cage. And so whatever they did would not have already been done before, or it just the similarities, or just the fact that here's the girls in the cage, here's the other guys in the cage, and now here's the big cage match. Because Paulie's a genius. I'm willing to give him the fact that if he was behind this, that the second half we're going to chalk up to poor execution. Because I don't know what... I loved the first half of this, and then they just lost the fucking plot. And I loved the package. Because remember, we were talking on the program when you told me about this a week or two ago. I said, okay, I loved the match that Reigns and Uso had before, where, you know, they established that Reigns was a heel and that Uso wouldn't quit, but that Reigns is really a dominant prick, and the way they did it. And remember, I praised that. I liked it. I said, I just don't see how they're getting a rematch out of that. Well, then I saw this package. I said, okay, I can see this rematch now. I'm still interested because Reigns is incredible. It's a believable issue, a family rivalry, Heyman's fingerprints on it, so nobody's winking and being funny. As serious as a heart attack. They did a nice angle on Raw, which we do not watch because of the fact that 98% of it sucks donkey schlongs. But they did a nice angle where they had Uso clubbering Reigns with the chair. So I'm like, okay. I'm sure they're going to do something where once again Reigns is physically dominant, but this kid won't quit, and they're going to make this fucking Reigns an even bigger heel, right? And after being shocked because it was the first match, I can say, okay, Heyman's smart enough to know the most important thing, if there's 3 cage matches, needs to be first. And the way that they started out, Reigns is dominant, and he's pacing it slow there because Uso can sell. And they were taking the shit seriously, and they didn't just go out to do cool shit. Even when Uso would have the flurry, he made the dives look reasonable. You know, because he's trying to fucking do anything he can to beat this bigger fucking badder guy. Michael Cole said at one point, oh my God, he's run him into the hell in a cell. Examine that verbiage, Brian Last. It would be running him into the cell because the match, what you undergo is hell in the cell, but you can't run someone into the hell in the cell, can you?
Anything can happen in the World Wrestling Federation.
No, come on. You must admit I'm right.
Of course you're right. Michael Cole is horrible. Michael Cole.
No, I'm not saying Michael Cole. I'm saying that was an awkward, misverbaged, whatever the fuck. You run him into the hell in a cell. Anyway, Uso's selling like he's really suffering. And the hope spots that he had, if there'd been fans, they would have gotten huge reactions. And Reigns trash talking. I like that. I did make a note here. Once they should have had at least a regular match open the show to set some kind of baseline, because this was so... The first half of this was so much different from a normal match that I would have liked for people to have seen a normal match and maybe 2. I know I'm going crazy because this is sold as the main event, so there should be 2 matches on before it, but just have normal match, and then this became something different, but it's different anyway. And Reigns can sell too when he has to, and they made it plausible. To the point where the fake crowd noise was bothering me at this point because the guys in the ring were doing such a good job. I was hearing their contact and I was hearing their trash talking, and it would have registered even more if you didn't have that fake just white noise behind it, right? And they brought the leather strap in, turned it into a strap match, and they're whipping each other. Here's where I was about to say, well, this is the best goddamn thing that we're going to see this week on wrestling television. And then all of a sudden, the fucking teeter-totter went back the other way. I haven't even asked you any of your opinion on this. We don't talk about these things beforehand. But was there a spot in this match for you that took it from, I'm liking this, to, oh, fuck, they've lost it? And tell me what it was, if there was.
You know, when I watched this match, I just kept thinking, I don't know what to make of this. I'll save my thoughts on the commentating for later on in the show. But it was atrocious. And the video package, like you said, was fantastic. It got me into seeing this. And I recognize that you do things a little bit differently when there isn't a live crowd there. And I didn't mind some of the taunting early in the match. But when the match became full-on dialogue...
Yeah, okay.
I think that's the point where I was like, what is this? I've never heard as much talking during a match. And I'm not talking about Sid Vicious calling spots.
Yeah.
I'm just flat-out dialogue.
The conversation, the dialogue, trash talking, whatever. Okay, then go back. Well, you won't go back and watch it again. But if anybody listening out there wants to go back, watch until they did the spot where Uso tried to choke Roman Reigns with the strap they've been whipping each other with, and first was so fired up about doing it, he couldn't fucking get it around his fucking head, right? He couldn't get the strap around his head, and then once they did that choke out spot, it was awkward. It didn't look that great. There was the fumbling with the strap. It killed the momentum that they weren't going at 100 miles an hour, but they had an escalating situation in their match, in their fight, in their conflict until that point. Then the Roman Reigns turned around and choked Uso out, and that killed it even worse. And then the referee was phony as a football bat, saying over and over, well, you got to say I quit. You want to say, you got to say I... And the announcers thing, and I know why they put this in, because they're trying to explain what they're doing, which their problem was what they were doing was wrong to do. Because it took it out of, these guys are actually having a pretty good, believable conflict here to, okay, the guy's completely unconscious, but he's got to come back to consciousness to say I quit before the match is over with. Now they've lost it. Now each one of them gets choked out, and they're laying there, and the referee has to repeat the same verbiage over and over in a monotone fashion with fake emotion, if that. Then Roman Reigns spends so long trying to convince Uso to say, I quit, and like you said, just full-on dialogue. At that point, what I had been enjoying and what I was going to say I was wrong about, and they should have rematched this, I started fast-forwarding. I said, let's just see when they get back in action. And I fast-forwarded to the steps, the spot where he did the drop kick on the apron to him, then he put the steps, did the drop kick to the steps to the head. And here comes Adam Pearce, bless him, and several other people in suits and officials to stop the thing. Okay, fine. That could have been fine because the guy's obviously not able to continue. But then the dramatic snail's pace of Roman Reigns closes them up in the cage and throws the steps in and puts the steps on Jay and talks to him. I fast forwarded again. Just get to something. And then finally the other Uso brother comes in and stops the murder. And Roman Reigns sits there and cries. I was fast forwarding through all of this because they lost the plot on what they were trying to do here, because they were trying to do a fucking Shakespearean dramatic scene about their family crisis rather than a believable fight over the family crisis that they had us believe, until they all tried to be goddamn thespians. And then he grabs the Uso brother and chokes him out, and Jay has to say I quit to save his brother. I'm not even as pissed off about that a guy says I quit when another guy's in a fucking hole. Because that actually, if they had continued the match that they were having up until the leather strap chokeout spot started, and instead of doing that, if they had kicked it up in a gear where Uso got another fucking flurry, and then fucking Reigns beat him down, and he wouldn't fucking quit, just like last time, but he really dug into him, have the brother come in, put the brother in the fucking hold, and have Jay finally say, I would have bought that. But what was it, 10, 15 minutes that the last part of the match was to do 3 or 4 meaningful moves, and it just fucking it was moving at a glacial pace, and they lost what they were doing. And then Alpha and Sika came out. My God, their fucking social security numbers must be 1. When they were in school, they didn't have history. Their birth certificates were chiseled into granite. They're so old, but they're still tough. But they gave the Roman Reigns the lay as the tribal chief. That was a nice touch. But it went from a match to just dramatic reading, did it not?
It certainly did. And the pacing, it just got very slow. It took forever to get to wherever they were going. When Roman Reigns locked everyone in the cage and he gets back in the ring, there's like, I don't know, 8 people in there, agents and referees. Why did they scatter? If they're so concerned, why don't they try to make him stop? He's going to fight all 8 of them?
Yeah, well, actually, that would have been a great spot.
Yeah, if they had done it.
Can you think about that? If everybody came in and then they're all fucking workers or former workers, if Reigns had fucking hit a spear or something on every single one of those guys, give Uso a fucking chance to recover, let him have a fucking flurry, then stop him and beat him down. And fucking, since the door has already been opened by the other guys that came in, is that they're still selling, and let the fucking brother come in and snatch him in the front face lock. They went into a finish that should have taken fucking 3 or 4 minutes, and it took 15.
You know, I don't know. A lot of people have said that Roman Reigns is the next guy to go to Hollywood and make movies, and obviously he got his new teeth and everything. But I have to say,
Wait a minute, has he been to see Leno? I didn't know anything about his teeth.
No.
What happened to his teeth?
Well, they're just new. They're like white porcelain teeth.
Whitest teeth I ever came across.
But what I was going to say is it's like acting now. I mean, literally, this match was half wrestling, half acting.
Yeah.
And just nonstop dialogue. And that's the only word I could use for it. I think Jey Uso showed a lot in this feud. That he is, the Usos are probably underrated because so many people focus on the Young Bucks. People ignored the Usos.
Oh, good Lord. I can't imagine how anybody's focusing on the Young Bucks and haven't seen the Usos. There's no similarity there whatsoever. But, all the Samoans can work. But these guys specifically, the Reigns and Uso, have showed they can sell. Their work is good. It's just whoever is over dramatizing this thing. And that's why I've given Paul some compliments. Either this was something he laid out, but it was performance did not equate to the vision he had, or some things were shoehorned in here that he had no control over, or there was a timing misunderstanding, because I don't see how he would have thought that this was going to be an exciting thing.
And I like the end with Alpha and Sika. I just wish they had gotten there quicker. But this match... This match took so long and was so painful to get through eventually. That was why I said, I don't know how much more of this show I could watch tonight. It was specifically because of this match.
And actually, I didn't watch anything live, but in between all the various finger pointing I was doing at the people working, I watched all of it. But like you, after I watched this, I had to go do something else for a while, because I was just like, But anyway, I don't know what to say. I was really going to put the fucking thing over, I swear, but Go back, anybody that wants to look at it now that they've heard me talk about it, go back and tell me whether looking at it until suddenly the chokeout spot when all of a sudden drama and dialogue came in and the match left, if they'd have just kicked it up a notch and gone into a finish there, I would have thought the whole thing was great. All right. Apparently, when last we reported on one of these big shows, what was it? Was it SummerSlam? When did Randy Orton beat Drew McIntyre for the title?
I don't think it was SummerSlam. It may have been one of the makeshift ones in between, but I don't remember. Was it Hell in a Cell?
It was Hell in a Cell. Randy Orton beat Drew McIntyre for the title. Drew McIntyre has already won it back. So what the...
Just this past week on TV, apparently.
Yes, he lost it and won it right back. And now he's going to face Roman Reigns. Both these guys look incredible. Roman Reigns, especially now, as he's, dropped the shirt and the whole 9 yards, but Roman Reigns and Drew McIntyre both look incredible. Visually, and in the way that this was built and the package that it was given and Heyman's along and, the way that they're treated on television, except for AJ Styles, Seth Rollins, and Bobby Lashley, really, these guys were the first stars on this show. I mean, and yes, I know they've done things with Owens and blah, 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 but I'm just talking about the whole package. Right now, momentum, look, presentation, the way that they've been booked, very few stars, as you said. And this was the first really main event fucking match. This was the first thing that I could see on this show that Vince McMahon would have been happy to have on the Survivor Series in the 90s. He would have, at that era of Vince McMahon, would have kind of been ticked off at everything he got up until now on this program, to me. That's just my fucking thought, but anyway, once again, it's two guys with the fucking belt. You can't be the man when there's two men, and it's each guy has a fucking belt here, and they've gone nuts with the fake crowd noise at this point in the show. It's distracting. But both these guys can go. They work this like a main event. They haven't made Drew McIntyre dominant. He beats Brock Lesnar, and then, as we mentioned, he drops it to Orton and wins it back a week later, whatever the fuck. But he's really stepped up as a talent, and we've talked about him being penalized more with the no fans than anybody because of the incredible push, the beating Lesnar, all the shit they've given would have really been enhanced with crowds. But McIntyre can go for a guy that size, and he can sell. And he's a baby face because the other guy's a fucking heel because he got Alfred Hitchcock as his fucking manager. There's somebody to cheer for and somebody to cheer against. That it's two grown adult men that not only look like athletes but can work and have been presented as main event stars. And they took their time to start this out because everybody had already done everything else and started it like a contest. It's nice to see referee Rudy Charles. Anyway, they had a serious wrestling match that actually made sense. Got some heat on McIntyre. He made a big comeback. They panned the fake fans. Did you see this on more than one occasion?
Yeah.
I don't think you need to pan the fake fans in the fucking little boxes. That doesn't have the same thing as same impact as panning real people. That spine buster, by the way, McIntyre had a spine buster and kind of like a little float over jackknife. Once they kicked it in, this was really good. They started going back and forth with false finishes. I like the McIntyre foiled Reigns' spear and went into a double wrist lock. But I wrote at this point, does Paul Heyman ever interfere in a match? Ever? Is he the first manager ever to not interfere in any of his matches?
Remember, he's not a manager, he's an advocate.
Okay, but he's fucking out there.
He doesn't do anything.
He doesn't take a bump. He doesn't do anything offensive. He doesn't even pass gimmicks or foreign objects. he knows how to do this shit. He's been doing it for years, or did it years ago. It has to be a directive that he never get involved in any way. But why would you make that directive? That would be, I'm not saying he has to. Number one, look at the fucking state of him, as they say over in the kingdom. Look at the size of him. I don't expect him to take bumps like he did fucking years ago. I still could. I could take all the same bumps that I did. I would just hurt myself every time I landed. But he couldn't, just do anything sometimes because it would have impact because it's not overdone. He never does it.
He's like a heel Arnold Skoland.
Yeah.
He manages guys who don't need his interference, so he just stands there and watches. Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns. He's the heel Arnold Skoland.
But can you imagine how much heat it would have gotten if Brock Lesnar had ever been in one position one time against somebody where Heyman needed to grab Brock's leg and put it over the fucking bottom rope to save him? That could have been a little fucking out for the fucking Undertakers before they ended his streak. Anyway, so they were really kicking it in here, and I felt bad because they had obviously that Samoan drop onto the desk, the announce desk spot. They had it planned where it would blow just completely into pieces, and it didn't break. So Reigns had to do it again. I would have slowed down and not just gone back to the exact same move again to break it on purpose. But they did. And then Reigns speared him through the barricade, got a 2 count. Apparently they don't have holy shit on the soundboard, but they have this is awesome. Because no. Whether it's awesome or not, those people are not there. You are recording and playing this is awesome, and that's not the same thing. And it's distracting to people rather than. But anyway, McIntyre kept kicking out of those false finishes. Then somebody's going to say, well, he hates it when they do that on AEW. He always talks about it. Well, and they gave him a double arm DDT on the ramp. These were false finishes that were presented as something and meant something, but weren't presented as something that should kill a motherfucker. Yes, he speared this giant 6'6", 270-pound guy through a fucking barricade. Then he had to crawl into the goddamn ring or get him into the ring, and then 1-2, he kicked out, and then they sold in between everything. They made sense. Reigns was hitting him with his Superman punch or his spear or whatever the fuck. And as I said, McIntyre sells well for a big guy, not only facially, but with his body language. But then I don't know how I felt about the finish. Finally, McIntyre comes out of nowhere, hits the Claymore kick to Reigns, and Reigns flies into the referee, and Rudy almost wiped his nose off his face on the bottom rope going to the floor, poor fella. And then here comes Jey Uso, who's been blistered by Roman Reigns earlier and made to feel horrible because he lost. And he distracts Drew quickly to get nailed, and then Reigns nut shots McIntyre. Uso hits a super kick. Reigns hits Superman punch and gets the front face lock, and the second referee comes in and calls McIntyre out. I don't know whether he tapped or he just passed out, but called it.
I think he passed out.
I think you're right. It probably would have been better if Eddie Graham was overseeing this. I don't know how I felt about the whole thing, because it was maybe a little much for McIntyre to kick out of all of that at the end, and it took everything in the goddamn world to beat him. It could have been a little bit simpler than the fucking, I don't know. What do you think?
It was a good match.
It got a little busy, I guess. I'm sorry.
It was a good match, and obviously Uso getting involved tied into earlier in the show where he had disappointed Roman Reigns. But I think I said to you several months ago that I think Drew McIntyre is a great look. I think he's really good in the ring. I think he's a good promo. I think he comes across like a star. You haven't beat Lesnar. You put the belt on him. I wouldn't beat him for any reason for a long time because there are no fans there. So you really got to just keep establishing that he's the guy. So when the fans finally come back, he has that aura. He has that mystique. He's the guy who hasn't lost that whole time. Since that time, he lost to Randy Orton, got the belt back, and then he lost here. And I get that they're probably setting it up for a bigger match down the road with these two guys. However, I think it's stupid. I think it's not good booking to beat him again. They've beaten him twice in the last couple months or 3 months, whatever it was.
Well, and some people are going to say, well, but, Roman Reigns, well, the thing is, I agree right now, Roman Reigns should not be beaten either. So that's why you don't book the match. You just don't book this particular match.
This is a potential WrestleMania main event.
But for it in a year and a half from now, when there will be people, imagine if they had 2.5 years of neither one of these guys. Drew McIntyre's been undefeated, and Roman Reigns, he had enough cachet beforehand where he might could do a screwy thing or two and it still wouldn't hurt it, but they would never have had a match. And you could build that for a couple of years and have a dream contest when you needed to put people in a stadium again without just giving it to them now. We'll just do the Dusty finish and lead to which is the Eddie Graham finish, which is the Dory Funk Sr. finish, which is probably a goddamn Cowboy what was his goddamn name? Not Cowboy Luttrell, he was in Florida, but fucking Cal Farley. Probably a Cal Farley finish from the 40s. I don't know. Not the greatest finish I ever saw.
And you know what? This is going to be very unpopular, but I don't care. It hasn't been done in a while. I can't think of the last one I've seen. Someone will say, oh, it was last week. I can't think of it off the top of my head. But there's nothing wrong every now and again, to the point where you can't remember the last time it happened, with doing a double disqualification or a double countout or something, especially if there's no fans there to boo. There's nothing wrong with doing that if you have these two guys that are matched up down the road, and both guys don't need to lose right now.
I can see where people go, and that would be unpopular, and I also know you don't care. But in a case of something getting out of hand, a match getting out of hand, and people having to come a big pull apart, and people used to love that when they didn't give a fuck about the finish. They knew they were going to see a rematch, so they didn't care that it was a double DQ when there was fucking blood flying and people getting in the way and trying to fucking separate them, and there's chaos and pandemonium. The old wrestling days. You can't create that kind of chaos anymore. They don't know how to, at least. So it just makes the double DQs just kind of flat like everything else is these days. But I digress. I agree there, but everybody's going to complain about something, just like we are.
Well, this first question, Jim, sent on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru, a very popular topic this week. This was sent by DRL. How does Jim feel about Adam Pearce, who has been a face authority figure, facing Roman Reigns for the title at Royal Rumble?
To be honest, when I heard about what was going on, because, I've worked with Adam in Ring of Honor and I've managed him and I think a lot of him. So when I heard about that, I said, I gotta see this. And I had you send me their YouTube clips because I didn't see the show because it was on SmackDown and we don't do that. But I've got to admit, and I'll say that there were 3 clips, the way that they summarized the incident. The first clip was the in-ring promo where Roman Reigns was really intimidating Adam, and the second one was backstage where Sonya Deville's in there somehow as Adam's second in command, and I see problems in that relationship. She's going to try to take the place over. And then the third one was the end of the gauntlet match where he wins the opportunity. So this was their clips and their editing. And the first clip made me actually both of the first two made me want to actually have seen more of SmackDown, because now I know why so many people for so long were trying to get Vince to switch Roman Reigns heel. He's fucking fabulous. His fucking facials, the way he delivers the line, the fucking promos. Of course, he's got, Heyman there, which is like having, what was the guy who used to host the fucking actor inside the actor's studio? James Lipton is in his ear, right? Yeah, but
the only problem I will say, let me just jump in real quick. I agree. I watched that clip. Roman Reigns was fantastic, but the fake crowd noise.
Yeah, that was. I wasn't holding it against the performers because they have no control over that. But the fake crowd noise just shits all over it. It really does. because this sounded credible and like something that could be a conversation that could be taking place. Like, because Heyman's involved. I can't imagine what this was like before Heyman got a hold of it. Because we'll talk about the logic of this whole thing in a second, but we're just going on performance now. But I can't imagine what this was like before Heyman got a hold of it in terms of logic and the match finish layout. Because if this is the best he could do out of it there, then it must have been really fucked up to begin with. However, back to performance. Reigns means what he says. He delivers it well. He looks like $1 million. He's got the facials. He sounds like he's got a voice, a grown adult voice. Adam did a great job. Adam was an unheralded promo in his day, but I mean, he didn't have to do much here. It's not like they're jousting back and forth. He's being the fucking guy that's backing down because this beast is in his face. And with the second clip, Heyman is so smarmy. Paul, he drips and oozes sarcasm and slime, the way he phrases things and his voice. And you can tell he's through and through. He looks like a guy that would fuck you around. And even the line, I know you may think I'm lying to you. And Adam, yes, I do. The performances there were fantastic. And like I said, I see why people, especially, I'm thinking that probably the people that several years ago during the whole WrestleMania debacle with, Roman Reigns and the people turning on him, that the Vince's older, more established agents, advisors, whoever they may be, were probably had to be saying, Vince, turn this guy heel and let him go. I would think they had to have been, and he didn't want to, because we heard rumblings of everybody saying how to switch him heel. But wow, what we could have had. I would watch if Roman Reigns had been, I may have to start watching or maybe just taping SmackDown and just watching Reigns and Heyman. I don't know. But anyway, that was a breath of fresh air. Having said that, am I to understand by the clip of the finish of the match that this gauntlet match went an hour, ended up with Shinsuke Nakamura in there, and then Roman Reigns and Jey Uso just right in front of the referee just beat up Shinsuke, then throw Adam Pearce in and knock him out and put him on top of Shinsuke Nakamura, and the referee counts 3, and that's how Adam Pearce won the match. Is that an apt description of what went on?
That's certainly an apt description of the end of the match. I wasn't sure exactly how long it went on because I didn't watch anything.
Well, the announcers in the clip were said after an hour.
I tuned them out. I can't pay attention to their commentators.
Okay, and I'm assuming that this finish was done this way because it was a no disqualification match. Is that correct?
Again, I don't know.
Well, that's probably their cover story because that's what they do every other. Well, somebody should do something, but it's no disqualification when the guy's driven his pickup truck in from the parking lot and runs the guy over and then backs up and runs over him again. But it's no DQ. Instead of no disqualification, they ought to say this match will be contested under lazy fucking booking rules. Because that didn't get any heat. That got go away heat. That got disgusting heat. That got the kind of heat that used to kill territories. If anybody took this at all seriously anymore, it would. It's just the reason why that nobody's watching the WWE anymore compared to what they used to be, and the viewers are dropping because it just turns people off. Because it's stupid. Because it's disgusting heat, as they used to call it in the business. It's not good heat on heels. The referee's standing there. The visual doesn't make sense. There was a rule of thumb that I heard when I first got into business. Even in a no DQ match, the heel should cheat behind the referee's back as much as possible. Because even though, yes, it is no disqualification, the visual, the subliminal message that you send to people in the arena or the TV viewer, it's skewed. If you're cheating in front of the referee, if the heel's not getting heat, as much heat, and the babyface is not getting as much sympathy, if it's happening in front of an authority figure, it's human nature. He went behind his back, or the referee didn't see it, whatever the case. Secondly, to have it at this level where they're just beating the guy up on and then beat the other guy up and then put him on top, where was anybody else in the company? Adam Pearce is a representative of the show. how did Heyman even, I know and they did do an edit, but he tried to explain it, that Roman Reigns has his pull or whatever. But no, you can't force an executive of the company, the authority figure on the television, into a wrestling match, whether he used to be a wrestler or not, that he doesn't want to be involved in. And the company is going to sanction something involving one of their employees, office employees, at the behest of the top heel. If the heel is telling the company what to do, then that's fucking backwards ass logic. And they've gone down the rabbit hole so far here of you can just say shit in wrestling and make it so, that they've gotten so fucking, well, I can't say they're lazy bookers because they don't have bookers. Well, Michael Hayes is still around there, and Road Dogg might remember what that was like, but the rest of them have never been involved in the wrestling business. They're a bunch of fucking college-educated comedy writers, so they don't give a shit. But I don't know. I haven't been watching the program, but I would assume that they have probably not made a large deal out of Adam Pearce's wrestling background. I would think that would be a correct statement. They may have mentioned that he's a wrestler, but I don't think they've done any video packages, right? Shown any footage, any still pictures of him with the NWA World Heavyweight Championship belt, anything like that.
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, in fact, when Paul Heyman started saying, you know, Scrap Daddy, Adam Pearce, I was like, oh, that's the first time I've ever heard in these clips we've seen any reference to him as a wrestler.
Yeah, because they were trying to give the people a fucking history lesson in a minute and a half backstage pre-tape.
And he never wrestled there. Which is the reason why, if you were going to go in this direction, you could actually have done this where it stood a chance of, I can't say drawing money anymore because it's the networks. They don't sell tickets, whatever the fuck, but draw interest if you'd have just planned ahead and made it in some way not insult people's intelligence that it could happen, because all these people involved in performing this stuff did a great job. So imagine if you gave them something that they could actually believe and that everybody else could too. Roman Reigns is a top heel, and I assume this is not the first time that well, maybe it is, because he's just come over from Raw, right? And Paul was introducing himself to Adam Pearce like that they weren't old buddies. But the point being, have the top heel and his smarmy manager grate on the nerves of, be a pebble in the shoe of, cause constant consternation to, and fuck up the plans of the authority figure. What is his exact title? I'm not sure.
You know what everything that happened in Mid-South Wrestling in 1982, but you don't remember the guy's title from whatever his fucking title is.
That stuff was neatly explained on TV.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But Adam Pearce, the authority figure, you fuck with him because you're the top heel and the top manager. But at the same time, don't make him the fucking slink-off guy. Have him have some balls. Adam can cut a promo, and Adam is a former wrestler. And when it comes time for the confrontation that you saw, because they just did a fucking 8-week build to a program from Seg 1 to Seg 6 to Seg 11. But if you'd done it right and you did it over 8 weeks, they've been a problem. They've done some other things. He's tried to warn them. They skirt around the fucking issues. They're getting a little bit more pissed at Adam himself. And finally, when you have the big confrontation, that's the point where he should physically back down and say, I'm not trying to cause trouble, and I do respect you, but I've got a job to do also. They had him back down and beg off, and then didn't have him get some spine back and say, but I've got a job to do, and I'm an executive with this company, which is what any real executive with the company would have said. So anyway, you have him nettled for several weeks or whatever. Then you have the confrontation where Reigns tells him off and where he backs up, but I've got a job to do. And then then you have the heel say, well, we'll just see how well you do your job. And then you create, instead of just having a company executive signed in a match or just throw it out there, you create some situation, whether it's an angle or a match or whatever, there's two ways to get a baby face like Adam. He doesn't have to be the superhero, but he's got to be a baby face in terms of an honorable person who's, for once with this evil empire, he's got the right idea in mind. You either embarrass him as a man or you hold someone else's well-being over him to get him to agree to do what you want him to do. It doesn't just willy-nilly magically appear, or the heel can't call the shots over an executive of the company, but if he's been insulted as a man, such as something like what they did with Jey Uso, where as a man, he was not going to back down to Roman Reigns until finally just beat the piss out of him and he's okay, enough. But at first he was firing up. Or you hold someone else's fucking well-being. You create a situation of chaos where some poor schlub is going to have his career ended and the other, members of the Samoan tribe are playing King of the Hill and Heyman saying, Pearce, if you don't agree to face this man one-on-one, then his death is going to be on your head or whatever, something. You don't have a guy reluctant involved, win a match he's not even involved in because he refused to be in it, so you knock him out and put him on top of the other guy you knocked out. That's just lazy fucking booking. And now they can get something because Adam can go and he can work. So they can get something out of Roman Reigns, not for 45 minutes like they did with Jey Uso that time, but out of Roman Reigns having a physical confrontation, a fight with Adam Pearce, because out of whatever they do, Adam will be good enough to carry his part of it. But they could have had so much more interest and it been so much more like for an adult audience. I'm not talking about X-rated. I'm talking about anybody over 12 that has critical thinking. It could have been more plausible that all this would take place. But it just from Seg 1 to Seg 6 to Seg 11. Yeah, and then boom. Referee count it. Okay, now you're challenging for the title. Blah.
Adam took that super kick great.
Oh, yeah, what a drop. And with the fucking right arm stiff up in the... he looked like a fucking deer that got hit and knocked stiff in the highway. Performance was wonderful on everybody's part if they only had people that were booking instead of writing. And also it's not an atmosphere where anybody's going to, this is good compared to what they've been doing because it's sports entertainment all the way now that they've gotten those pesky fans in the arena out of the way where they can manipulate all the responses. But Roman Reigns, I see now, he could have been a fucking star heel in any territory. You'd have believed, and his work is fucking great. He looks like $1 million. Those promos, the way he speaks. Fuck, he could have been a superstar in any territory. Now I see why everybody's been so high on him. Except for the fans who want to see some 190-pound flying monkeys. Because that's what we're down to at this point. Go ahead.
We don't know where they're going with this. We don't know if by the time we get to Royal Rumble, it'll be Roman Reigns versus Kevin Owens, if they'll do something to get Adam out of the match. But are we watching the Royal Rumble this year?
I tell you what, if he does wrestle Adam, we'll watch it. If he wrestles Owens, I don't know. We may have to flip a coin.
All right.
Why would you do all this and then not have the match? They don't have to sell tickets anyway.
It's WWE. They do stupid shit every day.
I think at this point, and they've had one, they haven't had the other. I think Roman Reigns against Adam Pearce would sell more tickets, quote unquote, than Roman Reigns and Kevin Owens.
But what do you do if it is Adam Pearce, who hasn't been in the ring for years now at this point? He's never been in the ring in WWE, so the fans have no history with him. Do you have him go in there and have a competitive match against Roman Reigns?
No. You decide who Roman Reigns' WrestleMania opponent is going to be if they haven't done that yet. Now would probably be a real good time. And then Roman Reigns defends the title against Adam Pearce. Roman Reigns starts out playing with him, trying to demoralize him, much as they did with Jey Uso. You give Adam a nice flurry where he acquits himself like a man, and then he gets shut down, and then he gets, as Ernie Ladd used to say, waltz him across Texas. Make him sell like he's going to the electric chair. Give him his comeback to the dressing room. Beat him, and then continue pummeling the dead horse until the WrestleMania opponent shows up and have a big fucking pull apart, a big fucking angle, and let the WrestleMania opponent get some kind of something on Roman Reigns and or Heyman. Has he taken a bump in the last 10 years? Has he been off his feet?
Has he taken a bump in the last 20 years?
I don't know, but, anyway, you have your WrestleMania opponent get something on Roman Reigns going off the air, or Heyman, or both at the Rumble, and then you got 8 weeks from there to build it on television. But no, it's not competitive, but there can be a story to it, and you can help further the thing along. I assume that's not the match they're expecting to sell the Royal Rumble to begin with, so be creative.
I will say I'm probably going to have to get you some more clips because several people have sent them in, and I haven't sent them to you, but they're really good. There's a show called Talking Smack, which is kind of like a panel discussion about SmackDown, the world of SmackDown. But Heyman's on there with various wrestlers, and he's I mean, it's no surprise to you. He's great.
Oh, yeah.
He's fantastic. He's really good. And it's just
I'll watch those.
It's such a departure from Paulie Dangerously. Just always screaming and yelling. He's so calculated now. It's a real amazing evolution.
He did settle down a bit because that was my thing with Paul, and I know everybody's, well, Cornette, you were always up in the air. I was loud and a big mouth, but sometimes I was talking fast, I was happy. Sometimes I was talking fast, I was scared. Sometimes I was talking fast, I was angry. Paul was always in a homicidal rage when he was Paulie. And he was gripping the phone and his veins were popping out. And I was like, fuck, calm the fuck down. Be loud, but do other emotions. But he's Alfred fucking Hitchcock as a slimy lawyer. It's fucking great. But verbally, he's always been brilliant one way or the other.
Yeah, but this actually may be his best stuff. This era of Paul. Jim, let's get another question here. This was sent in on Twitter using the hashtag CornyDriveThru.
I just thought one thing, when you said the era of Paul, I just remembered the Seinfeld episode about the summer of George. The last man standing match for one of the world championships is up next. And I watched all the packages so that they could explain the stories and everything. And, of course, we had seen the segment several weeks ago between, with Heyman and Pearce and Reigns, where they had signed the match for the Royal Rumble with Reigns against Pearce. And I said, I'll watch that. And I bet they could do something with it, right? And, of course, they switched it all around, but blah, blah, blah. But the package, they did a great job visually with the package and the editing, but the line of this thing still didn't make a lot of sense, did it? It was just all over the fucking place. And I mean, I loved Heyman doing a slip and fall on SmackDown after Pearce had outsmarted them by claiming an old injury and then substituting Kevin Owens, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, I'm pissed that they had Reigns and Pearce on free TV. I'd have rather seen that here on the pay-per-view than what they gave us here. And I'm sorry I missed that. But anyway, so last man standing, Kevin Owens versus Roman Reigns. This is where the visual of Kevin Owens stands out the worst. He can work. He can talk. He honestly looked a couple of years ago a little bit better than he does now. I don't know if he's gaining his weight back. He's French Canadian to the bone and has never tried to tan those fucking pale fish meat arms. But I can buy Steen, especially when he was 10 years younger, in Ring of Honor as a kind of a fucking evil, psychopathic, lunatic gimmick, or something about him is off mentally that makes him dangerous. But here he's presented as just a fat, pale babyface. And next to a fucking specimen like Reigns, the visual was just blah. And he's not even a fucking, Dusty Rhodes type everyman babyface. Sure, I don't have the muscles, but I'll fight you, baby. He's just a fucking fishy, white, pale, flabby babyface. What do you see there with this visual before we even talk about the match?
I mean, I can kind of lose myself and just think that he's a tough wrestler having a competitive match against this guy who's, why did they have him covered up for so long? Roman Reigns is in fantastic shape.
Yeah.
But it didn't bother me so much. It didn't bother me so much. He's the everyman. He's the everyman. You know, he's, Tank Abbott looked like shit. And
there you go. That's the comparison that I was trying to make in Ring of Honor 10 years ago when Steen was the Ring of Honor champion. Well, look at the Tank Abbott. You know, he's a freak of nature. He's like that, to try to explain it to where people wouldn't just go that were watching us for the first time. What the fuck? Anyway, okay, but the point is Steen can work and we've established Reigns can work. So I'm thinking, all right, here we go. Within 2 minutes of this match, they are out in the arena and bashing each other over the head with the metal stairs and just bouncing off the fan screens. And this was the worst part about it. It's every indie match that anybody ever has now with a bigger building and a bigger budget. And just because there's no people in the building, now we don't have to worry about getting a lawsuit. We don't have to worry about hurting anybody getting sued. We can just do all this goofy shit. I don't know why they set the ring up. They did a 30-minute long angle for a rematch in the ring. If I'd have seen 2 minutes of them bashing each other over the head with chairs in the fucking arena, I'd say, wow, can't wait till they sign that match. But after they'd fought, quote unquote, fought and climbed over row after row of fan screens at a snail's pace and hit dozens of chair shots and run each other head first into shit over and over and they're better. Both of them are better than this. They can both work. Why are they doing the same shit that every outlaw indie fucking show does to be violent? And then finally, Reigns throws Owens off the bleachers through a fucking table. Heck of a bump. It wasn't a crash pad. Steen's got way too much pride to bump on a crash pad. He'd rather come off the bleachers into the fucking concrete. But the fake fans went absolutely berserk, and it wasn't the finish. Owens gets up, meanders through the backstage area into the unused part of this giant facility. And of course, there was a workout ring in the back of the arena. A workout ring? I guess they need it, but that's a new one on me.
Well, there were, I think, 2 different rings back there, but they actually called them workout rings. The actual phrasing.
The phrasing was that's because I've never heard of such a thing at a building. We never set up extra rings for people to fucking practice in at TV tapings and pay-per-views. I've never heard of such a thing. But these guys need it. Anyway, not these specific 2, but you know what I'm. Anyway, I wrote, of course, that's a thing, a workout ring. And then suddenly, as Steen's about to get up, I guess they just had to say fuck you to AEW, and Reigns ran Steen over the right way with a golf cart.
Yeah, that looked good, especially compared to the Sammy Guevara thing. That looked great.
Yes, it was like a fucking kid playing around in the playground next to he ran him the fuck over, and his body went through the goddamn plexiglass windshield and smacked Reigns right in the face for real. That wasn't the finish. It looked great. If I was going to get beat in a last man standing match, I'd say, yeah, if I can do that without getting killed, I'll take that. No, then moments later, Owens gets up after being run over by this golf cart going 25 miles an hour, went all the way through the window. He makes a wild-ass comeback, puts Reigns on a table, climbs up on a thing, and frog splashes him through the table. And that's not the finish. And then he's going to climb up again, and then Owens sees a forklift and gets on the forklift and starts it up. And that's where I said, I'm fucking done. I'm going to see how much longer this goes. I hit the fast forward, and I was intending to find the finish. After being run over by a golf cart, after being splashed through a fucking tape. These guys went another 6 minutes. I'm sure you can film it. What did they do after the golf cart until the famous handcuffing incident? Who was anyone shot with an elephant gun? Possibly a hand grenade pin was pulled and shoved up a guy's ass and his intestines were blown around the area? Was there a drone plane that was programmed to crash on both guys for a 2 count?
No, I think they brawled back to the main arena part of the Thunderdome. There may have been, I'm trying to think back, I mean, so much happened. One of them may have been thrown off the performance ramp or whatever the hell it is.
Performance ramp.
And then they went towards the finish that you apparently saw.
Oh, yeah, well, I didn't realize that's what they were going for, so I had to back it up. But I watched the finish.
And let me just say real quick, because I was trying to think of examples and I couldn't remember everything. But I'm kind of sick of handcuffs in wrestling. We've seen it a few times recently. Just saw it with Luchasaurus got handcuffed.
Yes. Well, you see everything, because they do everything that anybody ever did every week. And that's what... these guys could have had a fucking match. They could have, but they chose not to. So that's why it's just impossible to watch. It's the same shit over and over. Anyway, this wasn't the same. Apparently, my old friend Happy Heyman, the Jovial Jew, has not had very much experience with handcuffs, either wearing them or taking them off of other people. I've worn a few, and I've taken them off of other people a lot more. And I saw exactly what they fucked up. So somehow, Reigns had gotten the handcuffs, but Owens got him away from him, and he got on top of him with using them as brass knuckles and just punched Roman Reigns about 100 times in the fucking head, no juice, no blood, and then handcuffed Roman Reigns to the lighting grid, with the theory being that he was laying down on his fucking back and he was handcuffed to the bottom of the thing so he couldn't stand up to his feet. And the referee starts counting, and at 9, Reigns reaches up, grabs the referee, and hurls him into the fucking structure, knocking the referee out. Right? And then, of course, Owens sees this and goes over there, but Reigns, while handcuffed with his free arm, nutshots Owens, which would have been great if the fucking DJ hadn't just done the same exact spot to fucking Ron Killings just minutes before. But anyway, so now Owens is down and the referee's down and Reigns is handcuffed. Do you know how long it took Paul to show up with the key to the handcuffs?
He got there pretty quickly. It was
35 seconds from when Owens went off his feet to when Heyman knelt down with a handcuff key.
And then how long?
35 seconds. He didn't have to fight his way through the crowd. Where was he?
How long did it take him to get those handcuffs off?
I'm going to get to this. So first of all, and I already had tweets about, I don't know, we've got a lot of new listeners, but a lot of people have told this story. Because some people are going to be, well, how did Heyman have the key to the handcuffs? Not only are handcuff keys standard, because that way police, if you've got one cop's handcuffs on a suspect, the other cop can let him go or do whatever. That's why handcuff keys are standard. And I still to this day, and have for the past 30-something years, on my key ring with my house keys and my car keys, have a handcuff key, because you never know about these things. So it is entirely plausible that the manager would have keys to handcuffs. However, what they did was, first of all, the cuff is around Reigns' wrist, and they're not handcuffs. They're actually, it's leg shackles, because handcuffs only have a link or two in between the cuffs. And this was a long chain. That's a leg shackle, because that's the chain, that they have chains. You can't obviously walk with your fucking feet that close together. And so that's what you use in wrestling for handcuffs, because the chain's easier to work with. Well, Steen has cuffed the other cuff onto the bottom of the lighting grid so that Reigns can't stand up and get to his feet. We understand that. But they didn't, apparently, if they did go over this ahead of time, they didn't think of all these things. It's hard to unhandcuff someone else when you've got the key and you're trying to do it, when the fucking keyhole is on the opposite side of the cuff from where you're reaching. So Paul gets down, and first he tries to take the one off the girder, which I don't know why he did or why he didn't, except maybe that was the one that was backwards also. Then he goes over to fucking Roman Reigns' side. Then he's going back and forth. They can't find the fucking key or the keyhole, or they can't get whatever the fuck. I don't know if he's locked it down. What's going on? 1 minute and 10 seconds, Brian, was the answer to your question of how long it took Paul Heyman to figure out how to either get the handcuffs off Roman Reigns or the handcuffs off the goddamn lighting grid.
And how long did it take the second referee to realize that he better stop counting right away?
To the count of 5. The second referee gets there, starts counting, gets to 5, and then looks like somebody off camera is waving him, fuck it, and he looks like the thing like you walk in on somebody else's fucking Skype call or whatever, and the camera zooms in to get him out of the picture, and he stops counting, and you never see him again. And then they vamped, as my old friend Bill Behrens used to say, they vamped by Reigns got up to both feet, squatted down so they could say he was on his feet. But now here's the thing. Once that they finally got him out of the fucking cuffs, Kevin Owens had been selling that ball shot for 2 full minutes, waiting for Roman Reigns to get unhooked, and then Reigns just grabs him and chokes him out. So, and no disqualification, those 2 words are now to be used hereinafter by the cult of Cornette as code for shitty booking. Every time that somebody does something right in front of the referee or completely out of the bounds of reason in any given fucking situation, no disqualification, no, lazy, shitty booking. And I don't know how that they couldn't have figured out how to just goddamn handcuff poor old Roman Reigns' wrist, get the cuffs on him with the fucking keyhole facing toward his fucking fingers, not back toward his elbow, and take the leg iron and wrap it around one piece of the grid and hook it to the other one on the front instead of in the back where Owens hooked it, so that then all fucking Heyman had to do, and he wouldn't have had enough slack to stand up, which he ended up having anyway. All Heyman would have had to do would either be get the fucking thing off of Reigns' the cuff off of Reigns' wrist, or the stationary object, lock it to the fucking front of the grid and put the keyhole up. Because you can turn it any way you want. I've been around for all the things that can go wrong with handcuffs. And some of them were even involved in wrestling. And, you know, this was just brutal. My fucking God. So I just, it was just a garbage wrestling match instead of a wrestling match. It was just a stunt show and then with a botched finish. And both these guys are better than that, but they've got to be able to fucking, you got to give them something to do or let them do what they'd want to do instead of, well, this is probably what Steen wanted to do. That's the thing. Steen's never gotten out of the fucking indies mentally. So he likes matches like this. But protect Roman Reigns because he's a fucking star. He's above this kind of shit. Forklifts. Fuck. What'd you think?
I wasn't a big fan of the match early on, but for some reason I kind of got into it once they went in the back. Once I started to see the layout behind the curtain with the practice ring or whatever they called it. And then there was another ring, I think, in the distance. I started getting into it. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to just lose myself and enjoy it. And then once the handcuff botch happened.
Why didn't they go in the rings? Did they ever go in the rings?
No, they should have.
Well, they said we saw the rings, but they never went out because, well, they want to stay away from the ring. They might be expected to have a match.
The other thing is, I'm kind of sick of Roman Reigns talking during his matches. At one point towards the end, all of a sudden you hear him, he's like, I can't go home if I don't win. I'm like, shut up. Just fucking wrestle. Enough of the monologues, Roman. But I liked it better than you did, except for, I mean, there's no disguising that finish. It was just a disaster. Once the second referee disappeared, you know?
He looked like his mother had walked in and caught him with dick in hand jacking off to Pornhub. That was the look on his face. I'm sorry, Mom. Oh, my God.
Well, you know, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, I'm just, one more thing. Also, Paul, please, if you're going to be working with handcuffs, think ahead. Practice at home. That's how I got good with him. As far as the match, I liked it. And then I found out that's Daniel Bryan gets his title match tonight right immediately. And I'm like, well, fuck. This ain't going to last long. And it didn't.
Yeah, you know, I liked this Elimination Chamber like you better than the second one, although I thought the second one was all right. However, in both cases, I hated the post-match match, I guess we could say.
Yeah, because they weren't one. This way, I know Daniel Bryan was there in the overall scheme of things to be fodder to get some more heat on Roman Reigns. But one wonders, wouldn't it have been not only a little bit more credible, but also just a little more dramatic if Daniel Bryan had been selling at the end of this thing, and fucking Heyman comes out and cuts a promo saying now, and Reigns is fresh. You've got 30 minutes to get your shit together or whatever. And you show him in the back and they're icing his knee and they're doing whatever you do to fucking freshen a guy up. It's just been through a 45-minute fight. And then have the match and let him do a little something since you've gone that far with poor old Daniel. But he got the yes lock. Roman Reigns just broke it, just powered out of it. Grounded and pounded him, power bombed him, elbowed him, and choked him. And he didn't even tap. He just passed out, more or less, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that was it.
That was it.
Boom. And then Edge came in and speared Roman Reigns and pointed at the WrestleMania sign. If you wanted Edge to come in and spear Roman Reigns, why wouldn't you let Daniel Bryan have a 4 or 5 minute match with him where Bryan gets some offense, Reigns to stop him, get some fucking heat, give Bryan one hope spot and shut him down, and then fucking beat him and keep the heat going there where Edge could come in and make a save instead of just, well, fuck you. I won't walk in and challenge you man to man, face to face. I'll come in from behind you and spear you for no reason. Otherwise, we're mad at each other. It would help the flow of the activity in front of your eyes, wouldn't it?
I guess. Like I said, it kind of brought this down a little when you get to the end of the show and you realize they did a whole thing at the end of that match, too. But overall, I thought it was a good Elimination Chamber match. I wish they could have done more with Daniel Bryan versus Roman Reigns, but I guess we'll see how things play out in the weeks ahead. Or we won't see it, but we'll hear about it. That
sounded like dramatic foreshadowing. Yeah, we better not see it. What show are they on, though?
SmackDown.
SmackDown, that's the one we haven't tried yet. Or we tried it a while back.
A while back.
I don't know. Sounds like we're talking about meth. Yeah, we tried it a while back, but that shit, no. Anyway, first of all, the package that they did at the start of the match illustrated what they somehow fucked up here. Can you mean to tell me that this three-way where they shoehorned poor Daniel Bryan into the match for one of the world titles, that this match was more attractive as a three-way after Edge comes back and suddenly turns heel for very little provocation and bashes Daniel Bryan's brains in with a chair and flips out? This match was better this way, or if they had just said, here is Edge, who had to retire 10 years ago from a medical necessity and dreamed about coming back for 10 years and now has done it against all odds and is coming back for this goddamn Roman Reigns to get the title that Edge believed he always wanted. There's your story. Why did they change it in midstream? The people would have fucking, and especially if you're not going to change the belt. They made Edge look like a complete fucking idiot. Bring him back as a conquering hero that's conquered his medical problems and worked his way back in condition to get back in the ring for one more chance at the world title. A Cinderella story out of nowhere. People would love it. Respected veteran. Everybody knows the retirement was legitimate. Bring him back and put him in a program with Roman Reigns and take it to WrestleMania, and Edge gives it everything he's got, but that fucking Reigns, because they're going to put him over anyway, still manages to beat him, possibly with goddamn some type of chicanery from Paul Heyman. If you're not going to send him home happy, at least there you've told a story and you've made it pay off. But they bring Edge back. He gets hurt and has to go back again, which even would have fucking improved the story even yet. Comes back after that, and before he gets to WrestleMania and the big chance, he flips out because Daniel Bryan wants to be involved because the bookers put him in it, and he fucking turns heel on Daniel Bryan and becomes a fucking lunatic. And now we have a three-way with one real heel, one real babyface, and one nut that's in the middle. And three-ways are always rotten, as we know, and you can't fucking get anybody over in them. And then they pull up the no disqualification thing, and then they book a rotten finish. Why was this done to this?
I have no idea, other than it's what Vince wanted. Not that I'm against Daniel Bryan being in a great spot at WrestleMania, certainly not. But like you said, there was a natural story to be told with Edge.
You put Daniel Bryan in a great spot at WrestleMania and then piss in his mouth when he gets there.
Well, that is what ended up happening, yes.
So, and I knew this was doomed from the ring announcer. Did you hear Reigns' introduction from the ring announcer?
I don't recall.
I wrote it down verbatim. Standing in at a weight of 265 pounds. Standing in. Who was he standing in for? The real Roman Reigns? Did they pull a switch like they gave us the fake Warrior? Or the fake superstar Billy Graham? Anyway, so they start this match, and within 30 seconds, Jey Uso starts beating up Daniel Bryan in front of the referee. And guess what the announcer said, Brian?
No DQ.
No DQ. When did they even say that this was going to be a no disqualification match in the advertising? Or did they just make it up the day of because they wanted to do these spots? When was this made a no disqualification match?
I have no idea.
Somebody out there is going, well, it's a triple threat match, so all of them are no, it's like a three-way. All of them are no DQ or some shit. Like now that they've gotten people's heads that you can win the title in a three-way without even beating the champion because it's first pin instead of elimination, which is the only thing that makes sense. Now I guess it's all of them are also no disqualification, so they don't have to think of smart ideas. Speaking of smart ideas, this is the goddamn worst idea I ever had. If I'd have just left it one thing, I think, just for the goddamn fucking Christmas show, I'll never do it again. And then Heyman rips it off, and JR starts asking about it, and here we are 30 years later, and you can't fucking see anything else. All right. So Jey Uso beats up Daniel Bryan in front of the referee within the first 30 seconds, and then it's no disqualification. Then they're all on the floor, and Jey Uso's just freely involved. Within the first 2 minutes of the match, they're bouncing each other off the stairs in the barricade. Then Edge gives Uso a DDT on the metal stairs. And everyone is selling. There's no action at all. The EMTs come out and carry Uso off. This is rotten already. The camera at one point caught Roman Reigns looking up to see if they were ready for his next spot, because they also, these three ways were the places where this got started what we've been talking about, and now they just do it in every match where, especially with no fans in the building, or now, and even if there's fans in the building, guys just roll out and just sit at ringside out of view like actors leaving a stage when the scene doesn't include them. And then they jump back in right when their next spot comes up. So this is not even, they're not even having matches anymore. They're just doing scenes. Everybody's not participating all the way through. Daniel Bryan versus Edge, very good stuff. Two tremendous talents. They could have had a singles match. That's when while they're working with each other, that's where the announcers mentioned that Roman Reigns could lose the title if Edge beats Daniel Bryan, which points out why they should never book these fucking stupid matches again. It doesn't work. It's fucking stupid. If you're going to have a multiple person match, an elimination is the only way it makes sense. And I know a lot of people out there that have been brainwashed by people in positions of power in wrestling these days will say, well, no, that's to leave more avenues for stories open, and so-and-so can lose without ever being defeated, which leads to a rematch. No, it's just what the people that have been doing this shit have told the people that work for them and made them believe it. Roman Reigns suplexes Daniel Bryan. He'll disappear for 5 minutes so Edge and Roman Reigns can fight. I'd like to have seen a single match between Edge and Roman Reigns. That would have been nice. I could have seen the single match between Daniel Bryan and Roman Reigns, which you said was very good on their last pay-per-view, but I tuned it out after they did all the other stupid shit that came before that made me not want to see any of their product anymore. So all these guys can work, but when they start out the match, the second freely interferes in front of the referee. It's a three-way to begin with. The furniture, the big injury angle in the first 2 minutes. At that point, I'm just waiting for this to be over with because it's the same as everything. It's the same thing you see constantly. And Paul Heyman is the manager, and he never interferes. He doesn't even pull a fucking leg. He doesn't even walk around the ring. He just stands there with his hand over half of his face. He'd have to have hands the size of Andre to put a hand completely over his fucking face. And he looks worried and gets bug eyes when his guy's getting beat up. Can you remember a time he has interfered, passed an object,
No,
pulled a leg, come in and distracted the referee or the baby face and taken a bump from the baby face so the heel can come from behind? He got one chance and he couldn't unlock handcuffs.
no, with him, it's all facial reactions now, and I don't think he's taken a bump since 94, 95.
I know a young lady that used to tell me some of his shortcomings, and she never said that he couldn't unlock handcuffs. But the thing is, I'm not suggesting that he take like power slams and suplexes and whatever the fuck, but that's one of the reasons why I don't manage anymore. I got to the point where I don't want to take any more fucking bumps because I'll hurt myself. But if you're not going to take bumps, don't manage. And Paul has never had an injury. He's never had a surgery. Think about
Lawler did break his jaw.
Okay, that wasn't surgery. It was an injury. But, so did he. Jimmy Hart, too, same thing. But you get over those. But Paul had, as an active manager, he started in, 87? And he wasn't even really managing and bumping in ECW after he took over the book. So 6 years. So he never had any injuries. He never had any surgeries. He ought to be able to goddamn fall down now once in a while. I could still do it if I wanted to. For that much money, I'd take a fucking bump. But anyway, so the flunky Jey Uso just does everything in front of the referee, including, bringing goddamn bludgeons to the ring and whacking people. But the manager that's supposed to interfere never does. Oh, wait. Everything came to a halt again while Roman Reigns set up stairs in front of the desk and then slowly brought Daniel Bryan up and powerbombed him on the table. But then Edge speared Roman Reigns off the steps and everything comes to a halt again as they're all laying on the ground. And that's when the announcers say, well, there's no countouts. Edge put Reigns back in the ring after Edge speared Roman Reigns off the stairs. Boom, and everybody's selling. Then Edge throws him back in the ring where he can beat him, but he doesn't get back in the ring. He goes out back of the announce desk and starts grabbing chairs. What? You just hit the fucking champion. You've thrown him in the ring. Go for a fucking cover. No, I'll throw him in the ring and then I'll go find some more furniture. Why do you need the extra furniture? You could have beat him there. The whole thing would have been over with. You ever think about that? So he brings in multiple chairs, but then Reigns grabs a chair, and if this spot was planned, actually they did it very well, because Reigns grabs the chair, they have a little tug of war, and Reigns pulls the chair away from Edge, but Edge ends up with one of the metal bars from the chair in his hand. And then he looks like for a second like, oh shit, how'd I get this? And then he drops it because he's not supposed to have a fucking metal club in his hand while Reigns is on offense. But then later on, when he gets the crossface on Edge, he gets the piece of chair and Reigns gets the piece of chair and puts it in Reigns' mouth with a crossface on him. And then Daniel Bryan comes back in and gets the crossface on the other side. And then Bryan and Edge start fighting with each other while they're holding dueling crossfaces on Roman Reigns from Edge has great facials. I'll say that.
I think he looks great here now, like as an old gruff Edge.
Yeah.
He looks like an old guy who kick your ass.
He looks like an old mean man, like some of the boys used to look like before they started working to where you couldn't do this after you're fucking 35. But he kept throwing the chairs in the ring, and this would not end because it was Edge hit Reigns 5 times and Daniel Bryan 4 times with a chair, just pulling back and Paul Bunyaning them, but didn't go for a cover at all. You're in a match for the world championship that's your goal, coming back to the sport that you had to goddamn retire from due to doctor's intervention. And now you've got a chair in your hand. The referee's doing absolutely nothing about it. And you've pummeled into powder the champion and your other opponent, and you don't go for a cover. You get back out of the ring and go find more chairs. And then you get in the ring and you put a chair under Roman Reigns' head and a chair under Daniel Bryan's head, and they leave their heads on those chairs when you walk away from them to pick up another chair. Both of them were motionless and could have been pinned easily in the state of physical condition that they were in, but no. They're leaving their heads on the chairs. Edge goes to get another chair, and he does, what do they call it? The concerto. That was a thing he and Christian used to do. It was stupid then. I love both those guys, but it's stupid then, because unless the goddamn guy instantly, his head explodes in a bloody clot and you never see him again, it was fake. So he hit a concerto on Daniel Bryan that was fake. Uso's back in the ring. He was taken out by a goddamn DDT on the stairs, but he's back now. But Edge beats him with the chair. Then Roman Reigns hits Edge with a spear. Reigns puts Edge's head on a chair. He leaves it there. And Reigns picks up the chair and gives him the worst looking one, because you could tell he didn't hit the head. They're hitting the chair to chair to make the noise, but there's no way to sell it. You can't take a bump. You don't want to move and throw the guy's margin of error off. So basically, when they get their head caved in with a fucking chair, they kick their feet up. Just kick your feet up, baby. And then he carried Edge over and put him on top of Daniel Bryan and pinned both of them like Andre used to pin fucking Mario Mancini and John Anthony in handicap matches. Besides the concertos looking fake as fuck, could there be a worse finish to make the fans mad at the company, make Daniel Bryan and Edge both look like shit, not get heat on Roman Reigns, and leave this taste in the live fans' mouths after they spent a fortune to sit out in the rain for 6 hours. What do you think?
I wasn't a big fan of aspects of this match, and I was surprised by the finish. Not only that Roman Reigns won and retained, but the method in which he pinned both guys. That was surprising. I'm not a big fan of all the Jey Uso interfering, but I agree with a lot of what you just said.
And again, if it had been Reigns and Edge with the Cinderella story, Edge could have done the job, and it wouldn't have hurt him, because people would have still reckoned, oh, goddamn, he's 47 years old, and he came back after. Good for him. What a match. Because it would have been better as a single match. Or they could have had a fucking, well, I wouldn't have had Roman Reigns and Daniel Bryan again. But the fans, once again, the fans couldn't be mad at the heels in this because they were doing everything right in front of the referee as part of the lack of any kind of parameters or rules in this clusterfuck they were in. So the heels can't get any heat. The baby faces, or the baby face, ends up looking like shit because he's on the bottom of the pile that got sat on by Andre's ass and just pinned like a turd in a punch bowl. It didn't really get any heat on Roman Reigns for the obvious reasons, because it was a bad finish and because Jey Uso was allowed to freely interfere in front of the referee. Just visually, it looked bad and left a bad taste in people's mouths. The heel went over at the climactic point of the second and last night of WrestleMania, so the people leaving the stadium are going, yeah, that was a flat fucking finish and nothing really happened. Even if they'd have put Edge over in a Cinderella story out of nowhere to give people the, where they'd, skip on off into the night, into the parking lot, happy as, a pig and shit, and then take it off of him a month later, that would have been better. But nobody came out of this, to me, looking even as good as they did when they went in.
Night 1 started and night 2 ended the same way, with the heel champion coming out victorious.
So there you have it. I took so many notes, I can't even tear this all in one tear. It looked like Bobby Heenan trying to tear a phone book. I'll just tear.
Will you stop? You care about history. You should stop ripping this stuff up. This is important.
Oh, nobody's ever going to look at this again.
People would love to look at it. People would love to look at it.
Well, I got some other things people can love to look at.
Well, they could do that on your OnlyFans page, but people want to see your notes for all these things.
Hey, and here's another thing. If people think that women get the short end of the stick, they sure can make money on OnlyFans a whole lot easier than guys can. They got advantages.
I guess so. I didn't expect this rant.
Well, I'm just saying. Everybody's got their own type of advantages, but women are just not completely helpless and defenseless. They can make money on OnlyFans, and they never have to work at getting laid. That's probably where you came in if you started with Heyman's interview back in the locker room.
I didn't see Heyman's promo or the package.
Oh!
I fast-forwarded through that in the packages.
No! Oh, now I must call foul. You missed the Heyman promo. That actually was the best part of the show, be quite honest, because, I mean, I'm not going to knock Daniel Bryan and Roman Reigns' match and everything, but it's just so refreshing to hear somebody cut a fucking promo, a manager cut a promo for his guy that puts over the other guy. And it was a master class. Everybody else is in a fucking daycare center on this entire program, and Heyman is a college professor. He was leagues above anybody speaking on this program in any capacity. And it was it was obviously his own, even if he didn't come up with it on the spot, he did it. It was his. And it was fucking fabulous. That's the best promo I've seen on a fucking wrestling show that I can remember, actually. When's the last time I really praised a promo? You can't remember, can you?
Maybe Pat McAfee? Maybe?
Well, yeah, maybe on one of those NXT programs where they were bilking. They were milking his match or whatever. But point is, it was fucking phenomenal. He starts out where you believe he's mocking and fed up with hearing about Daniel Bryan and mocking him. But the more that he goes and the more that he talks and the more incidents that he raises, I couldn't do it. That's a Heyman promo. I wouldn't try to do Paul's promo. He probably shouldn't try to do a few of mine, but I wouldn't try this one. But he was building up to the more that he talked, the more he worked himself up. And then he realized at the end that by saying what he wanted to say, he's just buried his own guy and created doubt in people's mind. And then he's, But then he still brings it fucking back to where he wanted it to be, which was he'd been doing yes, yes, yes the whole time. But finally he brings it back to, is Daniel Bryan going to win? No. And it was and one of the girl interviewers, Karen, whatever her name is, I don't care. They were smart enough. She just said, here's Paul Heyman, and stood there, and then they didn't shoot her anymore, really. They just shot him. So it was a great fucking promo.
He really is like a 2021 version of the managers in the Northeast in the 70s, in that he delivers excellent promos, and then they didn't stay at ringside. They came back to the locker room. He stays at ringside, but he doesn't really get involved. That's not his thing. He's not like a Southern manager swinging a tennis racket or getting people to want to murder you. No, I mean, it was a different style of manager, the New York style of manager versus a Southern style manager. And Heyman is the natural extension of Albano, Blassie, and the Wizard in that regard.
Yeah, and the fact that they all had gimmicks, but they were all, I guess for lack of a better, they were all personalities as people, even though they had, gimmick. He doesn't have a wild gimmick like the Grand Wizard, or he doesn't dress flashy like Blassie, or he's not a lunatic like Albano, but he is the modern update of that also, in that those guys, especially at the time and in that atmosphere, were the cutting edge promos to just piss people off. But he's a completely different kind of personality, because that's Paul. He just happens to be a personality. I don't know how else to, because you can't call him a character, because he's not playing a character. That's the antithesis of what I'm saying. That's Paul, if Paul just is in that mood, right? He can also be nice. He can be whatever, but he's not, it's not method acting here. How can I say that? It's not a stretch. He sounds just like Paul. He sounds, except he's obviously talking about a work situation. But he's still a person. I mean, who else looks like that and talks like that? Alfred Hitchcock looks like that. He didn't talk like that.
Man, usually when I go to bed, Suzanne hates it, but I like to have the TV on for a little while, because I don't fall asleep right away.
Because Wednesday night, you like to stay up late and watch Kenny Omega.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's not use someone else's lyrics here, but I usually have Me TV on. It's black and white. I like the shows.
Yes.
And I go to bed many nights to Alfred Hitchcock coming on the screen. And all I can think now whenever I see him is, he does look like Heyman. He really does.
Should we talk about then this loser? If Daniel Bryan loses, he leaves SmackDown versus the Universal, one of the world champions, Roman Reigns, Daniel Bryan on SmackDown, Paul Heyman in the corner, and Rudy Charles, good old Rudy Ray Charles, the referee. They don't call him by that anymore. Actually, their referees are anonymous drones, clones that have been made in a laboratory, because they don't have names. I wonder if the WWE referees have belly buttons. What do you think?
A backwards thumb, so you know that it's a G.I. Joe.
Well, either that or that little pinky finger that doesn't bend. That way we know they're one of the invaders. Anyway, I mentioned earlier, Heyman classic promo. Everybody that wants to ever speak on a wrestling show should watch that promo, and then you'll realize how hopeless you are and just quit. They started it off hot, and the only thing I could think of is these guys look so good and they look so smooth. While they're not doing smooth, effortless, choreographed shit. They are working in a smooth fashion where they're actually grabbing the holes and they're shoving each other into the ropes to throw them off. But they're just so talented at doing it. And both guys look like a couple athletes. Daniel Bryan's smaller, but in this case, obviously he's the baby face. It works because there's that big bully Roman Reigns. And the way they were working it was that Daniel Bryan would be aggressive. He has to be aggressive. He's got to be faster. He's got to be all over this big fucker. But then Roman Reigns might shut him down with one big shot. And again, of course, they almost immediately went to a break. I know they were doing a long match, but I don't know why. On a championship match like this, I always like it when they're going to have the in-ring introductions and the big entrances and everything. Have the introductions and just say, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in 2 minutes with the bell for the championship match. Brains and Ryan. Bryan and Reigns right after this, and ring the bell on the other side of the break. If they're not already hooked, for fuck's sake. Anyway. Reigns got heat on him and slowed it down and healed on him. Roman Reigns, his shit is sharp. He follows through with it. He's got heel attitude and body language, the facial expressions. You understand what he's fucking doing. And Daniel Bryan, for all his experience at being the underdog, the smaller guy, he's great at fighting back from underneath with a big bully. But when they would do even big moves that we constantly criticize so many of the modern folks for just doing these ridiculous moves, and then a finish will be a jackknife or a small package or whatever. These guys, they're doing the big moves, but they're registering them like it about half kills them, and they're taking the time to sell it. And there's a plausible way they get out of something or whatever. It's not just insulting and stupid, just over and over like a drum solo that never ends. They're peaks and valleys. Daniel Bryan goes for the Hurricane Run off the top, and Reigns catches him because he's fucking strong and power bombs him off the top. That was a heck of a false finish, and that was also a break spot. Now they didn't have to pop back up and go into cartwheels. And when they came back from the break, they were on the floor. And guess what? Reigns rattled him off the fucking rail or whatever and tossed him back in the ring and covered him and tried to win the match. And then they were back in the ring. So there's a nice placement of doing something on the floor where you left them in the ring selling. Now you come back and they're on the floor fighting. Oh, shit, well, that'll hook you. But then they're still having a match, and they can't do anything out there on the floor. They got to win in the ring, so boom, they get back in the ring, cover, boom, 1-2, kick out, go on. Daniel Bryan hits Roman Reigns with that belly to back off the top. And both of them sold it like death. Did you see the bounce on Reigns that he fucking went with it? He looked like a fucking porpoise out of water. Boom. And then when Bryan crawls over and gets a 1, 2.5. Oh, no. And they go back and forth, but it's plausible. Daniel Bryan throws the kicks when the big guy's down, but when the big guy gets up and gets a base, he can catch him. Then Reigns goes out to the floor. Daniel Bryan does the dive. Reigns catches him in his arms and belly to bellies him on the floor. Boom. Holy shit. And now Daniel Bryan's fucked. But as Roman Reigns goes over and tries to hit him with the spear, Daniel Bryan didn't make a fucking comeback and press slam the guy after getting belly to bellied on the floor. He just fucking fell out of the way, and Reigns hits the goddamn barricade. Now they both sell and go through the break. They come back. They each did their big moves, but not in a row. When Daniel Bryan hit the big diving headbutt, boom, and he got a 2.5 count, Reigns didn't immediately get up and pick him up over his head and twirl him 3 times. No, they sold, and then finally they worked into a thing where Reigns came out of nowhere with the Superman punch. 2.5 count. Not quite. And Daniel Bryan tries to out-wrestle him with a couple of quick false finishes, quick wrestling moves. And then Reigns hits that big spear and knocks him out of his fucking shoes and almost gets it. They had good false finishes. They were back and forth. They were plausible. They were logical. It didn't, just come out of nowhere. Nobody took a fucking clothesline and then did a nip up as soon as they touched the mat and threw a fucking enziguri or whatever the fuck. And finally, it's modern WWE style. I never like to see a heel beat a top babyface, just beat him without any kind of out, distraction, even a mistake or whatever. But it was a great match, and Bryan hung in there every bit of the way. And then finally, he got the long yes lock. Reigns couldn't get out of it. He rolled through it a time or whatever the fuck. Finally, he turned out and power bombed him, grounded and pounded him, or pounded and grounded him, depending on. Michael said it right this time. It wasn't Michael Cole, was it? Well, there you go. Or was it Michael Cole on this fucking thing? I can't remember.
I thought it was. I thought it was him and McAfee. It was him and McAfee. So then he said it right. He must have heard the show last week where we criticized that. Anyway, another power bomb and a front face lock, and Daniel Bryan passes out. That's all. I know they like to do it these days, that the heel can just beat the baby face and there's no excuse and there's no out. When you're a top guy, even if Bryan had made one mistake on his own and they'd done the same thing, but nevertheless, great match. No weapons, very minimal out of the ring. They didn't bury the referee. Everything made sense. Even if they didn't identify him, they didn't bury him. Everything made sense here, and it was done in a professional, serious manner. But then, of course, they can't leave anything alone. I will get your comments here in a second, but there was an afterbirth. Reigns goes for that stupid concerto bit, but Cesaro hits and makes save and wails on fucking Roman Reigns, and then Uso stops Cesaro, and they tie Cesaro up in the ropes, and Roman Reigns gave Daniel Bryan the chair deal anyway, and it looked phony as shit. And actually, even though they cut right on top of it, even on my DVR, you set it on slow motion, and you could see right through it. And that's why the back of the chair bent, because he hit the fucking mat with the other chair on it. Never touched Bryan. Bryan Danielson is his real goddamn name. And nobody expects it to, because you would see brains explode. So they had a great athletic contest. They got all the way through this without anything looking suspect, phony, or otherwise whatever. And then, can't he just hit him with the fucking chair? Or then don't do it. But why do something that looks phony that any putz with a DVR can see through? Because you can't do that move and make it look right unless you do kill the guy, who, by the way, has a history of concussions. Do something else. Your thoughts? Really good match. These guys work well together. I enjoyed the match they had a few months ago at one of the pay-per-views. You refused to watch it because you had just been exposed to Randy Orton versus Alexa Bliss.
That's right.
So you turned it off, but they worked really well there. They worked well in the three-way match at WrestleMania. Here they are here. I had a similar thought, or of a similar vein to what you said earlier. As soon as you're watching, like, these guys are wrestlers. They both have a look. They both seem well-versed in the ring. Like, you never see anyone trip on their own feet or anything. I mean, these guys are wrestlers, and it's really good. I do it a little less of, at times, with Roman. See, his acting is good, but sometimes it's like the facial expressions as he's punching the ground. Like, come on, you're not King Kong. Like,
they tell him to do that stuff.
I know.
That's part of the,
I know. And Michael Cole has to yell out, that's vintage this, and yell out the guy's nickname. I get it. But it was really good. I wasn't crazy, like you said, about the thing at the end. I actually watched it on mute when Cesaro came out, and then the Uso attacked him, and then they all got in there. And we'll have to see what happens with Daniel Bryan.
Where will he pop up?
There are a lot of people that he's the one guy who's active. Like, CM Punk, you hear this about. But Daniel Bryan's the one active guy that you still have a lot of fans Wow, imagine if he went to AEW. Imagine if he went to New Japan. Imagine if he went to CMLL. Like, he's the one guy people fantasize about him going to different places and working.
I think he does too. Fantasize about going to different, because he likes wrestling. He wouldn't have gone through all this if he didn't. And, you know, I wish that more of his generation of independent wrestlers, instead of the modern generation of independent wrestlers, were in promotions other than the WWE. Guys that still take the business seriously, and maybe we wouldn't have some of the tomfoolery we've got in other places. But the point is, if he just pops up on Raw or whatever, then that's kind of, you know, on the stipulation. But a very good match. Then, and of course, they had to follow the Zombies too. The Zombies came before that. So it was disrespectful to, you know, their main event, supposed one of their world champions. And I got to be honest with you, Cesaro and Reigns for another one of the men's championships. If this had been on any other show, you could see that not only do they have a star in Reigns, they've elevated Cesaro, but they ended up being Olivier and Redgrave, you know, in the going on last at the 5th grade school play. They had a tremendous performance on a show that had already been established. It was all caca. And you shouldn't believe or invest in or get excited, whatever, anything. Nothing is to be taken seriously on a show with zombies and fucking tomfoolery. And then they tried to go out, and these guys kill themselves to be professionals. They're being let down by the fucking company and everybody involved in this other horse shit. I did like that Pat McAfee said he's the hottest wrestler in sports entertainment. Talk about a way to get around the fucking ban of calling them wrestlers. And I was shocked. Wait, a wrestling match. They're wrestling. Is Roman Reigns' glove hand injured, or is that the way he gets his headlock grip all the time? That's an old, although he doesn't cinch it up as good. Tommy Gilbert used to grab a headlock that way, grabbing his wrist instead of interlocking his fingers. But it looks odd for Reigns to do it to me. I don't know. I noted that Paul Heyman gives ringside instructions like a maitre d' suggesting a meal. Well, you could do this. So you could do that, you know. But no, these guys, they were working. There was a baby face and a heel. They had the pacing up and down. The shit makes sense. It looks good. Cesaro even took a klutzy bump to the floor so that he could sell his uppercut arm instead of taking a regular bump and selling it. You know, they worked hard. They did everything right. I even wrote here, I felt bad for them. They had to be on this show. And how fucked up is it that you have to say that when guys are on a pay-per-view from the biggest company in the world, and you have to say, boy, it's so embarrassing for them. They had to be on this show. They're doing so well. Cesaro, I keep wanting to say Claudio. Cesaro did a corkscrew dive and wiped Roman Reigns out with it. And that was the only dive in the whole goddamn match. So it was refreshing.
And it looked good.
And it looked good. Because you didn't say Roman Reigns wasn't waiting for it, and it was one guy trying to wipe out one guy instead of a idiot doing a fucking backwards triple Lindy onto 16 midgets from fucking the Lollipop Guild. I loved that forearm into the barricade, and then the crossbody off the top. It was a good false finish. At that point, I was buying that Cesaro could win it because, I mean, let's face it, we talked before on the Backlash preview that is probably a little quick for Cesaro to suddenly be, you know, in the main events after the way they've booked him for the past fucking 10 years or whatever. But Reigns was doing a good job. As Cesaro shit's credible enough, you were starting to think, well, they have screwier finishes. Maybe they might switch it. But he looked credible. And then when Reigns took back over, Claudio sold his ass off and fought from underneath. And his arm was all welted and marked up from all the shit they were doing. And then he made a comeback and did that. outside-in superplex on Roman Reigns. And I know everybody's going to say, well, you know, they know how to go up for suplexes. Fuck you. Try those goddamn physics where you're picking up a 270-pound guy or whatever while you're standing on the bottom rope inside the ring and you've got to get him up and clear him. It's fucking amazing. You know, but then I loved the match up until the finish. I mean, Claudio got the sharpshooter. He got the crossface. Reigns turned out of it, hit him with a power bomb. At that point, I was thinking, boy, it's starting to be time to go. And if they really can nail something here. And then all of a sudden, they did the thing where Reigns rolled through and got the guillotine. And Cesaro didn't get out of it, but he picked him up and power bombed him, but he held it. So then he got out of it, but then back in, but then he pulled out of it a little bit, but then back in. And then the referee rang the bell. And I went back and I timed it. From the time that Reigns rolled through on the guillotine, with the only real change in position being that Cesaro picked him up and powerbombed him and he didn't let go and they were right back in the same position. 1 minute and 20 seconds in a stationary position, and the heel beats the babyface flat by just choking him out right there in the middle of the ring. That was the flattest fucking... Since when did... People are talking about how boring wrestling was supposed to have been in the 60s. Did you ever see Bruno hold a bear hug on a heel for 1 minute and 20 seconds and then he fucking submitted? Or did they...
Or a heel win without cheating, something
or
like
a heel win without cheating. And even if they want the heel to win without cheating, can it be that the fucking babyface goes for a high impact something and misses it and rings his own bell and then gets fucking hammered with a goddamn boom? If you're elevating Cesaro especially, then have him get beat 1, 2, 3 on a close one that he slipped on a banana peel and fucking got his bell rung and then he got beat, but it could have been different the next time. Well, the whole match, it could have been different the next time until Reigns just fucking grabbed him, held him down in the same place for 1 minute and 20 seconds and choked him out. I don't understand the modern thought process behind these finishes where, as we mentioned McIntyre lost a couple of times after he beat Brock Lesnar in the same calendar year, which that is crazy to me. Lashley put McIntyre out with the fucking full Nelson that they weren't even using as a finish still when Bruno was champion. And I explained how you can get that over as a finish, but on a pay-per-view against a top fucking babyface, you do it a different way. All these finishes are just, you're supposed to build to the big pop. A main event championship match is like one of the better fucking jack-off sessions you've ever had. And if you get it just right at the end, boom! Or you can just squeeze hard and don't move your hand for 1 minute and 20 seconds. I didn't get that finish at all. I loved the match. Finish was fucking death. What'd you think?
Really liked the match. Thought it was great. Not as negative about the finish, although I'm not crazy about it. Like I said before, he's a heel. Just mowing through baby faces with no problem. Even in this case, without Jey Uso helping him. Also, I thought that, just it stands out. If you're going to have a company where you're going to have a serious champion in Lashley, or in this case in Roman Reigns, and you want them to beat baby faces cleanly, all right. If you're going to have a promotion where there are good guys and bad guys, but there are clean finishes and no silliness, I'm all for it. But you said...
Well, there's a difference between a clean finish and a flat finish and a boring finish. What about a slam bang finish where fucking finally Reigns just fucking caught him coming off the ropes with a big spear, boom, and hooked his leg. Boom, 1, 2, 3. It's supposed to be a pop, not a what? Oh.
And then Cesaro's laid out, just been choked out. And at that point, fresh off an appearance at Paintball, wherever he came from, Seth Rollins shows up in the wackiest outfit I've ever seen.
And then they kick the shit out of poor Claudio again.
Yeah. I thought he was coming out. I was like, oh, wow, this could be interesting. Him and Reigns. No, they just keep beating up Cesaro.
Yes. Okay, now here, that's an angle that you could do also. Have another heel come out and beat up the babyface that just lost the world title match. One of the world titles match. But in that case, then, wouldn't it be better for the champion to catch, and Vince, this is another Vince expression that he hates. It used to be when you'd call a finish with guys, right? The agent or the booker, or whoever. To say it's you and Jay Sharknado, and I'm the booker. I'll say, Brian, we want you to catch a quick one on Jay. Because that way, it's like, just kind of catch a quick one is supposed to make Jay Sharknado think that he's not really being beaten flat. It's like they're just snatching one real quick, right? Vince hates that expression, catch a quick one. But in this case, if Claudio had been fresher and boom, and got beat 1, 2, 3, but still was able to come up selling and looking at it, having a mean face at fucking Roman Reigns, and like, goddamn, there'll be another day. And maybe they were starting to jaw or almost get into it, and suddenly, out of nowhere, here comes Seth Rollins and jumps on Claudio from behind and Cesaro and kicks the shit out of him. But now at least you're not beating a dead body that's just already laying there on the side of the road. That would have helped make Cesaro look a little bit stronger, a little bit better. I just don't fucking understand anymore. They're doing their own thing now. They're paying some homage to wrestling by doing things that they've seen on old tapes that they don't understand the context of or the execution of, but it doesn't resemble wrestling.
They're both heels, but I'd love to see Lashley versus Roman Reigns. And then you get MVP and Heyman going back and forth on promos.
There you go. And that's exactly why, that's another reason why that you shouldn't have heels against heels or babyfaces against babyfaces as anything other than a once in a while thing, because then it becomes an attraction. Then it's like, wow, this is the kind of match we're not supposed to see. Why did the Midnight Express against Tully Blanchard and Arn Anderson draw those incredible fucking houses for that 6 or 8 weeks we did it before they quit and went to the WWF? Because they'd never seen that match before. It had never even been teased, and both teams had been there for at least 5 years at that point, or 4 years at that point. It would work because with Lashley, Reigns could be the heel in that equation, because obviously they could book it that way, but also because Reigns is a much better trash talker and better at the facials and at being a bully and a fucking condescending, abusive motherfucker, whereas Lashley's a badass, but you could switch him into the sympathetic position, and you've got MVP and Heyman to not only do the promos, but to offset each other at ringside. So there's something for each one of them to do, and there's no way that either one of them, and that's another reason you should have Heyman interfering more. Because if he did, then when you come up against a guy that's got somebody in their corner, that's to prevent that interference. That's what makes that part an attraction. So you just illustrate all these matchups they could have that would mean something if they hadn't already taken the bloom off the rose on all the things that makes those matchups special. But then the best segment was the last segment. And by the way, it doesn't take too long to go through this 2-hour show, does it? Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman in the ring, and they showed the VTR of Reigns destroying the Mysterios. And then Paul did his promo, and he went over Roman Reigns' victims list. Cesaro got clobbered, and this guy got this, and that guy got... He went through everybody while Reigns stood there, had the reactions and the attitude and the facial condescending look. And Paul Heyman is not only the best promo in wrestling, he's the best orator on television. And finally, he hits the part, there's no one left. And then he presents the microphone to Reigns, who milks the spot. And as he starts to open his mouth, Edge music. Here comes Edge. Holy jumping shitballs. He comes in, big brawl. Edge kicks ass. Reigns hits the Superman punch and stops him, gets a chair, but Edge spears him. Put Reigns' head on the chair, went out of the ring to get another one. And this, if they could have just done without this fucking phony concerto bullshit that cannot possibly look good, but you put the top heel's fucking head on a chair laying in the ring and then jump out of the ring to go get another chair and expect him to be there when you come back. But thankfully, Uso, he comes out and he gets all over Edge and stops that, but Edge comes back and spears Uso through the barricade, giving Reigns and Heyman time to powder to the stage to live to fight another day, and that's the way we go off the air. It's hard to watch a 2-hour program to be interested in the main event and everything else is just filler, but that was a good piece of business, and Reigns and Heyman together is gold, and Edge had all kinds of fire to him, and whatever they're doing they're just sacrificing everybody, I guess, for a year to Roman Reigns to get something going so that then somebody that they hopefully pick carefully can slay the dragon and it'll mean something. What do you think?
I was surprised it went back to Edge. There have been a lot of rumors about Cena. There have been a lot of rumors about Brock. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. The family drama stuff I'm kind of getting a little sick of.
Well, I haven't seen that much of it, so it's not old to me.
No, but every time we watch it, it's been this for about a year now. Shit or get off the pot. I'm ready for him to kind of do some more shit.
I don't think this rules out either Cena or Brock. For one thing, July comes before August. They got to do something else before SummerSlam. So I think this could be in addition to one or the other, and I think it would be. I'd a whole lot rather see Cena come back at SummerSlam and draw the house there, but I'd a whole lot rather wait for Brock until crawling up on WrestleMania season so they can do something really tasty if they think of it. And then the one we've all been waiting for, the last match. No, the main event, again for one of the world championships, one of the numerous world titles that they have here. This one from SmackDown. Roman Reigns with his cohort, his consort, whatever he is, Paul Heyman, against Edge. And I'm thinking, okay, I have sat through this show, and the only good match the only acceptable match, the only thing that's made any sense was Charlotte and Rhea Ripley, but I got faith in these two old pros that this is going to be a world title match that deserves to be on pay-per-view, that deserves to be on the big show, hearkening back to the old days when the thing actually meant something, right? This is what I'm thinking. I was wrong in that assumption. I will say Edge looks more like a Viking than the Raiders do.
I'm surprised. I thought you were going to tell me you really like this match.
No, well, I'll tell you, I really like the people in it, and I really didn't like the match, and I'm about to tell you why. I liked part of the match. It's another one of those schizophrenic things. I understood why they started off slow at the beginning, because after the chaos and bumper car match they had in the previous match, you should slow down. It's a world title. They're taking their time, the face-off, getting the chants going, dueling chants. Let's go Roman, let's go Edge. These guys look like main eventers. They act like main eventers. They started slow again, traded pie faces rather, and then Edge rode him a little bit and slapped his head around. Reigns tackles Edge down to the floor, gives the big shoulder tackle and says, "Who's the bitch now?" And of course, Michael Cole says, he's saying, "Who's the boss now?" But anyway, they start going back and forth, and they start picking up the pace. The first big bump of the match was Roman Reigns giving Edge a Samoan drop on the floor, and he did it safely, but still, the guy's had bad neck, but nevertheless. Edge beats the count. He's in at the 9 count. And Reigns gets heat on him. But there was no urgency in the heat early in the match, just an ass kicking and kind of a slow paced one. And now I'm realizing, wait a minute. As it turned out, this thing went well over half an hour. I mean, if you added entrances and afterbirth, you're talking close to an hour, but it definitely, the match bell to bell was a good 30 minutes. I won't say a good 30. I'll say at easily it was 30 minutes. I timed one of the chin locks with a calendar. I understand starting slow after a quick-paced match and then get to people into it and then pick it up from there, but they were paced themselves because for whatever reason, and they went plenty past the 3-hour window, and that used to be a no-no because then you got to pay for a whole full hour of satellite time even if you only use 10 minutes of it. But apparently they got more money than the fucking federal government. They don't care anymore. But all their work looked good. Selling, logic, move timing, just the pace they were going for fucking ever. Finally, Edge started making a pretty good comeback. He started with a single flapjack. We've talked about that one, but it looked for all the world like Roman Reigns boosted himself up and went, "Ha!" Just one person should not be able to elevate a guy like that. Anyway, nevertheless, Edge went for a spear. Reigns caught him in a front face lock. Edge drove him through the floor or through the ropes to the floor. They took a nice bump. And then Reigns misses the spear, goes into the barricade and breaks the barricade down. And the people cheered for a second, popped more or less. But do you remember when that would have torn the complete fucking house down and people would have gone rabid and your chair would have squeaked? And you remember when all those things would have happened?
Yes, some of them still do, yes.
Yes, some of them still do, but not to people going absolutely berserk because you've seen this. How many times have we seen people go through the fucking barricade in the last year alone? So then we fixed it. Because now that they went through that barricade, Edge turns around and spears Roman Reigns through another barricade. So that topped it. And then he carries Reigns to the ring, which he should have, 2 count. Then here's what killed the fucking thing for me. Besides, I could have taken it being that long. I could have taken the pace because everything was good and these guys are pros, but here's what killed the whole thing for me. Reigns goes for the Superman punch on Edge. Edge is supposed to wipe out Charles Robinson, the referee. And it looked like Charles was trying to line himself up where he would get kind of shouldered and go through the ropes. But instead, when Edge went down some kind of way, it looked like on the camera angle that they had, and this is what the announcers called, Edge kind of clipped his leg, Charles's leg, and Charles goes down and starts selling his knee and goes with that. But he's in the ring, just turned over selling his knee, looking away from the action. I have torn both of my ACLs in a wrestling ring. And I assure you, it's a painful fucking injury, but I still had the capability to turn and look around. I didn't have to just turn my back and sell in one direction. Also, at this point, I'll tell you what happened first, and then I'll tell you what I've learned about wrestling over the years. Roman Reigns goes to the floor. The referee is down. Goes to the floor, but not hurrying. He goes out. He looks around. Oh, he sees what he wants. He wants a chair. He picks up the chair, but he doesn't bring the chair in. He puts his foot on the thing. What do they call them? The spokes or the struts or the chair support or whatever. He breaks off one of those. So he's got like a metal bar in his hand. And he takes forever to get back in the ring, and he's taking his time. When you think about it this way, he's a criminal about to commit a crime behind the back of the police. But he's not hurrying. That means he knows that guy, that referee, is either not going to turn over and look or he's not supposed to. And so I think by now, Charles has rolled out on the floor on the other side where he can be at least a little farther away from the action and can't look at it. But Reigns gets back in with this thing. He threatens Edge. He threatens the fans. He takes his time, and then he tries to do a crossface where he's going to have the metal piece hooked up in Edge's mouth like he's done to people before, but Edge fights out of it. No shit, he fought out of it. He's been selling the one punch for, and I clocked this, 2 solid minutes. So, of course, by the time Roman Reigns got back to him with the thing, he can't put it on him. Then Edge gets out of it and gets the crossface on Reigns with the chair spoke. But out come the Usos down the aisleway to stop him, but then the Mysterios come and stop him. They are fighting in the last place that we saw the fucking referee, who apparently is now rolled away further and is in a coma and not seeing any of this. And also, we've now established that he's the only referee in the building because no one else has come out, and it's been 4 minutes. Nobody in the back is watching the monitor. Nobody knows that the referee is down. Then Seth Rollins comes in when Edge, finally, the Mysterios have taken the Usos, and they have, you know what they've done, Brian? They've fought off. Just fight off. So they just fought off. Edge gets a fucking crossface on Reigns. Seth Rollins comes in, super kicks Edge in the back of the fucking head and walks out. The referee has now been down for well over 4 minutes. The Roman Reigns, now takes the opportunity to get up and go for the Superman punch. But Edge spears him. And there's a big pop. And he covers Roman Reigns. And guess what happens now? 5 minutes after the first referee got knocked down, but as exactly at the moment in time when it should be called for, wouldn't you know who won the pony? Here comes the second referee. God damn it. And he counts a 2 count. Fucking hell. So now Seth comes back, and he gets up on the apron at Edge, kicks him off the apron, and Roman Reigns just spears him. 1, 2, 3. Boom. And that's over. That's what, when a referee gets bumped, and this is why that everybody groans now when it happens, and this is why the Booker of the Year over on the other channel says, but we don't bump the referees. That's right, because they have no power and they're completely meaningless, but at least you don't bump them, except when you bump them. But the reason why everybody groans is because of the way that the referee is bumped, and this is the classic example. A shitty-looking bump, and he had to stay down for 5 minutes. He didn't have to stay down for 5 minutes. He could have got up and seen the whole thing. So the booker, whoever called this finish, whoever laid it out, they buried the referee. Bill Watts would have fined the people involved or fired his booker if this had been him. This would have got a booker fired years ago because people would have seen through this. Of course, now they're not looking to see through anything. They've already seen through it, but still it's fucking stupid. Once that the referee is bumped, and there's all kinds of different ways to do it, and it's believable that a referee can get tied up in wild action. It happens. But it needs to come out of nowhere. You need not to be a perfect referee bump. You don't see it coming, but when it happens, you go, oh my God, because it looks good, and it looks like he couldn't get out of the way, and it looks like something uncalled for happened. That's a good referee bump. Once you do that, then your clock is ticking. And I used to fucking sit down with guys that were going through their finishes that they had come up with, running them by us. And they, okay, bump the, okay, how are you going to do it? Okay, fine. What are you doing now? We're boom, 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 boom. And when they'd get finished, I'd say, well, there's a problem with that. What's that? Where's your referee? Well, we bumped him. How long ago did you bump him? Oh, 15, 20 seconds. No, what you just told me that you were going to do, it's going to take at least 75 seconds. Therefore, shorten it. because now you've fucking put the heat on the referee and you've taken the people out of the match and you've made it fucking bullshit because the referee's having to fucking lay there forever. Why wouldn't another one come out? If a referee is down for more than a short period of time, some other referee is going to have to come out because people are keeping an eye on this in the back. So if it's going to be the original referee, you have to, as I said before, act like you're committing a crime and do it while the cop's back is turned. If you're going to bring another referee out, then your clock is still ticking. Because when that referee has gone down, if it was a shoot, what would somebody say in the back? Oh, shit, Barney's down. Get another referee. Is there a referee standing by while this fucking falderall is going on around in the back? That's when the criminal is committing his fucking crime. So as soon as the fucking cheating or whatever move is being done or whatever thing is being done that can't be seen by a referee, as soon as that's over with, that second referee has to be running down there because it wouldn't take long for somebody in the back. 20 seconds, would it be? Hey, get Joe, Barney's down. What? Joe's zipping his pants up. He was just jacking off. Well, tell him to finish. God, boom, boom. Okay, get the fuck out there. That's what's supposed to be going on in people's minds in the arena while the referee's down and the heel's trying to fucking cheat real quick. When your referee is down, and now they've got the fans back. I know they can shoot television around the referee laying there for 4 minutes, but what are those 15,000 people in Dickey's Arena supposed to think when they see him laying there? Maybe they sent somebody down to check on him. Well, goddamn, if he's hurt bad enough that he can't get to his feet within 5 minutes, maybe we should have seen a fucking ambulance or a stretcher. And more importantly, if they'd have sent anybody to check on him and they'd seen he's hurt that bad, they'd be waving another referee down. You can't just stop time to do the emoting in the ring that some fucking writer has figured out, or somebody in the new wrestling business that gets too cute for their own good and has to put all these twists and turns in. It's bullshit. So they cheated these guys, they're main event guys, but this was a garbage finish. And when Roman Reigns hit that spear, I wrote, thank God this is over. But it wasn't. Because Seth and Roman Reigns then had a face-off. Well, are they going to get into it? But Edge was back up and tackled Seth, and guess what they did, Brian? You'll never believe what Seth Rollins and good old fucking Edge did then. They fought off.
They fought off.
So now Roman Reigns can get the microphone and start cutting a promo, and then Cena music. The crowd went mental. The crowd went apeshit. Looked like the Monday Night Wars 20 years ago. A star has returned. Glory, hallelujah. He hit the ring. He outshone the rest of the entire show by hitting the ropes and tossing his hat to the people and telling Roman Reigns he couldn't see him. And it was just like the old days when people were actually fucking over. Imagine that. So at least it made him forget the finish of that fucking match. Now argue with me and tell me what I just said isn't the... Why did you think I was going to like that finish?
I don't know about the finish. I thought maybe you'd like the match, but I agree with you about the pacing. It's an issue, I think, that's been around for a while with some of the main event matches and maybe even some of Roman's matches. But I like the match by and large, except for Seth Rollins running in. I'm not really interested in Seth Rollins versus Edge, but everyone has to do something. But that Cena pop and Roman Reigns and Heyman's faces in the ring when Cena came out, that's something. And when you see something like that and you hear that pop, you know, it sounds weird saying this. It's not like I'm the biggest John Cena fan. But sometimes you forget what a big star is.
Yeah.
You know, and then they arrive. I think Roman Reigns looks like a big star. I think Lashley looks like a big star. There aren't a lot of guys on this roster that do, but Cena's at another level.
Well, that's the problem is Lashley looks like a big star, and everybody you mentioned looks like a big star, but they haven't been booked like big stars. John Cena's a big star because that people remember him from when there were a bunch of big stars and you could tell who they were. He's the last one left. But SummerSlam will be just off the chain, as the kids say. So now another one of the highlights of the program, the contract signing between Roman Reigns. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say this was the true highlight of the show, if I was going to be honest.
But actually, this should have actually been the main event spot, because then they baited and switched us on but they wanted this for the 9 o'clock hour.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Yeah. But anyway, the contract signing, Reigns with Heyman versus Finn Balor for SummerSlam, that big main event that Reigns has accepted. And again, Balor comes out. Well, I love Finn Balor. He's a star, but no. I won't say people expected this to be changed, but nobody would have expected that Finn Balor is going to be beating Roman Reigns at this point in time. So Reigns and Heyman come out. Paul has lost weight. He's down to only one chin. One extra chin, I should say.
Awful.
But the thing about Heyman, besides his verbal fucking brilliance, his whole body language, in the way that he comes to the ring with or is around Roman Reigns, is perfect. It screams toady and stooge. It's deferential and it's, he's a perfect fucking weasel. Reigns did a great promo. He belittled Finn Balor in a backhanded way by referring to what Cena said. Cena said he accepted this match because you didn't want to face me. Well, that must mean that Balor is less than Cena in his eyes, doesn't it, Mr. Balor? Blah, blah, blah. The material is not only believable from him, what he's saying, and of course, because Heyman's standing there. So Roman Reigns is not going to be saying anything stupid that's not believable. But also, he does it naturally, like it's his to begin with. He's thinking of it. And after, he basically rakes Balor over the coals, and Finn answers back a little bit and goes to sign the contract, and Corbin out of nowhere. Fucking here's Corbin dressed in the same shit that he was dressed in. I mean, my God, I remember the story that Vince told when he was on his way to bankruptcy court. The first time that he declared bankruptcy back in the early 80s, him and Linda, when he was running that Cape Cod Coliseum. He'd still gone and got a fucking like a $30 manicure to go to bankruptcy court. And Bruce Pritchard asked him why one day. He said, well, I can't live like a savage. So at least Corbin could fucking button his shirt up, for heaven's sake, even if he is bankrupt. So he comes out and beats the teetotal shit out of fucking Finn Balor and tosses him out into the crowd. And thanks for coming, Finn. Did you notice we never saw Finn Balor again? As a babyface, he was jumped from behind by an underneath guy when he was at a contract signing for the main event title match at SummerSlam. He got the shit kicked out of him, tossed over the barricade into the crowd, and we never saw him again. So here's your pile of dog shit, Mr. Balor. Anyway.
By the way, when that happened, when Baron Corbin attacks Balor, the officials, Adam Pearce and Sonya Deville, they reacted with horror. Heyman, didn't know what to do. Reigns just sat back and watched.
Yes.
It was perfect.
Never moved. He was just leaned back in his chair. Not quite as far as I am now, but leaned back. So anyway, Balor gets shit canned, and then Corbin grabs the contract that's been dropped that Balor didn't sign and goes to sign it. And I'll get the boom, boom, and here comes Cena, and the people fucking blow. And Cena slides in and fucking kicks the shit out of Corbin and shit cans him and grabs the contract and signs it. And the people go crazy. And Reigns sits there in the chair, and the only thing that changed was his facial expression. He didn't move, but his expression went from he was pleased to be there at the start, he was amused when Corbin hit the ring, and now he's fucking pissed. And now he's also pissed and worried. The whole Corbin involvement in it was preposterous, but superbly done, I thought. And it got to fucking people.
I thought this was great. And I thought, first of all, Roman Reigns and Heyman are so fucking good together. Like you said, even when Heyman doesn't talk, his mannerisms, the lack of mannerisms, whatever it is, always perfect. I will say my cable box gives me the option to fast forward 30 seconds at a time on DVR. I think I hit it 7 times from the moment Roman came out to when he got in the ring. Took him a while to get there. But this was really good. And like you said, the only bad thing is Balor. I guess we're going to get Corbin and Balor. I don't know if that's a SummerSlam match or just next week on SmackDown, but he was just tossed out to the trash. But we get Cena and Reigns. Same show, you're going to have Goldberg versus Lashley. Those are 2 valid main events.
And then they followed it up after the break backstage. Heyman comes up and confronts Pearce and Sonya Deville about, what are you going to do about this? And Pearce delivered the perfect line. Hey, it's good enough for me. Of course, I thought this was a slip up, possibly here on Paul's part, or just a slip up of the way he said it. The way he phrased it was, what are you going to do about this? I mean, it was good for the people and everything, but Finn Balor's name is on the contract, but it's John Cena's signature. Just to make it even a little less see-through, and it wouldn't have been a big change, and they could have all said almost the same thing, I would have had Pearce say, look at this contract, Mr. Heyman. It doesn't have Finn Balor's name anywhere on it. And like they fucking were trying to zoom Reigns to begin with. Because if it was a contract for Finn Balor to face Roman Reigns, then if John Cena or goddamn Peter Rabbit signed it. But if it was a contract with no names and they both signed it, they could have got that by a little better that way, I think. But otherwise.
Do you play with this until SummerSlam? I know it's coming up pretty soon, but do you play with...
I think Paul's got to get a lawyer.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm sure he knows a number. So most of them have probably been an adversarial relationship, but nevertheless.
Because at one point McAfee yells out, I think, will it be ratified? And I was like, oh.
Will it be? It's a contract, not a constitutional amendment. I still can't believe they ain't got McAfee in the ring for something. I want to see him wrestle again. Anyway, what's next? It's your show.
I don't know. What was next on SmackDown?
Oh, I forgot. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. It was a 6-man tag team match, or as they say over on AEW, a trios match. Big E made an entrance, and then that Boogs started playing the guitar for Nakamura. Cesaro was already down there. I've fast-forwarded through Boogaloo Boogs, and it was apparently Nakamura, Cesaro, and Big E with Boogs against Apollo Crews, Bobby Roode, and Dolph Ziggler with Commando Sleaze in the corner. What is his name? Major Meat? Major Guns? Major...
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he got the haircut from the girl in Bow Wow Wow.
Bow wow. Anyway, they started the match, and after 30 seconds of the match, after we'd heard that awful guitar playing and screaming from this Boogs character and all the interest, blah, 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 we got 30 seconds of a match and went to the commercial, so I just never came back. They came back from the break, but I didn't. I've skipped on to the next segment involving a star. What did I miss?
What's his name? Boogs? Boogs got involved. At one point, it was so ridiculous. I wish you would have watched this. He stood up on the stairs and just started playing guitar, and it distracted the heels, and that led to the baby faces getting the win.
Well, normally I think that was a bogus method of distraction, but the way he plays guitar, it would distract you.
Do you think we're going to get a Boogs-Elias feud?
I don't know what the fucking issue is with either one of these guys, but Boogs makes me want to see Elias. Because this guy's way further over the top than Elias. Elias was boring, but Boogs is annoying. Anyway.
Someone said, let's think of a gimmick that didn't work. I know, Man Mountain Rock. Let's try it again.
Oh, I hadn't thought of him. my God, what was his name?
Daryl Peterson?
Daryl Peterson.
Yeah.
Nice fucking guy. Gimmick did not work. Nice guy. You want to start with this SmackDown?
Let's start with SmackDown because I think it actually started as good as it was going to get.
Well, that's actually, let's just leave that to be the review. The first 25 or 26 minutes of the show was John Cena and Roman Reigns. And faced with everything else on the program, I would rather watch them just stand there and talk for 2 hours than watch anybody else even wrestle. Cena comes out, he's over it. The people are going crazy. He gives a class in public speaking. He's got energy and emotion and passion, and it's a natural delivery. I will say, especially the way that they did the this multi-segment promo. Now the interviews are multiple segments, but again, it was long, but it was the best thing on the show, so I'll buy it. But the entrances take forever because they have to plug things in between this, if you'll notice. But with Reigns and Heyman, Paul is a fabulous toady. I've said this before, but just the deferential way that he even hands the belt to Roman Reigns like he's about to fucking touch dynamite or nitroglycerin. He doesn't want it to explode. He wants to show proper condescension or whatever the fuck. And Cena calling Heyman hype man slimy was very good. But the whole story here is they're playing off why the people really didn't like Roman Reigns, because he was pushed to the moon and, over everybody. And now that he's a heel, they can, without making the business sound fake, they can refer to that. But Roman Reigns is an egotist, an egomaniac, and John Cena's back to take him down a peg that he deserves. That's their issue. And it's great. And Reigns was great, too, on the promo. Again, they used sharp personal comments. Hey, 20 years of the missionary position may not be bad, but Nikki Bella didn't like it. Whoa. They're following the classic wrestling example of say shit as often as you can that the people know to be true, and refer to that as often as you can because people know it's true, and then you're telling the truth. And then when you're working, well, where'd you make the right turn? And obviously, still everybody knows it's all bullshit, but they remember when they could actually sit back and believe something or be convinced of something because the product was presented seriously enough that they could allow themselves to, and the guys were good enough at it that they could allow themselves to. Now that almost doesn't exist in any company. So the people, it's not hard to figure why the people are enjoying this, because it's big stars who are actually taking it seriously, and we can probably kind of tell there's some jealousy. And the people in their minds are going to manufacture jealousy, even if it isn't there. Even if Roman Reigns and John Cena were brothers-in-law going on vacation together, the people still want to believe that they're jealous of each other for the reasons that they are speaking about in their promos. So, and of course, I'm sure Heyman's heavily involved in this. John doesn't need a lot of help.
In this one segment, you had the three best performers in WWE right now across both shows. Well, all three shows. Roman Reigns is on another level. He's fantastic in his role. He's doing everything right. Heyman's perfection. Well, what else do you expect from Cena? Yeah. And even the one thing that I always thought was a weakness with Cena in the past, which was, it was kind of a Triple H thing too. You could never say anything to them to truly get them mad where they didn't end with a joke or something. And with Reigns, he was just standing there, like not backing down, they're going back and forth. I thought this was one of the best Cena segments in a long time. It went a while and it didn't feel like it.
Yeah.
It was great.
It went as long as one of those Hardley Boys matches over on the other channel, but those things seemed like you could time them with a calendar. But anyway, but am I to understand that this became a news story or was talked about heavily on the internet because of the material? Because either somebody revealed or they just said, hey, we actually do our own shit. We use our own material. Nobody writes this for us. Have we gone so far now down the porcelain throne in the wrestling business that it becomes a news story when guys go out and do promos where they don't say shit that was written for them by someone else? Is this what it's come to?
I think it is a big deal because I think you've had not just wrestlers, but fans who've watched the wrestlers for an entire generation where you got to the building and you were handed a script.
I used to threaten to fine guys in OVW when they came in the first day of wrestling school and called it a script. I said, it's a fucking show format, and if you say the word script again, I will start levying fines. Get that out of your vocabulary.
But it's the difference between delivering someone bullet points and delivering them word for word, verbatim, what you're supposed to say. That's a script. And that's what WWE did that you never did. That's one of the big differences.
But that it's a news story. They did their own promos. Well, bless them. Maybe, now they can tie their own shoes, and maybe we'll take the training wheels off the bicycle next week. Why are any of these people in the business is what I'm wondering. I was so gobsmacked by that it's a news story. They're not doing written promos. They're actually just doing their own shit. And people think that was, I guess the problem I have is that people always said there was a script in wrestling when there wasn't. The people who wanted to knock wrestling and make fun of it or call it fake, well, they're following a script, or somebody changed the script. It was a derisive term. And also, the guys could legitimately say, even testifying in court under oath, I have never been handed a script in my life. And now these, I would have been insulted if somebody had written down the shit they wanted me to say. I would have been insulted. I would have torn it up because I couldn't memorize it anyway. And I would have done it the way I did it. That's what my job is. That's what all the talent's job is. It was your job to get over and do your shit. That's why there was one booker. A booker's not a writer, as we've mentioned before. A booker brings the talent in, determines who matches up with who and who goes over and in what fashion to further personal issues and etc. A booker was never supposed to write down word for word scripts for any of the talent, because that would A, be stupid, B, nobody could have ever memorized it and would say it and it would sound like shit, which it's what it sounds like today. And also, you'd have had to pay the booker a lot more money to do that, because he'd be saying, what the fuck? I'm booking. If we ain't got any goddamn guys that can talk, then if I brought them in, that's my fault. And if I inherited them from the last booker, then I'm going to fire them because they can't fucking talk. In 3.5 years of working for Dusty Rhodes, for example, from July 1985 to when Crockett was sold to Turner. So that Dusty was out as booker. But 3.5 years of working for Dusty Rhodes, I did a 2-minute promo pretty much on 5 TV shows a week. Saturday TBS, Sunday TBS, syndication, and then they added the fucking Friday. 5 promos a week, 40 local promos every Wednesday at Crockett's office on TV shows all across the country. Promos at the desk during the Midnight Express matches, color commentary, fucking angles, whatever. Dusty Rhodes saw and heard everything that I said in all those appearances for the first time when I did it. Just like all the other top talent. He told them the topics to talk about. He didn't tell them what to say. He gave them subjects. The way you did it was up to you. If I'm doing a promo on the Garvin brothers, Ronnie and Jimmy Garvin, then Dusty's going to tell me you got 2 minutes. You're talking about the Garvins. Either you're going to be against them in the Crockett Cup, or you're going to be against them coming up. Just don't mention a place because it's going to be everywhere or whatever. And then I would come out and remember the time I got the fucking wig and the sunglasses and impersonated gorgeous Jimmy Garvin and had a poster of a 3x4 foot poster of a 350-pound woman in a bikini that I claimed was precious. And the whole promo came up because I saw the poster in Spencer Gifts in the mall, and I got a goddamn cheap wig to imitate Jimmy Garvin. And I cut the promo on the Garvins that Dusty told me to talk about. But he didn't have any idea I was going to have all that shit until he saw it on the fucking monitor. Because it was the talent's job to get over and do your shit. And so everybody did that in a different way. And what was good stood out. People remembered it. What was not, didn't, and people forgot about it. But if you need two guys to go out and have an argument, the booker tells them what to argue about. What are they mad about? The finish of the championship match. So-and-so feels he got screwed. So-and-so, whatever the fuck. That's what you're mad about. Go argue. If you write an argument, then you get the fucking points where people are pausing, waiting for someone to interrupt because it's not natural. It's a planned interruption or all this stuff. No, just fucking have a fucking argument. If you're in the wrestling business and you cannot walk up to another person in the wrestling business in the middle of the mall and have a 5-minute argument about ice cream that people would pick sides over, then you shouldn't be in a fucking wrestling business. Because that's the most important part. So I loved this interview segment. I loved the material. I love all these guys involved in it. I'm amazed that we've gotten to the point now where guys in the wrestling business are being praised for doing their own shit in promos.
For the record, I have the quote here. It's from an interview Roman Reigns did on the Sports Illustrated or SI Media podcast with someone named Jimmy Traina, I think would be how you pronounce this name. The quote, "There's a portion of my career where I'd either read a script or I'd try to adjust the script as much as possible. But for a while now, especially since I came back from my little leave at the beginning of the pandemic, since SummerSlam, I'm not scripted. I say what I want to. I say what I feel. If it comes out of my mouth, it's my verbiage. I come up with it. I deliver it. And that's why it's been the way it's been, because it's mine." And for the record, he's doing the best work of his career.
Yeah. And I kind of see where he's going in that I used to be fake, but now I'm not, because now is more important than then.
Well, because we all saw it. Remember, we all saw it.
But
he was the guy that Vince made say suffer and succotash on TV.
Yeah, I was about to say he's trying to disavow the shit that he did before as being forced into it. So I see what he's doing. So I guess I can go along with it. I hate that it's come to that the guys have to go out and say, yeah, they used to tell me what to say, and it sucked, but now I can say what I want because I'm a big star. Because then by process of elimination, all the other guys on the card are still just fucking suckers that are saying suffer and succotash.
If I could say one more thing, and I don't want this to turn into a whole thing on this subject right now, but I just want to say, I've made several comments recently about when I watch Kenny Omega, to me, he doesn't feel like a world champion. He feels a notch below the Intercontinental Champion. Not to say that they didn't have great matches, and I didn't enjoy those matches, but not a world's champion. I look at Roman Reigns with Heyman. This is exactly what a world champion should be presented like. This feels like a star, like a top guy, like a serious athlete. I take him seriously. Roman Reigns and Heyman. Roman Reigns is doing the best work of his career. Heyman is a different Paul Heyman. If you really think of the evolution of Paul Heyman as an on-air character, it's remarkable how he's ended up here, and right now he's doing exceptional work.
Yeah. Because the psycho yuppie wouldn't work, when he's, how old is he? He's, let's see, 3 or 4 years younger than me? I always love to say that. So he's in his mid-50s. The psycho yuppie wouldn't work. And but he's branched out into this shifty, hype man slimy. Is shifty, sleazy, no good. He's very verbose and very articulate, and he's going to fuck you around some kind of way, and you're probably going to like it. He's more real. I guess we all got more real as we got older and quit giving a fuck. But he's more really what Paul Heyman is than Paulie Dangerously used to be. And I guess I'm more of Jim Cornette now than old Corny used to be in the 80s. But I haven't changed that much, I guess. I'm lighter now. I wonder if Paul Heyman could say right now that he's 30 or 40 pounds lighter than he was during his heyday.
He is. He lost all that hair. That was a big, thick head of hair. That was a Bud Bundy head of hair.
Anyway, we love you, Roman Reigns. John Cena, you're fantastic. And Heyman, as I've mentioned before, is the best performer in the company. So that was good. So anyway, after Goldberg and his son were laid out, I fast-forwarded 5 minutes. We were in the middle of the Cena and Reigns package. So I fast-forwarded 5 more minutes. We were in the middle of the Reigns entrance. So I fast-forwarded 5 more minutes. The introductions for the match were beginning. God almighty. And the ring announcer was wearing a purple tuxedo and looked like a wedding singer and introduced Roman Reigns, and I quote, standing in at a weight of 265 pounds. I'm glad to know he's got a stand-in. All the big stars do. And this match was for another one of the many world championships, John Cena versus Roman Reigns. And now, Cena's done already. We've established that's been announced. He made the TVs, few house shows, and John goes over and above, but he's not going to be able to help him out now. He's gone.
And boy, does that really kind of hammer home some of the things CM Punk said in his promo about, I'm going to be here. I will be here next week. Cena's gone.
But not forgotten. But anyway, at least the people wanted to see this match. You could tell that. And these guys started off taking their time, but unlike Seth and Edge and some of the other matches, there was interest in this, so they could get away with taking their time. And Roman Reigns' facials are incredible. Just incredible. And, I mean, these guys are both over, and this was built with great interviews. If this had been the main event of a standard 2 or 2.5 hour show with good wrestling matches underneath it and not 15 minutes of dreck in between each weight, if they hadn't just drugged this out forever, this match, as performed like this, would have gotten over better. It was different. This, again, it's one of their drama matches. It's 80% drama and 20% wrestling. But since the people were interested in the participants and they're over as stars, and it was the main event of a big show, this would have gotten over a whole lot better and come closer to tearing the house down if it'd been on a 2 or 2.5 hour show. And it would be different, and they could take their time, and and Reigns could do all of his trash talking, and John could sell because he wanted to sell for the guy. But Reigns started the heat. John sold like crazy, and he's going to continue to fight from underneath a little bit more at a time. It was put together well, but they paced themselves for well over a half an hour, which is with the entrances and the introductions and everything. This was more than 45 minutes of the last of the show. And that's why I mentioned, can't somebody come in and tear the house down with a 12-minute fight? They went to the floor, but every match had done that already. Cena sold and groveled and kept trying for quick roll-ups, but Reigns stayed in control, but most of this stuff had been done already. There's almost nothing that hadn't been done already. McAfee, when Pat McAfee has to say the word sports entertainment, it sounds even odder than when the regular announcers do it, because you can tell that he knows that there's no such thing and it's bullshit, and he ought to be saying wrestling. And it comes across in the way that he pronounces the words. It's just glaring to me. But McAfee even called Peacock the cock at one point. When they finally got into the false finishes, then things picked up and the people were with it. They did great false finishes. And they built them. First, it was a regular attitude adjustment. Then John gets the STF, Reigns gets the rope break, Reigns stops him again, but this time, attitude adjustment on the announce desk. And they were taking their time in between these things and not just jumping up from one to another. But at the same time, they threw so many false finishes in, but then there'd have to be absolutely no movement in between because they were so big. It's 80% drama and 20% match. And Heyman is both a statue at ringside and working it incredibly. Because if you just have a camera on his face, his facials are incredible. But if you are just watching his movement, he barely even shuffles his feet. It's like he's cemented as some kind of Grauman's Chinese theater cement thing that he stepped into. He doesn't move, but he reacts facially. I'd have to be, fucking freaking out myself. But anyway, then there was an attitude adjustment off the turnbuckle, and 2 count got a big pop. And then everybody laid dead for a while, and then they did a 1-2 spot in the middle of the ring, and it wasn't Jerry Lawler and Dutch Mantell trading those punches. Let's just say that. I guess they were close enough because a lot of people were far away. And then Reigns hit 2 Superman punches at a spear and pinned him 1, 2, 3. So I know that John Cena's leaving, so he wants to put Roman Reigns over on the way out, but how does it make a heel when he beats the hero flat in the middle, 1, 2, 3, and doesn't cheat? Even if it's cheating just for the sake of being a prick and cheating. But he just beat him. So there you go. 1, 2, 3, and then John disappears, and of course, Heyman is groveling and salabimming, and Reigns is happy, and then suddenly music, and here comes Brock Lesnar, who has stolen Pippi Longstocking's haircut somewhere in the wilds of Saskatoon. That's the longest hair I've ever seen on his head, even if he only did grow 14 of them out and then put a rubber band around it on the top of his head. And he comes into the ring and gets in a stare down, and he and Reigns are face to face. But Heyman got out of the ring and was kneeling on the apron while his former guy and his present guy were face to face. He never got back in the ring. And then when Reigns left, Heyman left with him. He's the key. He needed to be in there looking at both of them with staring down with evil intent in their eyes toward each other, with the back and forth, oh shit look, like what's going to happen? I didn't know this. The key to Reigns and Lesnar is Heyman, his loyalty, his training, his business advice, and what manner of both or all three that he's given to each of these guys. And is he going to be able to prevent a showdown, or does he want a showdown? Or if he wants a showdown, who does he really want to win? But he just kind of fucking powdered out of that and let the two guys face each other off. Nobody said anything. And then this was a nice return for a regular show. But after we've just seen the return of the ages, this did not shake the earth. I don't know. Am I just being hard on it?
No, I mean, the return couldn't match the CM Punk return. I thought the surprise was better than the Becky Lynch surprise. I thought the people reacted to it much bigger than the Becky Lynch surprise. And I think naturally there's a lot of intrigue about Brock as a babyface versus Roman as a heel with Heyman, you would assume. And then we get to see Brock go through the Usos for several weeks, I would imagine. The Cena match was good. I mean, other than the usual sloppy STF, the loose STF, which sucks, makes no sense. If the STF is loose, what exactly are you doing? You have the foot, you have the ankle, and nothing else. But anyway, I thought it was a good match. Roman Reigns, to me right now, is on another level from almost every single person in the business. He is so good at being Roman Reigns right now.
Yeah.
Heyman is perfect. The groveling on the apron and getting on his knees, that's kind of what he does. And he's an older guy. He can't work ringside like he used to. He physically probably
he's not as old as I am, and I'm not taking bumps, but I could fucking express some shock and break a fucking bead of sweat. But no, he should have been in the background of those two attempting to talk to them so that they didn't get their panties in a wad with each other, because that's the the pivotal point. He's the thing, the connection between them. So that should have been more obvious there. But anyway, and I do agree Reigns is great. And the thing with Brock, as far as return versus Punk, the whole vibe is different. They don't like Brock personally. The fans, they do not like Brock Lesnar personally. They like CM Punk personally. They view him as more of a person like them that they would like, whereas they know Brock just does this for the money. He doesn't give a fuck for anybody, and that's why he's such an effective heel. And that's why, to be honest, if they want him to be a babyface, then they need to work the deal with Heyman being in the middle of them, because Heyman can bring heat to whoever he's aligned with, but also he needs to screw Lesnar around some kind of way, because people just don't, they think Brock's a beast. They believe in him. That's why he's such a huge gate attraction, because he's one of the very few guys in the business that people believe anymore, because for all the reasons we've mentioned, he could very well go into business for himself because he don't give a fuck for anybody, and he's got fuck you money. And he has been a UFC champion, and he is a fucking NCAA champion, and he's a big beast. But they don't like him personally. They know he doesn't like wrestling, so he doesn't like them. And so he's not going to be an automatic, oh my God, babyface, like we're going to carry him out of the ring on our shoulders for vanquishing the dragon. And that's the difference between Punk's an underdog that left on his own terms and now has come back on his own terms. Brock Lesnar, whether he's presented as a babyface or a heel, is a mercenary that they know doesn't give a shit about them or anybody else. So that is not the outpouring of love that we saw on last Friday's Dynamite is not going to
Rampage
is not going to be repeated for Brock, but it's a momentous return. I almost think they would have been better off bringing Brock back as a heel in some other program with some other person.
So someone could talk for him.
Well, but no, here's the thing. Can you, Matt, I don't know if they can afford him, but the way that I would have done it is to have Brock come back and be going for Reigns has got the Universal title. Brock come back and go for the world title or whatever they call one of their other ones. And Heyman's involved with both. But then each guy wants to be the man. We need to unify these things. I was thinking the same thing. And Heyman's like, I don't think we should do that. And then you have the unification match between Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. And who the fuck is Heyman going to choose? And then Heyman fucks the guy he doesn't choose. And then you've unified the championships. And you've switched Brock babyface, because that's Brock that he didn't choose, with a personal reason to get even with these fucking pricks. And then you might have a little bit more interest. I don't know. I'm thinking of wrestling rather than Hollywood comedy. But anyway, I was walking through the TV room Friday night, at like 8:15 or whatever, and because I was DVRing SmackDown, it had popped up, it was on the screen. I hadn't been watching TV in that room, but I see Heyman. And I see the interview that he does, and I said, okay, I have to, without fail, watch the rest of this show just to see anything else that Paul Heyman does, because that was fucking brilliant. I loved it. So I went back on Sunday when I didn't have to worry about fucking monitoring my website, and I zipped through to find things of interest in SmackDown, because after all, now there's competition on Friday nights, even if they're not head-to-head. It's Friday night wrestling program, so let's see what's going on both sides of the street, right? We got one side, we got chicken, the other side, we got hamburgers. Let's see which one is tastiest. So, and by the way, I'm grumpy because now I'm at 7-ounce cans on the Sprite, folks. The Sprite Zero shortage continues. Anyway, on SmackDown on September 3rd, the Usos took on the Street Profits in a tag team match in the opening match, and they started having a fight on the floor, and a referee called for the DQ. And people even in the building were like, what the fuck is that all about? But Roman Reigns is not happy, and he's going to tell Paul to, bring me the Usos, right? So this is when Paul Lee walks out, and he's talking into his cell phone. Boy, I wish he'd have hit me with the phone he's got now instead of the fucking phone he had in 1989. God damn. Anyway, he's surprised by the girl interviewer, and I can't remember her name, and she never gets a chyron to ID her lower third or anything, but she scares him, comes up behind him, and he gives one of the most brilliant performances. As soon as he starts talking to her, his phone starts ringing Brock Lesnar's theme music. And he looks at it like he's suddenly realized he's got a giant turd in his hand, and she's there, and he hits the button where he's not going to answer it, and he's trying to play it off, and then it rings back immediately, right? And he answers it and has a one-sided conversation that would make Bob Newhart eat his fucking heart out. You heard what Brock Lesnar was saying and the way he was saying it based on the responses or humana-humanas or facial expressions or just the way that Paul did this. I can't do it justice, but it was brilliant. And it didn't look phony. It didn't sound funny. It looked like an uncomfortable hype man Slimy on his telephone talking to a disgruntled client who he knows is going to cause trouble for his current client. Anyway, that was brilliant. And then he turns around to walk off and runs into Big E in a janitor's outfit, laughing maniacally for some reason and holding his Money in the Bank briefcase, and that ruined the whole mood. But until then, Paul Heyman is a genius. That was amazing.
The more you talk about it, the better AEW sounds and looks.
Well, we'll get there.
Other than Heyman and Roman, I mean, there are certain guys on that show that are top flight stars in any era of wrestling and are performing at an elite level. I hate to use that word, but at an elite level right now. And Heyman, of course, is he's an all-time great at this point. And Roman Reigns is really great. And typically whoever Roman's been working with, it's been pretty good. But everything on the show to get to that point sucks. And it's just excessive silliness. Even when there's something serious, it has to end with the silliness. Like you said, Big E's in the hallway fucking a mop or whatever you said he was doing.
Dressed as a janitor. Actually, we don't know what he was doing with the mop because we only caught the tail end of it. But
it's a hard show to get through, and you watch it and you know the realities of who's watching. And you see who's in the audience, and you just wonder, who are they actually doing this show for? I mean, you know the answer. The answer is Vince. This is a show. This whole production's all for Vince's enjoyment. But it's not good. By and large, other than the top of the card stuff, it's not good. It's not good at all.
Well, speaking of which, we go back to the locker room of the tribal chief. And he's sitting in this big chair, Reigns is, and Paul is on his knees like he's at confession on the side of the chair, leaning over. My tribal chief, we have a problem with Brock Lesnar. And Reigns says, you've got a problem with Brock Lesnar. And Paul says, Brock Lesnar is going to be at Madison Square Garden next Friday night. Right? Very good episodic television.
Why, are Nickelback playing?
No, that's where the SmackDown is.
Oh.
But see, they've already announced that. So I'm sorry I didn't make that clear. But anyway, when he says Brock's going to be at Madison Square Garden next Friday night, then Reigns is smiling, but then all of a sudden he starts looking more serious and he says, how do we know he's not here tonight? Dun, dun, dun. So, well, let's see what's going to happen.
By the way, without seeing it, I can visualize Heyman the way you described it.
Yes.
Like I said, he's just the greatest. He's an all-time great.
It's the grovel. He's just a deferential to this man in every way.
He always knows what he should do. No matter what situation he's in, he knows what he should do.
If it doesn't involve going off his feet, because then it gets ugly real quick.
Or returning money, yes.
It turns into football fucking monkey area real quick. Finn Balor did a promo talking about Roman Reigns because that's our TV main event. And they reminded us that he was the first ever Universal Champion when they made 2 world champions. He was the first ever Universal Champion. 5 years ago, 2016, but he hurt his shoulder in that match and had to forfeit the belt the next night. And now he's finally getting his chance. And that still didn't make anybody think that he was going to beat Roman Reigns and win the title right here on SmackDown TV. However, I'm a fan of Finn Balor's, and we've been enjoying Reigns' stuff, and I want to see if Brock Lesnar does show up now that I've had my taint tickled about it, right? But as soon as Balor's making his entrance, he comes down the ramp, the Usos attack him. They kick the shit out of him on the floor. They throw him into the fucking barricade and then take I believe didn't they beat him up with the metal stairs? And yeah, they took the metal stairs and rammed them repeatedly into Finn Balor's midsection while he's against the barricade and effectively squishing him. And then they threw him in the ring. And then music played and the Street Profits came out and ran off the Usos. And guess what they did, Brian? They all just fought off. Just fought off. Balor's laying in the ring. He's got to have internal hemorrhaging. You would have bought it by this point if he was spitting up blood. And now they play Reigns' music. And now, seriously, and by the way, there was a graphic at this point. The rematch that tonight, well, as we're recording this, Monday night on Raw, it's yesterday by the time you folks hear this, Charlotte versus Nia Jax, the rematch. I'm already DVRing it.
Nia Jax.
Her too.
You're going to watch it? I don't know. It'd be fun to watch it live again on the show.
Well, I came with my DVR up here in my office.
Oh, that's true.
Well, whatever, we'll work it out, but we got to see this.
Yes.
Because let's see what's going to set. Is anybody going to set off a powder keg or are they going to be powder puffs? Anyway, so Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman come in the ring. The people are now that didn't want to do anything about it to begin with. Medical people and referees, they're checking on Finn Balor now that the damage has been done. I've been hammered multiple times with steel stairs by two giant Samoan guys, so he's a little sore. And then they do the introductions. And then they start the match. And it worked. God damn it. Oh. I know it's a classic age-old wrestling angle for some heel to come out and fucking do some kind of damage to a babyface before his championship match. But then he doesn't want to give up the opportunity and forfeit, so he fights on with the damage, right? That's old as the hills. However, this was past felonious assault and nobody was even trying to stop it. And then they go through in-ring introductions and it looks so bizarre to the viewer who's wanting something to make sense and doesn't just accept the way that wrestling's been done for the last 10 years or whatever. Anyway, after the introductions, the match starts and they go less than 3 minutes and go to a break. So this has been entrances, angle, introductions. They finally get started with this match and they go to a break with less than 3 minutes into it. When Finn Balor's entrance started, they had 25 minutes on the air and they came back from this break with 10 minutes left tops on the show. So Finn Balor finally beaten senseless with stairs by two Samoans, shit kicked out of him through most of this match by Roman Reigns, made a comeback, hit the double foot stomp off the top and got a 2 count on Reigns. And then Roman Reigns kicked out, rolled over on top of him, punched the mat in the vicinity of Finn Balor's head several times, and then just put a front face lock on him and choked him out. And that was it. So it was a great false finish. And he just rolled over and he was doing the supposed ground and pound where the forearm goes close enough by the head and hits the mat that he thinks you'll buy it, but you won't because the camera angle clearly shows it's bullshit. And then he actually just put a front face lock on him and wrenched back and choked him out. And that was the end of that. SmackDown opens with again, we've talked about how the show can be schizophrenic, and you will see things, fantastic things, and then you will go the other way. Well, they opened up with the fantastic. Roman Reigns, the Usos, and Paul Heyman. And they come out, and they get the big entrance, and MSG is full for that taping. They announced just under 15,000. That's what they consider filling up MSG these days because of the giant set.
And the boxes.
And the boxes and all that stuff. But anyway, I thought Reigns was great. But what a heel and a stone face, and it basically goes through letting Paul grovel and answer his questions. The WWE runs New York. Yes, it does, my tribal chief. Who runs the WWE? You do, my tribal chief. Then that means the tribal chief runs New York City. So MSG, acknowledge me. Boo. Great. And then suddenly, boom, here comes Brock Lesnar's music, and the people go batshit. And he does the long, slow walk to the ring and around and face to face with Roman Reigns. The Usos step in front. Paul Lee's trying to be the little weasel hype man, slimy, reasoning with him. Of all titles, why this one? And so I guess the deal that they're doing is that Brock asked Paul Lee there why he didn't tell Roman Reigns that Brock was going to be at SummerSlam. So now Brock has stooged that Paul supposedly knew, and Roman Reigns looked askance at that. And did the audio blank out for you? Because I was having reception issues.
I had it happen a few times, and the first time it happened, I thought, okay, it must have said shit or something. And the second time I thought it must have been a crowd chant because it went on for a while.
Well, I was having, when we get to the AEW Rampage show, I was having reception issues on my cable. More technology trying to screw me. But this sounded like an audio edit, so it may have been the crowd saying something. But anyway, nevertheless, Reigns basically fucking gave Paul Lee the stink face, snatched the belt away from him, and walked out and took the Usos with him. And then, goddamn, Paul Heyman is a genius. God, he's so good. He starts speaking to Brock. You can, in his voice, he's crying. And he manages to muster up a little bit more courage as he starts talking when Brock's smiling and he's thinking that he's going to get away with this. And he gives Brock the big intro that he used to, and he gets the big pop. And then, I mean, just what a performance. And then they got just enough out of Brock Lesnar verbally that's all you need. He needs to be a man of few words. And Brock said, Paul, accept my challenge to Roman Reigns before you get fired, right? You got 5 seconds. Oh, shit. And then, and I'll tell you what, I got to be honest with you. Brock is I've always said he's a physical marvel, but he's keeping himself in fantastic shape. He bent right over, and it looked like the picture of Bruno Sammartino picking up Haystacks Calhoun in the Garden in '62. He got Paul Heyman up.
Haystacks Heyman?
He got Haystacks Heyman up. Now, I was just talking about how much I weighed at one point earlier in this program. And Paul, by the way, is a couple inches shorter than I am. And when I was competing in the ring against him in 1989 in WCW, I was at the time probably about 230. And I would say that I had probably 225-ish at that point. Because I'd lost some weight after I recovered from my previous knee surgery. So the point at 225-ish, and he was easily 20 pounds smaller than me. My biggest was 275. Is there any way in the world that Paul Heyman weighs less than 275 pounds now?
I don't know. I'm not going to guess.
Maybe it's just the suits are blousy.
I want to wish Paul Heyman a happy Yom Kippur.
Well, there you go. And he's had too many kippers, it looks like.
Well, you're on a roll today.
Anyway, so he picks fucking Haystacks Heyman up to give him I'm loving this segment. To give him the F5, and there Roman Reigns is back, and as he turns around, comes in with the Superman punch, and Brock took care of Paul. He went backwards, took Paul with him, and he's strong enough to do that. And he put him down right, and that's the first bump that I've seen Paul take in years now. But anyway, and I don't know how long Brock will be out from his hernia surgery because his balls are up in his watch pocket, but no, that can be scary. Hey, Dr. Death, when he was a babyface, we did a spot one time where he had to press me up over his head, and then one of the boys, Bobby or Stan, was going to hit him with the racket in the back, and bam, and he was going to sell that and drop me. I'm like, how the fuck am I coming down, Doc? He said, don't worry, I got you. And this was a period of time where I was more like 250. He had me up over his head pressed, and when I heard the whack, because I've got my eyes closed, right? I'm in his hands. When I heard the whack, it was like he did the reverse of the clean and jerk. He brought me down to his chest as he crumpled, and then when he dropped to his knees to sell the racket, he set me right down. Was strong enough to do that. But anyway, so boom, Superman punch. He drops Paul Lee, and then Brock basically fucking comes out from under everything, and Roman escapes, but he throws the Usos every fucking where and cleared the ring out, and people are going batshit. This could have been a good Raw segment in the Attitude Era or any other year. This was the top guys interacting in an exciting way, and Brock, the new big baby face, coming in and getting a piece of the manager and throwing the flunkies around. What'd you think?
I love this. This was perfection. Couldn't ask for every participant to have done any better. Paul Heyman is, I see all these different people like in AEW, like a Taz or an Alex Abrahantes, and I always go, oh, this guy's one of the best guys. He's one of the MVPs. And then you see Heyman. And this isn't to take anything away from those guys because I love them. I think they're great. Heyman's at another level.
Yeah.
And the facial expressions, always knowing what to say. Even the little things like when he responds to Roman Reigns and it's not directly into the microphone, just he knows the little things. When he turned, I don't know if turn's the right word, in the ring when all of a sudden he started going into the Brock intro.
Yeah.
It was amazing. It all went as well as possible. We never see Heyman take a bump.
You're reading on his face that he's starting to realize that he may actually get by with this if he keeps talking fast enough, which is exactly what, if this was all real, would be dawning on him at that time. Yeah, it's perfect.
And I have been saying this for a while, and I think
he was whimpering.
He was, he absolutely was. And I'm going to say one more thing about this, and I've been saying this for a while, and I guess because it's a WWE guy, people sometimes want to pretend it's not true. Roman Reigns is so fucking good. Yeah. And he feels like a big star and like a world champion. And he's just perfect. I mean, I wish they had more people on the roster that would, you know what? I shouldn't say that because everyone he's worked with, he's gotten the most out of, I think, him and Heyman for the last year in that WWE system. But the rest of the show is the problem. Him and Heyman, and I'll include the Usos and Brock Lesnar here. This is all great shit. The problem is the rest of the show. Did you watch SmackDown?
I certainly indeedly did. Indeedly doodly I did.
Would you like to share your thoughts with the audience?
Not really. Oh my God. They were in Knoxville, my old hometown, on September 17th, my old birthday. I'm getting a new one now after these shows aired on that night. It started promising. The show comes on the air and we see, here comes Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman and the Usos. And Paul is again suitably grovelly, and they recapped last week's events, which are pretty good, as we mentioned on the program. And Reigns gets in and tells the people, or tells Heyman rather, he called it the wise man. Paulie ought to be fucking dressed up like one of those villagers that they'd find on Gilligan's Island when, some tribe would come of headhunters or something would come to the fucking island. Wise man, explain to the crowd how to properly acknowledge me. And again, Paul Heyman verbally filleted Roman Reigns like a master of verbal fellatio. It's incredible. And he gives him the build-up, the man who fears no man, no beast, no demon. Blah, blah, blah. He tells the people that Brock Lesnar is afraid of Roman Reigns. And it's all going well. This is great. And then Big E's music hits. And I was hoping for Lesnar, maybe for Demon, but instead we get Big E. But instead of coming out in a manner that would fit the tone of the thing, here you've got one of the world champions, the serious one, the one that people actually kind of believe in, out there being serious. It's a couple of the best promos in the business at this point. Reigns didn't really get a chance to talk too much at that point. And here comes the other guy, the other champion who just won it. And instead of coming out, game face on, holding his belt, going to confront the other guy, we can have a face-to-face stare-off, Big E comes out, running, skipping practically, in a mad panic, running around the ring, climbing on the desk, screaming, I did it, slapping hands with everybody. Yes, he's a babyface. He's supposed to shake hands and kiss babies. But in that moment, when you're going to come face-to-face with the guy who's supposedly your only equal in the company, the other world champion, and he just runs around and he's, I did it, and he gets in the ring and he's hopping up and he's making the faces and the fans are chanting, you deserve it. But when they have the face-off, he says absolutely nothing to Roman Reigns. And then here's Finn Balor's music. And here comes Finn Balor. He's making his entrance. And they go to the break. Now they're going to the break in the middle of fucking promos. We're 15 minutes into the show already by the time that this has happened. And now they're in the commercial break when they come back. And I was sitting there. Wait, okay. So it's going to be Balor and Big E and Roman Reigns, and there's going to be some interaction, possibly some violence. Is Brock Lesnar going to come out? What's going to happen? We come back from the break. Roman Reigns is gone. Paul Heyman's gone. And now during the 3 minutes that we were away from this program, they've made a tag team match with Big E and Finn Balor against the Usos. And that's starting. And I'm like, what? This is a network television show. They couldn't go to the lengths to come back and have some type of on-camera making of this match. Rather, it's a network TV show. They didn't have anything planned for the next 15 minutes. They just, since the guys are out there, just let them wrestle. There was not even any comment like we're interrupting our goddamn format for this. Just, oh, well, here's a match. It's in the ring. I wrote, oh, piss off. Did I summarize that first segment and the letdown of the start of the second segment that you felt in your mind adequately, Brian Last?
Oh, no, I felt the letdown started at the end of the first segment. I agree with everything you said. Heyman and Roman Reigns and the Usos looks like a main event combo. Heyman is maybe the single best on-air performer in the entire wrestling business. Roman Reigns is great. It's all good. And then Big E comes out. I'm not a fan of Big E because of all the clownish stuff. Physically, as an athlete, I've always liked him. I liked him before he was in the New Day, but then when it got silly, I realized I wasn't 8. So I couldn't really enjoy this stuff. And like you said, he comes out, he's having a great time. I can kind of get by with that for a second because Roman and Heyman, they're still serious. And then Balor comes out. I'm like, okay, is this going to turn into Raw? And then Brock comes out and then this person comes out? No. Commercial break and then boom, a match. I was surprised because I know they're cutting the shows a little weird. Even though it was live, sometimes now promo packages just appear out of nowhere. I didn't know if I missed something in my DVR, so I went back. No, they just started the match just like that.
Where did Roman go?
And then they beat the tag team champions. And then they beat the tag team champions.
Well, of course they did, because they're two singles guys. And Vince is always going to beat the tag team champions with two singles guys, because that's the kind of exact opposite of the rule of thumb of traditional wrestling is the tag team champions can beat two top singles guys because they're not tag team experts in a tag team match. But what do we all know? And they not only beat him, but they beat him flat as shit. Balor double foot stomped one Uso off the top rope, and Big E power slammed the other one, and they simultaneous 1, 2, 3. So, I mean, and that fits in with, their Roman Reigns' flunkies is their main, use and purpose in life here. But why let two guys whose job is to be flunkies for the big dog be the tag team champions? Because that just devalues the belts. Well, I don't know they can be devalued at this point. Anyway, we found out where Roman Reigns was. He and Paul are back in the locker room, and they've been watching that shit. Not happy about it, I'm sure. But Roman Reigns then asked Paul, is there anything I need to know? No, my tribal chief. Are you sure there's... And basically, Paulie has to swear that he didn't know that Brock Lesnar was coming to SummerSlam. And he does the thing again where he cuts the promo trying to explain to Roman Reigns that this is the reason why he knows that Brock Lesnar's scared, because he has to put out this fake narrative of blah, blah, blah. So he starts out scared to death and hamana, but he eventually gets more confidence as he believes he is sold Roman Reigns through his line of bullshit that really it's Brock Lesnar fears him. And he's putting Roman... brilliant. Great shit. And, of course, we're in the back, and Kayla Braxton, girl interviewer, cub reporter, comes up, and Paul's hilarious again because now he's cut the promo. Why don't you stop bothering me? Blah, blah, blah. And he cuts another great promo, and then he turns and runs into Big E. Jesus. And Paul congratulates him, but Big E recites some scripted lines. And then the Usos attack him, and they're in the back, and they beat the shit out of him forever. Forever. Without attracting any attention. Kayla had disappeared. The cameraman didn't even say, hey, y'all stop that now. They're screaming and they're, hitting the guy and they're bashing him around and nobody's running in or hears or anything. Oh, and it's on live television. And there's a bunch of people in the building, I would assume, watching the television program in the way of the WWE, the crew, the talent, the production staff, whatever. Nobody said, hey, there's a fight going on. Help me.
I can't help you. This is the thing with wrestling. There's nonstop attacks backstage. Guys come out of nowhere. It's always happening. I hate everything backstage at wrestling. I'm not saying there isn't a place for it, but why can't it be logical?
There used to be once or twice a year when it could actually happen.
And people acknowledged the camera was there. People didn't have deep personal discussions in front of this invisible cameraman. So stupid.
Or apparently only wrestlers and possibly now flight attendants commit crimes in front of cameras. The main event came up. Roman Reigns versus Montez Ford. And Roman Reigns, of course, had Paul Heyman in the corner. And I looked, and they had 23 minutes left in this program. And I said, certainly to God, they're not going to have Montez Ford go 20 minutes with Roman Reigns, the champion. The guy's about to fight the demons. The guy's about to fight Brock Lesnar. And I'm going to zip ahead and see if there's something else that, is going to come after this or whatever. But as I start to zip, they went to a break on their own after like 1 minute of action.
They went to a break in the middle of the walk to the ring, and then once they got to the ring, they went to another break.
Yeah, it's just so then they come back after 3 minutes, and Reigns gets a little heat on old Montez Ford, and Ford fires up and makes a comeback, and Reigns goes out. God damn it. Reigns goes outside, takes a powder to, take a walk on the babyface for a minute and regather his bearings. And Montez Ford goes out and is going to do a spot where he was going to jump up and run down the announcer's desk and jump off on Reigns, who was at the other end of it. And apparently, this was something that old Montez Ford decided he was going to go into business for himself on because he's in a big main event against the champion. And apparently, nobody told Montez Ford, don't get up on that announce desk there, son, because we pulled the pins on it. And he took one step up on the announce desk and it just came apart flatter than 4 o'clock right in the floor and scattered the announcers and everything. Folks, at this point, for God's sake, I don't think this will be the most startling revelation anybody gives you this week. The announce desk since the late 90s, and I believe it was the Magic Man himself, Richie Posner. I don't know if Richie's still with the company or not, but he was the special effects guy, the gimmick man. He could make a rubber machine gun. Anything you needed done, there was sort of a, something needed to be fixed, or it was a little bit of an allusion to the thing. You went to Richie Posner. And they figured out a way that they put those desks together where they can pull pins and they will come apart and flatten. So that's why earlier in the show, Pat McAfee was standing up on the table, on the desk, and it didn't go anywhere because it was put together. And then in some break before this match came up, for reasons that we will talk about here in a second in the finish, they pulled the pins, but nobody told Montez. So he took, and goddamn down he goes, and down the desk goes. And I wrote, he fucked up some kind of spot, and they went to break again. And then that's when they came back from that, that's the third or fourth segment. I said, they are going to let this guy go 20 minutes with Roman Reigns. So I fast forwarded to the finish because everybody knows what's going to happen eventually with this. And I'm sorry, Montez Ford is not next week going to be a major singles attraction. And Reigns front face locked him and tapped him out. And the best part about that was in the background, there was a sign that said, I'm a Paul Heyman guy. And I'm not sure whether that was a mistake or not. It's only one letter, But anyway, so Paulie tells Reigns to make an example of Montez Ford and says with the dramatic and the gravel in his voice, and take it to the extreme, because they're in Philadelphia. But it didn't get a pop. Did you hear? Maybe a small smattering, but the ECW audience is not watching this shit anymore. Are they?
They're certainly not attending these shows in Philadelphia. There was no pop at all for Paul doing it. It was like he did it in any arena, anywhere, not in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so that was their nod to the local, but that's 25 years or 20 years or whatever. Anyway, so here come the Usos to the ring, and Reigns wears Montez Ford out with a chair. I don't know why they have to just beat the dead horse. We're going to talk about that in a minute with another match. But so meanwhile, the Usos, if you watch this back, viewers, listeners, Cult of Cornette, the people out there, if you've got it DVR'd, you watch it back. The Usos come out, and what they were supposed to do, obviously, was put this fucking guy through the announce desk. But instead, you see either Reigns and Heyman say something to the Usos, and the Usos go under the apron skirt, and one Uso stands up and does like shit, like they ain't no table there, dog. But the other ones, no, come here. And they pull another table out. And they set the table up and chokeslam forward through the table to make up for the announce desk that he collapsed. And then the lights go out. And suddenly when they come back on, the Demon is on the top rope and the heels are on the floor, and he cross-bodied all three heels off the top onto the floor, and then gets a kendo stick and wears them out, and then took a chair to everybody, including Reigns, and, and just wore them out. I know they've got a big event. You can't even say pay-per-view anymore. Few people do, but they had a big show that weekend. But good God, I believe I would have saved the babyface kicking the teetotal shit out of Roman Reigns and both the Usos for Brock Lesnar, at least on free television. But that's just me. But it's like there's no, as we'll talk about in a minute with the Demons match on pay-per-view with Reigns, there's no restraint anymore with they just want car wrecks and car crashes, and it doesn't matter how strong or weak some guy looks when there's a big match coming up, because they just think that everybody just forgets about that, which they probably do, because all of this is just people crashing through shit and breaking furniture over themselves. What do you think?
I'm not big on this whole Roman Reigns Demon thing to begin with, since it started a few weeks ago. I like everything with Reigns, and I like the Usos more as backing Reigns up than their actual matches, I think, sometimes.
Yes, yeah, matches leave a bit to be desired.
But, obviously things fell apart, like you pointed out here at the end of the show. The table thing was pretty hysterical.
Well, and, they used to, and of course that's happened sometimes in the past when somebody wasn't clued in on something. It led to a funny spot or something getting screwed up or whatever. Remember the story they told when Bischoff, they were going to do on a WCW show in the late 90s, somebody was going to go through a spot in the ramp, and they told everybody, stay away from that spot in the ramp. And Kurt Hennig, as a rib, acted like he was going to either powerbomb somebody or get powerbombed or slammed on that spot just to give Bischoff a heart attack in the back. We were doing a Smoky Mountain taping one night, and this was when Kevin Sullivan was sending in his band of oddities and misfits to try to, get Brian Lee, right, in anticipation of Kevin's big arrival. Nobody knew who was behind this at this point. And for the next fucking match involving Brian Lee, we had the Mongolian Mauler, not the Mongolian Stomper, but the Mongolian Mauler,
Peter R.
Miller, he looked like a white Abdullah the Butcher, just bald head and huge and bulbous,
with the black things in his eyes,
with black contact lenses in his eyes. He had weird faces and loud noises and all that. And so, we had him hiding under the ring for the match with Brian Lee in segment 3 or whatever. But in segment 2 was the Stud Stable tag match, Robert Fuller and Jimmy Golden. And they're just waylaying and beating the shit out of these job guys. And Jimmy Golden went under the ring like he was going to try to find a chair and pull a chair out. And when he pulled the apron skirt up, he came face to face with the Mongolian Mauler and scared the shit out of him. He had no idea a human being was under the fucking ring. Oh, my God. So anyway, what should we talk about? The main event of the Extreme Rules pay-per-view was the aforementioned Roman Reigns and the Demon. And you had asked me, you'd called me, yesterday or late the day before, you said, oh, we forgot, are we going to watch Extreme Rules? I said, I didn't forget about it. I just assumed nobody gave a shit. And, actually, I don't think really a lot of people did give a shit until they saw what happened in the main event, and then they were polarized on that. But we watched the finish, because that's what everybody was talking about. The finish with Reigns and the Demon. And by the way, I've just, since we've talked about the angle with Reigns and Lesnar, they're going to do that in Saudi Arabia.
I saw that. What a waste.
That's not Survivor Series. That's not the Royal Rumble. That's not WrestleMania. That's Saudi Arabia. I'm gobsmacked at that. But anyway, nevertheless, so they've got this little complication of having to have Roman Reigns get by the Demon. They're already they're not even advertising Roman Reigns or the Demon versus Brock Lesnar. The winner of Roman Reigns and the Demon versus Brock Lesnar, because they know that would be insane. Because everybody wants to see Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns, so they're advertising it. So everybody knew, no way in hell that this, no demon pun there meant, but there's no way that the title's going to change hands, so he ain't going to win this. So to create some type of excitement in the match, they had to actually come up with some way where the people would think, even for a fleeting second, that the Demon was going to win this fucking thing, right? And as a result, all this does, in my opinion, is just take the steam off of any main event match that they come up with, Reigns and Lesnar, Reigns and whoever the fuck, right? Because we just talked about a few minutes ago, more of the same shit. It's just car wreck shit. There was a germ of creativity in this finish, but it had already been overdone and done to death. And just in the last 5 minutes of the thing, the Demon's looking good, but the Usos interfere. But it can't be a disqualification. Extreme rules, no disqualification. We haven't said it in a while, folks, so say it with me. Lazy booking. Because an Extreme, was all the matches at Extreme Rules, or just the ones that they couldn't figure out a way to get out of any other way than to make no disqualification?
I had a lot of it on in the background. I don't even know the answer to that. I'm not sure.
Well, because you can't really tell you can't tell a no disqualification match from a regular match anymore because they do the same shit. But the no disqualification matches generally come in when they can't figure out a goddamn finish any other way than to fucking take a shortcut. And nobody dresses for a street fight anymore. They all wear their same trunks, except for Kushida. He's been dressing for the street fight that never came for years. So anyway, Demon's looking good. Then the Usos interfere. The Usos pull him out on the floor and just beat the teetotal shit out of him in front of the referee. And the announcer's saying, of course, no DQ. The problem with that is, as we've mentioned, it's a subliminal thing. When the people are watching in the arena, the ones that are giving the reaction that kind of leads the people at home on TV, people at home on TV are more likely to just kind of roll their eyes and go, oh, this again. But the people in the arena that have paid money and kind of invested in this, they get more pissed off because they're like, oh, this fucking shit again. It's what, when I got in the business years ago, the veterans explained was disgusting heat. The people aren't hot or mad at the heels. They're mad, disgusted at the promotion or why this is allowed to go on. So they beat him up but then Demon comes back and beats the Usos up on the floor. And while all this is going on, Reigns has been recuperating in the ring from getting a nut shot when Demon kicked out and raised his shoulder and nutted Reigns, which was a cool little spot. There's all kinds of great stuff in here. It's just constantly being covered up. They're out on the floor. You've already seen another table has been broken already during this match. There's wreckage of table there everywhere. So now Demon comes back and fucking beats up the Usos and then turns around and Roman Reigns has recovered and hits Demon on the floor with a spear and they go through the barricade and the wooden barricade flies apart into pieces. And wait a minute, who got put through the second table? Because I thought, one of the Usos got put through the second table there on the floor, and then Demon got speared through the barricade, and then but suddenly, as they're all laying there selling on the floor, everybody's down, the lights go out, and the red Demon light comes on. I thought the red light was only for the Fiend, but it's for the Demon too. So, at a heartbeat sound effect begins playing in the arena. And every time the heartbeat goes boom, boom, the fucking demon laying there face down on the floor starts convulsing. And then after 4 or 5 of them, he pops up completely well. So now Finn Balor is of the supernatural. Remember before we said he didn't have supernatural powers. He just channeled it from within him. Now he's got supernatural powers. He's revitalized by a recording of a heartbeat. What were you going to say?
The red light. Remember, the red light was on that match with Seth Rollins and The Fiend that everyone hated. It was all Vince's idea, and all of a sudden the red light comes on and this guy gets his powers.
There you go. Well, of course it is. Because the Underdog Super Energy Pill was out of stock at the local pharmacy. So then he gets up and fucking kicks the shit out of Roman Reigns again, and then he goes to the top rope and is going to do his finish on Roman Reigns for the second time in the match. He did it earlier, and the Usos pulled him out. And as he's standing up there, the top rope breaks, and he falls in, Demon does, hurts his knee, and finally staggers to his feet, and Roman Reigns spears him. Boom, 1, 2, 3. That was creative. And I've seen guys the rope actually break for real in numerous times over the last 40 years on guys when they were trying to either hitting the ropes or climbing or doing whatever. So it can happen. But after all this other gaga with the multiple splintered, broken tables and the barricade and the chaos completely in front of the referee, no DQ or not, it's just, there's no attempt at a plausible story being told. None of these people would react that way if this was a shoot. Nobody could withstand these. And I mean, when they just wear the fuck out of each other with the chair, 1 chair shot's not good enough. 2 chairs is not. Now they're literally beating the dead horse over and over. You can't. It's like if the Sheik threw fire 3 times in the same match. It's like if everybody on the card was Roughhouse Fargo. Nothing stands out or means anything anymore. What's Brock Lesnar going to do to Roman Reigns that didn't happen here? It's just going to come from a bigger, more powerful guy. But I don't know. What did you think of the whole and the rope break spot? I got no problem with if they'd have had a fucking just a regular match in front of it, and it gives the babyface a nice out. The rope broke and boom, he got hurt, and the other guy fucking speared him and pinned him. Boom. Was all that other stuff completely necessary, as well as the supernatural control voice from the Outer Limits, whatever the fuck?
Not that I approve of any of that, but you would think if they have the red lights and he's convulsing like his puppet master is pulling the strings, you would think he would go over. Because now what does it say about the future when the lights go red? Oh, the guy can't even win when he has these supernatural powers.
Yeah. Well, he was dead just 30 seconds beforehand, so maybe it hadn't all kicked in yet.
That rope spot looked dangerous as fuck to me. I tried to watch as best I could because of the lighting, how he fell straight down, and that could have gone wrong a million different ways.
Well, actually, I don't want to diminish what he did, but it was pretty safe. Because, I mean, I don't want to diminish anything that the poor guys have to go through in these matches, because now we know they're just being told to do these stupid things. But the best part was the way that it was rigged, where there was obviously a release mechanism somewhere where that, boom, it would just, instead of, when they snap by accident, they don't just completely go out from under you. There's the breaking and then the, oh shit, and it's a little bit dodgy. But if you go back and notice, he was standing with both feet on either side of the top turnbuckle, and when that thing released, both of his legs would go astraddle of the turnbuckle that was holding the second rope, and he was leaning slightly inward. He wasn't going to go backwards, and I'm sure he took extra time while he was up there than he normally does for the foot stomp. So I'm sure he was getting his balance and then giving a signal. But when the rope went out from under him, not that it wasn't shit that couldn't go wrong if he was standing wrong or balanced wrong or whatever, but he got his balance. I'm sure he gave a signal, and his feet came down straddling the turnbuckle so he wouldn't have gone outside the ring, and he went forward into the ring because that's the way he was leaning. The biggest thing I would have worried about was either nutting myself on that second turnbuckle or potentially landing wrong and blowing a knee or an ankle or something when your feet land on the mat. But he wasn't going to go back into the crowd or anything.
All right, and that was the main event, the Demon versus Roman Reigns, which perfectly sets up Roman Reigns for that dangerous flight to Saudi Arabia. And who knows if he'll be able to escape that crazy country, or he'll be held on the runway for hours, which the company will later deny, and then there'll be a lawsuit, which will be settled with the company clearly not wanting the real story to get out there. But who knows what'll happen? Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar.
Anyway, on this program, Reigns and Heyman started out first after the draft business. And I love it. Roman Reigns, as a babyface, they booed him out of the building. As a heel, now half the people are chanting for him. And Heyman heeled all over the city of Baltimore and did a promo on, Brock Lesnar at Crown Jewel. So this isn't, as we've mentioned, this ain't the Survivor Series or the Royal Rumble or WrestleMania. It's fucking Saudi Arabia. They get the match. And I did enjoy that Paulie called Roman Reigns the suplexorcist because he exercised the demon. Now he's going to exercise the beast. Not exercise as in let's get physical, but exercise as in let's have Father Karras run the shit out of Linda Blair.
Let's get physical. I like that.
Yeah. Let's get into physical. Let me hear your body talk. Olivia Newton-John was quite a healthy young lady back then. Anyway, so here comes Brock Lesnar's music, and the place comes unglued because when he shows up, it's a special occasion. Although in this case, he comes down the aisleway. He looked like a caricature of Klondike Bill on steroids with the lumberjack shirt and the fucking jeans and whatever. But this was great. He comes in the ring. They've got a face-off with Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. Reigns is the one to attack. Brock comes back out from under it. A couple of German suplexes. Here comes the Usos. He dumps them too. Reigns backs off, acts like he wants to get in, but he's backing off again. So Brock F5s both the Usos that are, their role there would be perfect if they weren't the tag team champions, because their role is to have whoever's fucking with Roman Reigns kick the shit out of them, or them to try to kick the shit out of them. But as tag team champions, it devalues the belt. Nevertheless, Reigns, as Gordon Soley would have said, was a picture of consternation at all these goings on. It was a great angle. It makes you want to see those guys have a match. That's the idea. This was so simple. All you have to do is look like stars, be stars, and do some serious shit that stars would do. It's not that hard. What'd you think?
I thought it was all right. That's all I have to say.
You, Mr. I want to see Roman Reigns every week on SmackDown. That's all I care about. Now
It's weird watching a show when you don't want to see almost anything else on the show. Because I tried a few things, and then I just started hitting that 30-second forward button, and I just zipped right through.
Is there one of those?
Yeah, on my cable remote there is. It goes 30 seconds ahead.
Well, 30 seconds ain't nearly enough.
Well, you hit it like 6 or 7 times, and next thing you know, you're in a commercial break.
Goddamn fast forward until all the arrows pop up. Brock Lesnar thanked Paul Heyman and by the way, he comes in on Jeff Hardy's interview, and Jeff just goes, oop, and backs off. So way to fucking make your baby faces look like real kick-ass guys. He thanked Paul Heyman for him being a free agent. Then they go to the locker room with Reigns and Heyman and the Usos. And this is great stuff if you ignore that they're having a private talk on television, which I guess we've come to the point where we just do, because at least we get to hear them do a decent fucking rendition of a promo. But Reigns asked Heyman, are you good friends with Brock Lesnar? He thanked my good friend Paul Heyman, for him being a free agent. Are you good friends with Brock Lesnar? Are we good friends, Paul? And Paul was teary-eyed. He was shitting himself. He was trembling. And Reigns doesn't want the Usos drafted away from him. And he screamed at Paul, go to Raw and make sure that the Usos are stay on SmackDown or whatever, right? So Heyman leaves. And then Reigns tells the Usos, go with him to Raw and either go make sure he does what he's supposed to do or leave him for dead. So now they're teasing Heyman's jig may be up. Again, great stuff if you ignore they're on fucking television. And of all people, Paul Lee's not going to watch himself back to see what he looked like on TV.
That was the big thing. They did that, I think, last week too, where all of a sudden they're doing a great promo together right in front of the camera and not acknowledging it. And it's so stupid. It defeats what the purpose is here.
There was one more thing that I truly loved. Was, again, the brilliance of Happy Heyman, the Jovial Jew. Paul Heyman is without a doubt, he is the De Niro of our time now in wrestling. I don't know whether he is just having fun for himself now, because it's like he's so far ahead of everybody else on the program as a performer, as an orator, as a person with the elocution, the excellence of elocution and the emotions and etc. Roman Reigns again comes out with Paul and the Usos. Of course, it's Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns. We don't get it at Survivor Series or at Royal Rumble or at WrestleMania. The Saudis get it. The Saudis with the blood money running through the streets of the town. Anyway, so, of course, Roman Reigns told the crowd to acknowledge him, and then they were in San Jose. Of course, you know, you got to know that there's some Samoan contingents there in San Jose. So they were getting cheered, but he told them to acknowledge Paul, the wise man, for getting the Usos to Raw. And Paul's all smiles. He's got his chest as far out as it'll go. It still won't go any farther in front of his stomach than normal, but he's got it stuck out. And he's all smiles, and Roman Reigns says, I love you, Paul. Part of the family, etc., etc. You know, now we want you to be wise, come clean, tell the truth. And as he's starting to turn on to Paul to get stern with him, to explain that he wants to know the truth about Brock Lesnar, the people tried to hijack the segment. They started chanting Suplex City, and Reigns blows them right off perfectly and goes right back to his point and shut them down, and they did shut up. That was very good for Mr. Reigns. But Paul needs to tell the truth about him being responsible, whether or not he is, for Brock Lesnar being a free agent. And again, geez, I can't do it justice by the description. It's like watching a master thespian, as I've mentioned, a Laurence Olivier, a Sir Michael Redgrave, a Barrymore, any of the ones that weren't drunk, or if there were any ones that weren't drunk, or even when some of the ones that were drunk weren't drunk.
You're talking thespians or Barrymores?
Barrymores, thespians, whatever the case. Nevertheless, he's up there in the upper echelons. He started out with the humana, professing his loyalty. He's got the lip quiver. He's been with the family for 40 years. He's groveling brilliantly. But then as he grovels brilliantly, you see on his face and in the change of his delivery and in the tone and the confidence that he has, as it begins to build and as he gets more and more confidence in himself, as he starts thinking of the big pitch, the big lie, the big swerve, the big con that can get him out of this. And as he begins double talking and thinking of that and then delivering it to the big buildup, and he starts even thinking he's going to get by with this. And then suddenly Roman Reigns cuts him off and says, don't tell me, tell Brock. And he makes Paul Boy, I'll tell you what, they ought to. If Paul had a ball gag and Roman Reigns had like a leash and a fucking whip, it would have been great.
Stop it.
He turns Paul to the camera. Turn to the camera. I want you to say this to the camera, bitch. And he says, tell Brock. And he makes Paul Heyman cut a promo on Brock Lesnar and what Roman Reigns is going to do to Brock Lesnar as the people are chanting, we want Lesnar. And Heyman cuts the promo. He starts out by putting Brock over to try to soften the thing that he's going to deliver, and possibly with a twinkle in his eye, if he and Brock indeed are in some kind of conspiracy, you may see that he's giving Brock an Iggy of some kind, but he finally tells him he's met his match and then cuts the fucking event, goes to the end of it, boom, Roman Reigns will be the reigning undisputed, blah, 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 blah. What a masterclass. Then turns and kneels down and prays with his head down and his hands up to Roman Reigns. Just absolutely brave. I want to see that match more than anything I can think about, just to see what the fuck they're going to do with fucking Paul. And also to see him in Saudi Arabia. But that was brilliant. I'm just, he's so far above everybody else now. He's got to be just doing this just to keep his mind sharp for fun or something, because it's not even a fucking contest. But that, that was the other thing on the show. Well, and also, Edge and Rollins had a heck of a good fight for about the last minute and a half around ringside.
Come on.
No, I liked for a minute and a half, they had a good fight. I didn't watch any of the promos or any of the build-ups or anything else, but they had some oomph in their fight at ringside. And then Edge challenged him. That was good. Otherwise, that's all I watched of the show.
I had it on in the background. It was a bunch of crap, and I felt bad. It really hit me. Cesaro's a great wrestler. Finn Balor's really good.
Yeah, I felt guilty not wanting to watch.
Yeah, and it felt like I like both those guys, and I didn't really have any desire to see the match. And I think it's because it was here on SmackDown. Because if that same match was on another show, I probably would enjoy it. But it's just this whole fucking environment and Michael Cole.
I'm telling you, sometimes, remember when all the guys that were on TV for Impact Wrestling were working in independent shows that drew tons more money than Impact Wrestling?
That's right.
Well, there you go.
But Seth Rollins was insufferable on this show. That's what you skip past. It was insufferable. And they give him so much time for all of us to suffer. He's insufferable, and then you just suffer, and it keeps going and going, and he went to Edge's house, so they had to replay as much of that as possible. And then Edge shows up, and there's a camera on him, and then the brawl. This sucks. Seth Rollins, I don't want to see this guy anymore.
Well, imagine now, next week, they got an extra half hour to suck some more. They can suck sand out of cement in 2.5 hours. They can suck a golf ball through a garden hose. They can suck the chrome off a trailer hitch. Then we came to the real main event. And earlier in the show, which I skipped over, there was a tremendous package. It was a long package, and it wasn't long enough. All about Reigns versus Lesnar, but with the focus being, where do Paul E's loyalties lie? Because this has been brilliant. Everybody was going to want to see Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar anyway. And as we mentioned a few months ago on the program, when we were picking a roster from the WWE talent, and what would you do with them? The money and the intrigue and the mystery around this whole thing is because Heyman's in the middle of it. And you can believe that Heyman is a shyster and a criminal and a crook and a con man that will play both sides against the middle. And what's going to happen to him, and whose side is he going to be on, and what's going to be this is the way you sell something, because they know that Brock and Reigns are going to have a match. And people can probably, if they've watched enough matches of theirs, they can probably figure what it's going to look like. But they don't know what's going to happen because Paulie's the wild card. And the only thing really interesting on this program to me is this deal, because these are the only guys good enough to overcome the fake verbiage scripting, the ridiculous synthetic show business presentation on everything else. And you can kind of actually sit back and go, you know what? There's a lot of real in each one of those guys, the way that they would act. You can lose yourself in it because they're good enough. They're the only ones. So that was how they set up this contract signing. Whose side is the wise man going to be on? And after everybody got the bums rush out of the ring and they got everything set up, they have Reigns and Paul come out first, which I thought, even though he's the champion, that's good because you want to see them. The announcers can fill it in. Reigns has been the champion for 411 days. Brock, the last time he was champion, was over 500 days. That's how you establish a world champion. And they gave those figures and statistics. And then, of course, Brock sits there with a big smile on his face, puts his feet up on the fucking desk. He looks like Klondike Lesnar. Klondike Bill could fucking sue for gimmick infringement. But he's sitting there smiling, and Reigns has Paul look at the contract. Paul says, yes, my tribal chief, it's all you asked for. I counsel you to sign this. And he does, and then Brock just grabs the thing and signs all over the page, didn't even look at a line, which McAfee mentioned. And Reigns said, well, you dumbass farmer. You signed that without even reading it. And we all know that the longer Lesnar talks, the bigger a hole he's going to dig. He's good in short spurts, and he's got that kind of whiny voice. That's the only thing he doesn't. The voice doesn't match everything else. But he said, I read it this morning with my advocate, Paul Heyman, and gets up and walks out. It's better than a fight. Everybody fights at the contract signings. But now he's walked out fucking laughing, and Reigns is looking sideways at Heyman like, wait a minute, what's going on around here? We still don't know. That's perfect.
Let's talk about the problem. They built this up great. I can't wait to see this match. I can't wait to see what happens. Wouldn't it be great if Heyman turns on both of them and shows up with Rex Steiner? I can't wait to see what it is. Biggest match of the year, they kept calling it, which will be Thursday at noon.
Thursday at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
They kept saying all show, the biggest match of the year, Thursday at noon on Peacock.
But so what day, not even time, but what day is it over in Saudi Arabia? Did they pick a Wednesday night or a Thursday night or whatever? Why can't they do it on Saturday? What are they, a bunch of uncivilized people over there?
I think for the money they're paying, they're going to pick exactly when and how they do the show, and who gets to leave the country and who doesn't.
They get a big giant stadium full of people. It can't be Thursday at noon their time.
I'm stunned that Goldberg and Heyman go there, to be quite honest with you. I wouldn't go there. I can't believe they go there.
I can't believe anybody goes there. And I guess I'm not surprised at, Paul E. going where anybody will pay him to go, but Goldberg's got probably more money than the federal government. But, I can't imagine going to Saudi Arabia to go on vacation. But anyway, this is a long television program to watch for 10 minutes of Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar.
And the girls' match. Well, now you got me calling them girls. And the women's match was good.
Well, the women's match was good since I was there, but I wouldn't have made the trip to see it.
You wouldn't have made the trip to see it, but you recognize that the women involved in the match are as over as anyone on that show, with the exception of Reigns and Lesnar.
I agree with that. And that's part of their big problem.
And the Seth Rollins stuff is just atrocious. And Edge sitting there in the ring with the fucking, in the chair doing his speech, trying to sell us about how angry he is about this guy coming to his house where him and his wife and kids live. Was this from the Cody Rhodes acting school? Where did they teach this course that you learn how to do this?
This is no exaggeration or no joke, and we'll move on from this program. It wasn't worth talking about this long. But the writers on the writing team are convinced that they are writing television shows with actors. And the dreck that they produce is proof of that. And it's not going to change. Now, over on the other channel, they let the wrestlers, plural, all of them, do almost anything they want to do. And probably nothing's going to change there either. So you've got some really crappy shit on both sides for two diametrically opposed reasons. One is, don't have people telling the wrestlers what to do that don't even realize that it's wrestling. And on the other side, don't let the wrestlers tell you what they're going to do because they got a bunch of stupid ideas too. You need to have people experienced in wrestling telling the wrestlers what to do within the context of the wrestling business. Then you got it. But there's neither, on either of these companies, there's neither of these companies addressing that basic principle. They're swinging and missing from both sides and not going straight down the middle. What happened, or what we've been waiting for the past 3.5 hours happened. Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar. And what's Paul E. going to do? And even the package, they did a nice package with the history. And I was thinking at the time I was watching the package, I think this is the only thing on this program so far that the fans 20 years ago watching probably wouldn't have shit on. This is star power with badasses and an intriguing story, kind of like they used to give them in the days of Austin and Rock and Taker and things like that. Of course, this match had controversy. Did you hear about the stipulation they announced and took back?
I heard a little bit about that. What happened?
Apparently on the pre-show, they announced that this match would be no disqualification. And then within 30 minutes, either at the end of the pre-show, before the thing even started, they said, no, both these guys really don't have any interest in the no DQ stipulation, so it's being dropped. Because they figured out, wait a minute, we're doing a screwy fucking finish that if it's a no DQ match like every other match we do, it really wouldn't make sense. And wouldn't get the desired result. So they announced the stipulation and took it back. But this was for another one of the world championships. But let's face it, actually the one that means something because Reigns is a credible champion and Brock is going for it. So this is the title that means something. And Heyman's involved. The entrances took over 10 minutes. And that's another reason why these shows are for. I remember in the pay-per-views that did huge business in the 90s and early thousands, such as when they grossed $50 million in one night in the Houston Astrodome on pay-per-view with Austin and Rock. Those shows had a 3-hour window, and we had to beat it by 5 to 7 minutes, so they had time to re-rack the replay. Now these things are 4 hours plus. And they're worse because now in those days, Vince, if it was the Undertaker's entrance, you got time. If it was some bizarre entrance like Michael's repelling in Anaheim or whatever, you got some time. But everybody else was like, make your entrance, milk the people, and get in a fucking ring, get the match started. 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes should be fine. They've gone out of their minds with these entrances. That's why it's another reason these shows are 4 hours long. So they finally get in there. The introduction is taking place. The ring announcer introduced Roman Reigns standing in at a weight of, I swear to God, he said that. I've played it back so I could, standing in at a weight of. But then they got started. And it was a smash mouth match, serious stuff, two big guys. Brock kept going for the Germans. Reigns is trying to avoid him like a fucking, sick man going for penicillin. He's going for those ropes to hold on so that Brock can't take him for the ride. And then he'd fight back, and Brock Lesnar sells just like he should. He staggers. He doesn't take big bumps. He staggers. He's got facials like that was surprising, or oh, that stung, or that hurt. But he doesn't oversell because he's a beast. And Reigns finally, he fought back a little bit, and he bumped Brock to the floor, and Reigns hit a dive over the top that looked like one of those old Undertaker dives. This wasn't some 170-pound little white midget diving onto a bunch of catchers. This was a big grown man diving way over the top rope, and he wiped Brock Lesnar out. Made contact, and there was none of Brock like, oh, come to my waiting arms. He was waiting to get the impact, and fuck you, I'll take care of me, and you take care of you. And it looked like it hurt. And then Roman's hit a spear in the ring and got a 2 count, a big pop. They thought it might be over that quick. And then Reigns, there's 2 of the Superman punches and goes for his big spear, but Lesnar leapfrogged Reigns, and Reigns went into the fucking buckles. And now Brock is coming back. And did you notice Heyman at ringside? Normally, he does the facial reactions fantastic, even though he's not overly animated physically of his entire body because he's so morbidly obese now, he probably can't move around very well, but his face is amazing. But in this one, it was a stone face. He wasn't letting on to anybody whether he was happy or upset about whoever was in control. So he didn't stooge off, the question everybody wanted answered. And Brock gave Roman Reigns the German suplex over and over. And then he hit an F5. Boom, got a 2 count, which got a big pop. And then Brock goes for another F5, but Reigns catches him in a front face lock and tries to choke him out. Brock breaks it with a spine buster. Brock goes for the next F5, but they wiped out Little Nate, poor old Charles Robinson, the referee. And now Brock's got the cover, but there's no referee. So Brock goes over and this didn't make a lot of sense, but it was a cool visual. He picks Charles Robinson up by his belt like a suitcase. And then when he determines that the referee, who is the guy who can count the pin for him and allow him to win this thing, is not conscious, instead of trying to, hey, pal, bring him around a little bit, he just chucks him out of the ring. Fuck it. But it looked like something Brock would do. And then when he turns around, Reigns spears Brock from behind and everybody goes down. Now, here's a problem. The only problem I detected with this took too long. The referee's down. Both wrestlers are down. Everybody's down. The clock is ticking. But there's not a lot of move. And Paul comes up to ringside. I think this whole thing could have been tightened up a little bit. I'll explain how in a second. But he's got the title belt in his hands. And he throws the belt in between both Brock and Reigns and says, you know what to do with it. And they each look over and start reaching for it. And then they have the tug of war. And Brock snatches it away, but as soon as he turns around, the Usos are there for a double super kick. Boom, and Reigns has got the belt. And he nails Lesnar a big shot and throws the belt out and covers Lesnar. And immediately, second referee's in the ring. What immaculate timing. How did it happen that way by sheer happenstance? 1, 2, 3. It was a good finish. It was a wrestling finish. I can see Pat Patterson sitting down and laying this out. Problem is, Pat Patterson would have laid it out right and closed up the loophole I'm about to tell you. It's just bullshit when the exact moment that the heel does the damage the heel is going to do, the second referee comes out instantly, 1, 2, 3, like that. Boom, as soon as Paul threw the belt in, as soon as they saw it and they both had a tug of war for it, boom, when Lesnar ripped it away, and also they shouldn't have laid there that long. They should have kept it moving. But when Lesnar ripped it away, right then, the Usos could have been there for that double super kick. Boom. And then let a second referee come down as they've jumped out of the ring. Let the second referee come down and be getting them away from ringside. So the referee is kicking the Usos out, and that's when Reigns uses the belt, boom, and smacks Lesnar and chucks the belt out of the ring. And when the second referee turns around, he's already down there. That's when he can see the cover and go back in, boom. It struck me wrong that just the instant slide in. I don't know, you know what I'm saying, Brian? I do. It's so convenient.
They were just all of a sudden there.
Yeah. Why wasn't he there for the previous minute and 45 seconds? When your first referee goes down, as I've said before, the clock is ticking. Somebody within 30 seconds in the back, some referee watching or some official would have the power to send that person down to replace the injured referee. So everything within that first 30 seconds has to go on that a referee shouldn't really see. And then if you're going to do a run-in like with the Usos, do it at that point, then let the second referee come out and not see them doing damage, but see them there to be distracted by, to get them out while something else goes on in the ring. The whole thing takes 40 seconds fucking tops, and you can get by with it because you've left Robinson laying out there for 5 minutes. And it's just, I can't imagine. I've never had to do a spot like that because I was in the wrestling business, not the sports entertainment business. I can't imagine what it would be like to have to lay unconscious, allegedly, in front of the fans at ringside for 4 or 5 minutes from taking a kick to the head or a stray shoulder tackle or whatever, and you've got to pretend like you're... And, you know, I've heard the people screaming, "Get up, you son of a bitch, you know you're okay." So you just... When you leave loopholes open like that, for the people to turn to each other and go, "Well, look, that's bullshit. He's been down there forever. What, is he dead?" Then they're not paying close attention to what's going on in the rest of the finish. And you leave people the opportunity to run their mouths about it. Anyway. But otherwise than that, I don't know if it was worth going through 4 hours of the cock to see this match, but this was a good quality world championship match. What'd you think?
I thought it was good up until the finish, although I like the Heyman thing of, you know, go for it, do what you got to do. Whatever, I forget exactly what he said. You know what to do.
You know what to do with it. It was a play on the Dynamic Feuds and the Midnight Express. When, you know, when Shane got the fucking chain and away from Bobby, and then I grabbed it and threw it out, said now everything's fair again, and then boom. It's a kind of a play on that.
But the same way I don't like the Young Bucks or anyone interfering in the Omega matches, that even if it's a match I like, it immediately takes it down. It's the same thing with Roman Reigns. I mean, I get the Usos are his guys, but at this point, every match, why aren't you looking for the back, waiting for them to run in?
That spot wasn't really necessary. They could have done the tug of war with the title belt, and Brock could have jerked it away, and then they could have done something with Brock looking at Heyman like, "What the fuck are you trying to pull here?" and let Reigns nutshot him from behind and grab the belt and do the same thing. I don't know. But the Usos just... It was more like we got to figure out a place to put the Usos in rather than we really need the Usos. Anyway, that was the crown jewel. My, what a sparkling, polished diamond it was.
Oh, I thought you were going to say what a wonderful propaganda campaign it was.
The story is not over between Brock Lesnar and Roman Reigns, and they got back from Saudi Arabia in time to do SmackDown in Wichita, Kansas. I know they got a private plane, but I didn't think you could get to Wichita in that amount of time from St. Louis, much less Saudi Arabia. But they were there live and to open the show.
How many people do that flight? Where are you going? You went from Saudi Arabia to Wichita.
That may have been a first. We got to call the Guinness Book of World Records people. Anyway, we're not going to talk about the whole SmackDown because there's two things of interest. Well, there was one thing of interest to me and then one thing that got interesting afterwards that we had to scope out. But basically, the Roman Reigns, Brock Lesnar, Paul Heyman saga continued on SmackDown the night after Crown Jewel. And they opened the show with Reigns and Paul coming out live in the ring. And the story is that Brock Lesnar has tweeted out that he is sworn to beat Roman Reigns senseless as soon as he arrives at SmackDown that night. So, I mean, they recapped what happened at Crown Jewel. It's very good storytelling. But again, I think we were 7 minutes into this show before Reigns opened his mouth in the ring. It's very slow. And Reigns immediately questioned Paul Lee, about his aim in throwing the belt at Crown Jewel. Paul handed him the microphone. Oh, you did that one good. That came right here. And he basically came out and told Paul, you're not great at your job. And Reigns, I love his attitude and the inflection in his voice and the tonal quality in his voice. And it sounds natural. He sounds legitimate. He's very heelish, but also well-spoken. And he just sounds like he's well acquainted with being an asshole, doesn't he? Right?
He is perfect in his role. I mean, sometimes it's a little too perfect that it almost seems performy, but by and large, he's perfect in his role.
So Reigns made Paul E. read Brock Lesnar's tweet about, he's going to come and beat him senseless, and then slap the phone out of Paul's hands. And again, Paul, what a toady, and he's just so spectacular at doing this. And so Reigns, the story is he's dared Brock Lesnar to come out and beat him senseless, and he's not going to go anywhere until Brock does. And they go to the break. And when they come back, Reigns is still there. He won't leave. No Brock yet. This did take a little while. And I just said about the referee, they come out instantly right when called. Well, no, you should milk it a little bit, but this started to be just a little bit long. And then Brock music hits, and here comes Klondike Lesnar in apparently the only shirt and pair of jeans that he owns. Well, he saved his money. He's not a high liver. Anyway, they have a big fight. Lesnar comes down like a badass. Reigns is there. Boom, they get in a fight. Lesnar hits Reigns with the stairs, tries to F5 him on the desk. Here come the Usos. Lesnar wipes the Usos out, shit cans them over the fucking rail. They did a decent spot with the camera where Brock snatched one of the TV cameras and shoved the cameraman down and threw it at Reigns, and he missed Reigns and it hit the post. And those cameras, everybody knows they aren't cheap. So that, gets your attention. Oh, shit. But they made one mistake. They showed the cameraman in the shot before Brock did it. If you notice, and this is if you've ever been in a TV truck out there, ladies and gentlemen, some of you have, if you've ever worked with a really good television director, there's a reason why and how that you never, on a really professional looking television production like the WWE, you never see the cameramen in the shot. Because they're all told to dress in black so as not to stand out. They're given, the floor camera guys are given positions at ringside where they can wander and vary and go back and forth. But they're also told places that they should not go so they don't cross into the hard camera shot. And also the director is constantly talking to them. And there's even a Timmy Walbert, a fucking magician at this shit, where there was a way when back in the 90s even, when we would do those in-ring interviews with me and Vince McMahon would be working the microphone for me and one or two of my men or whatever, you'd have a floor camera guy in the ring with you. And he'd be right up in your face sometimes. It used to aggravate me to the point where I couldn't look out and see the people and make eye contact with some of them at ringside because the cameraman was in the way. But when they'd go to the hard camera shot, you would never see that cameraman because he'd be told to back up to corner right or corner left or whatever. Well, here they stooged it. There's a cameraman dressed in black with a camera on his shoulder in another floor cameraman shot. And as soon as I saw that, I said, they're going to do a camera spot. And they did. Anyway. So the point is, it's this chaos at ringside. The Usos have been wiped out. Brock is trying to kill Roman Reigns. He snatches the camera. He throws the camera into the fucking ring post. Referees are coming out. Thank goodness. Somebody's going crazy, creating chaos, physically assaulting people. This was not on our format. This is unplanned. People have gone into business for themselves. We got to go stop it. That's the fucking atmosphere you're trying to create. That's the vibe you're trying to give. Here come the referees. There's officials coming out, security. You see Adam Pearce waving out the wrestlers. This is wrestling. Everybody running around trying to stop this madman. The heel is trying to scamper off while madman Brock Lesnar is busy flinging people like small children. And then finally, the heel is slunk off to the entranceway, licking his wounds. And Brock Lesnar, the babyface, has the belt in the ring and is holding it high in the air. And the people are screaming. This segment, maybe not, but the interview, yes. But the fight at the end of this segment had enough energy and chaos and gravitas to it that it would look like something from the glory days of Raw that Austin or Rock or Taker or Mankind or whoever was involved in, where people were shitting because you were looking at a riot right in front of you. It had an element of that, a bit of that, which nobody has anymore because everybody's out there fucking throwing phony fucking windmill punches and they don't know how to get fucking vicious heat. What'd you think of that particular altercation?
I liked the stuff earlier with Reigns and Heyman over the belt. Just a little handing over the belt. I thought that played perfectly into the day before. Took a while for Lesnar to finally come out. As you correctly pointed out, it was minutes before Reigns even did anything in the ring. Luckily, he has enough star power that you'll wait for it. You may fast forward, but you want to see what he has to say.
Yeah.
But it takes forever. And this is a show loaded with commercials and very little wrestling. Lesnar, he's an awkward babyface because everyone knows he's an ass kicker and everyone kind of wants to
but everybody
cheer for
also
him.
knows he's an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, he's a weird babyface in that sense. But I thought this was a great opening segment. I wish the rest of the show matched the energy of the Reigns, Heyman, Lesnar stuff.
Well, the only way that's going to happen is if they just let them do the whole 2 hours.
Where do they go with Heyman here? What do you think?
Here's the thing. As we're about to find out, because there's a part 2 to this, which we'll talk about here in a second. But if Brock Lesnar was on the full-time roster and he came to work more than 5 or 6 times a year, then I think they could really draw this out. I mean, they're going to draw it out anyway. Obviously, it's just that it's not going to be a weekly thing because they can't afford Lesnar every week. But they could really draw this out, and
they could afford him every week if they really wanted to.
Well, they can't afford it, but at the same time, I understand you don't want to make this one guy that's the only guy that's still special. You don't want to make him unspecial. You don't want to do what they've done with Punk and have him wrestling every week on TV. But no, not wrestling, just showing up to talk and or hound Reigns and Heyman's, dog their footsteps, make their lives miserable. If Brock was around more often, they should pay him to do that in this instance. But obviously they're not going to, because in the next segment, well, we'll go ahead and blow it. He gets suspended indefinitely, which is another way of saying, okay, now he's going to go and we're going to try to keep this warm until WrestleMania. But that's the thing is, if Brock was going to be around regularly, I would think Heyman is an evil genius. He could figure out any innumerable number of twists and turns to keep people guessing, including Reigns and Lesnar guessing as to whose side he was going to be on, to the point where I could see even Lesnar and Reigns both turning to him in a confrontation in the ring and going, before we finish with each other, we're going to settle this right now, you bald-headed, fat-jowled motherfucker. Whose side are you on? I mean, there's all kinds of things. But if Brock ain't going to come play, for a while, I don't know. But the next segment, Adam Pearce immediately comes out to the ring. and condemns Lesnar's actions, as he should, mentioning property damage, assaulted officials, damaged, the camera, all the things that you would actually legitimately get in trouble for if they happened. Imagine that. They actually mentioned it. And he said, it's not going to happen on my watch, and he suspends Brock Lesnar indefinitely. And then Brock comes out, and Adam's scared, as he should be, and Brock's bullshit, and Brock Lesnar has great facials and that evil laugh, and he snatched Adam and browbeat him a second and F5'd him to a big pop, and Adam Pearce sold it better than I've seen anybody sell an F5 to this day.
He took a great bump from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And was selling afterwards instead of just laying there unconscious. You could see his face, and he had pain on his face, and his hand was shaking. And then it got over so good. That second one was an ad lib. Brock said, fuck it, I'm doing another one. And somebody can feel free to, if anybody has the scoop on that, feel free to disagree with me, but I'm just telling you that's what happened. And then, boom, left Pearce and walked out, but now Brock Lesnar is suspended indefinitely, so where the fuck is this going to go? And then they had the rest of the show. And then finally, I have closing comments on this if you have any, but
it'll be interesting to see where they go. I think it's important to have a strong authority figure, not a heel authority figure. Sonya appears to be more heelish than Pearce. Pearce, from what we've seen, we don't see everything, appears to be more of the by-the-book backstage official, and I think he's good in that role. And that bump off the F5, like you said, was better than any of the wrestlers take. And I know he's a wrestler, obviously, but
in this particular position he's in. But then we got the Roman Reigns and Brock Lesnar crown jewel recap, and last week's SmackDown, and the attack on Brock the attack on Adam Pearce by Brock Lesnar. The great stuff. It actually registered. I remembered seeing every bit of this from last week, which normally everything you see, because it's all the same and it's nothing's ever allowed to breathe, it just blows by you. But I remembered all of these things. And I remembered Pearce suspending Brock, and then Brock fucking him up and ripping his pants. And then they come to a sit-down statement from Adam Pearce, where he not only is Brock still suspended indefinitely, but after further festering on this thing, further stewing about it, he fined Brock $1 million. Adam Pearce did a very good job of delivering this verbiage.
This unrealistic verbiage.
He had a straight face, and he seemed suitably hurt both emotionally and physically at what happened last week, but he might have as well have said, I have decided that we're going to put Brock Lesnar in a space capsule and shoot him into the sun. And it would have been just as the same delivery, and it would have been just as equally believable. $1 million. That
was one of those things I remember when I was a kid as a fan, that whenever there was a battle royal on a small show, they're like, $20,000 to the winner. It's like, no, $20,000, where's that coming from?
You know who did, but here's the thing. The people that did that primarily were Vern Gagne and Vince McMahon Sr. They had the big, when they did the battle royals in the Southern Territories, especially in the weekly towns, of people, at that time, $20,000 in the 70s, fuck, as we'll talk about later on, that was a little bit ridiculous. But the Southern Territories would talk about the entry fee. If you had 20 wrestlers, each one of them would put up $500. So there would be $10,000 prize money. You lost your prize money you lost your entry fee if you didn't win. If you won, you got the whole thing. And then sometimes the promoter would match it. So then it was somewhat more believable. And on spot shows, I've seen battle royals for $1,500. And then you had battle royals where it was $1 a pound. so that when you had Andre the Giant or you had Haystacks Calhoun or whatever, and they had to pay more because they stood a better chance of winning it. It was explicable. It was reasonable. It wasn't just, the winner of this, Vern Gagne, didn't he do $50,000 2-ring battle royals?
That sounds right.
And this was in the 70s. And you're like, what the fuck? Even when you're seeing 10,000 people in an arena, whenever they know everybody only paid $5 to get in, that was the ticket price at that time. So there's a way to do it. But $1 million ain't it. And then here's the Heyman is in the back, watching on the monitor. And he reacts kind of with a facial to the $1 million announcement. But then Caleb Braxton comes up and asked how he thought that Brock would respond to this. And he said, well, I'll tell you how Roman Reigns would respond. He would show up and he'd wreck everybody and he'd do that. But he doesn't have to do that because he beat Brock Lesnar. Well, but Paul answered the question, how would Brock respond? And this was the best part, because then Paul starts getting wound up. Say, oh, Brock? Well, if it was Brock, he'd go to the office and he'd rip everybody's neck out and he would do this and that. And he started talking about what a beast Brock was. And then he caught himself as he works himself up, and then he catches himself and he calms down and he said, but of course, I haven't spoken to Brock Lesnar. So we still don't know. We don't know what the fuck's going on and blah, blah, blah. But that was the Heyman, Reigns, Lesnar business for the show. I guess they're not going to waste Brock on FS1 when they know that they're going to beat the competition by 400,000 viewers anyway.
Yeah, how many dates do they have on Brock right now?
I think it's past the point of dating. I think they're engaged at this point.
Watch out, Sable.
So after almost 35 minutes of that, then we got another 10 minutes of commercials and a Big E history package. And that prefaced the cataclysmic main event of champion versus champion, but with no championships on the line. Big E versus Roman Reigns, just to make one of these people subservient to the other. And there were nearly 10 minutes of entrances here for a single match. And that's why I wrote, I got to come back to this tomorrow, because I was worn out. 3 hours into this show, the main event is just starting, and it's taking them 10 minutes to get in the ring. So I didn't want to just shit all over it, so I stopped and I came back to it earlier this morning. Now I'll shit all over it with a fresh mind. No, here's the thing. This was not a bad wrestling match. Big E is not a bad wrestler. He's strong and agile. He worked his ass off. His work seems to be good. It doesn't seem to be dangerous. They just have not gotten him there with the booking and the way that he's been presented. And I know a lot, look at all the time they've pushed the New Day. That's the problem. Look at all the time and the way they pushed the New Day. All the unicorn vomit and the pancakes and the cereal and the leprechauns and whatever. Yes, they were fine and they're over as a tag team unit, but I'm sorry, you can't just split a guy out of that, make one of them the new world champion on one of your brands and the other one the king of the ring in that length of time and have people buy it. And Vince and Bruce Pritchard know that better than anybody. Laurinaitis wasn't around in the WWE when the business was its hottest there, but at one point in time, from 96 to 2004 or 5, just that period, you had multiple people at the top of the card that could win the world title at any time, could be taken by the fans as a world champion level guy. I mean, you had Taker, Shawn, Brett, Foley, or Austin, Rock, Triple H, or Cena, Orton, Batista, or combinations of many of those people all at the same time. Right now, for most of the fans, in their mind, Roman Reigns might lose to Brock Lesnar, but nobody else. So this match, as a Survivor Series main event, as a wrestling match, it was very good. as a Survivor Series main event or as a world title match or as a match between world champions with a title not on the line, I'm sorry, do you think anybody saw this competitive or couldn't figure the finish ahead of time?
I couldn't imagine why anyone wouldn't be able to figure out the finish. Or who would go over, I should say.
Who would win, not the actual manner in which they did it. And that's the thing. I mean, it was a good match. It was a little long again, but this would be a classic television match, Raw match, SmackDown match. Nobody bought that Big E was going to win this. That spear he does through the ropes is scary. He hit Reigns with that, and Reigns recovered and speared him right afterwards. It's like as soon as somebody gives a big, impressive move to somebody, the next movement has to be the person that just took that move, blistering the other guy back. They had people going in the later stages of this, you could not only hear them, but you could see the people on some of these false finishes and things popping and or being up and down. They had it. But again, on the finish, they both ended up on the floor and were selling, one on one side of the fucking ring and one on the other side with the steps in between them. And I mean, I could see this spot coming, and I don't watch that particularly often, but Big E stands up and Roman Reigns runs up off the steps with a Superman punch. Boom. And throws him in the ring. And you think, okay, he's going to hit him with something there. But as he gets in the ring, Big E immediately, Reigns tries to do something and Big E immediately goes to slam him. Like he's just taken the Superman punch like 10 seconds beforehand. He's already picking Roman Reigns up. But Reigns drops behind, clips his leg, hits the ropes, and spears him. Boom, 1, 2, 3. So that was the finish for their battle of the two champions of the world and the universe and the company. Superman punch, go for something. He goes to slam you, drop behind, chop his leg, hit the rope, spear, 1, 2, 3. Heyman didn't have to cheat, interfere, distract. Nobody came down. Not saying that that's not overdone also, but in a battle of the top guy on each brand, the top guy on the real top brand just beat the other guy fucking flat in the middle and didn't really stress him out to do it. Is that what you saw?
Yeah, I saw a match that bored me. Despite the people that were in it, the entrances took forever. I don't believe in Big E. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say it that way. I'm not a fan of Big E. And I know other people love him. They're like, oh, his matches are good and oh, this and that. But too much silliness, too much goofiness for too long. And now I'm supposed to see him as a serious main eventer. I don't see him as a main eventer. I really don't. And this match did nothing for me. This whole pay-per-view did nothing. This whole pay-per-view was garbage.
No.
I don't care about Becky
they
Charlotte.
Started good.
No, you know what? Everything else on this show was so bad that I don't care how good that match was in your eyes. I think this was such
you've turned on them.
I think this was a dreadful show. This was a horrible show. And Vince being a part of it just made you think more and more how bad it was because you realize, oh, he's hands-on. As soon as you see him there, that's all you're thinking. This is his show. He's hands-on, even though he is when he's not on camera. As soon as you see him there, all you're thinking is, oh, this is all Vince. And it was awful. Bad comedy with pizza and just all this crap. This is so bad.
And, there's been sponsorships since the dawn of time, but they don't have to wholeheartedly embrace the pizza to the point where that they're fighting each other with the pizza. And AJ goes to steal the pizza and Montez Ford knocks him out to retain the pizza.
And by the way, there's a lawsuit. Some fans in the crowd. Oh, what are they doing over there? I can't see. Oh, I just got hit in the eye with a pizza.
Oh my God, the sauce, it burns. It burns. I mean, projectile thrown by one of the performers hits them. Can you see if somebody had gone to the first aid thing and I got pizza in my eye?
That's what the guy who attacked Rollins should say. The night before I got hit in the face with a pizza and I just was not going to let this stay.
I went to the medical facility. They had to perform a radical saucectomy.
If they're going to throw pizza at me, I'm going to tackle them. That's my rule.
And also now that we've said all these things, the next time they throw pizza, somebody is going to be trying to jump up with their face in front of it to get hit in the eye with the pizza.
I would pay to see that on a wrestling show. Someone throw pizza, people jumping out without the use of their hands and trying to just get smacked in the face of pizza.
Do the dolphin jump,
the pogo
flipper, and then just even get the pizza
pogo
in the face. There's no life to this, and they wonder. Though I will fully admit this, now AEW is having good matches and good interviews, and they're also still having really bad matches and bad interviews, but everything they do has life to it, even if it's to laugh at the amateurishness of what you're seeing, and you can't believe what you're seeing, but it's still better than, I just don't really like what I'm seeing because it's so boring.
You know, watching this pay-per-view, I did have one other thought, because there has been a lot of AEW stuff that I have just loved lately. CM Punk, MJF, the Bryan Danielson heel turn, a lot of the Darby Allin stuff. Of course, the greatness of Leo Rush and Dante Martin, one of the great comedy teams of all time.
And Rush and Martin are going to replace Olsen and Johnson?
There's so much stuff there that I really like. The really good stuff is really, really good. And it needs to be pointed out. The really good stuff is really, really good. But the bad stuff, the stuff I don't like the bad comedy and just the matches that don't register to me, but other people may see them and go, oh, 5 stars instantly. They fit in more with the WWE product that you see on these shows than they do with the AEW product of the really good stuff. Do the Young Bucks fit in with the good stuff with the CM Punks and the Bryan Danielsons and the MJFs and the Darby Allins and every other name you could think of? Or do they fit in with the fucking New Day and the pizza throwers
and the Street Profit
and the people
throwers
acting like clowns on this show? I mean, it's night and day.
And we were told ahead of time that that's what the people didn't want, was more sports entertainment tomfoolery from a company like they get from the WWE. So what do they get? They get the cosplaying vice presidents doing stuff that's too silly for the WWE to do. Well, I don't know after the Survivor Series. Maybe they've crossed that bar. There's nothing too silly. But you mentioned SmackDown, and we mentioned Sami Zayn. And he's been figured in over the past couple of weeks, and they put in the thing with Brock and Heyman and Reigns and etc. And this past Friday night, the big event happened. Finally, the tribal chief had enough of the wise man. And over the last couple of weeks, I mean, I'll read this in a second, what they had on SmackDown, but over the last couple of weeks, it's a 2-hour television program, but if you just DVR it, and any time that Paul Heyman or Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar shows up, stop and watch, it's the best wrestling program on television. Problem is, it only lasts 14 fucking minutes tops. But, we didn't even talk about SmackDown last week, but the previous week they had a deal where fucking Heyman again was so good. It was just so good. But Sami Zayn was figured into the thing, right? Brock had previously suplexed him and dropped him on his head or whatever. And they had Zayn and Heyman in the ring doing a promo, and Brock came out and Heyman shits himself because we still don't know whose side he's on really down deep. And then Brock sat down and started talking to Sami, and it was kindly babyface Brock, which you can tell even just he was trying to force himself to smile, and that's difficult. And at first, as they were doing it, I was like, fuck me, now they're ruining Brock, right? They're having him sit down and talk to Sami, Canadian to Canadian. Hey, let's go to Saskatchewan and shoot some moose or whatever they're saying. And I thought, there's this, they can't, they were ready. Brock and Sami are ready to walk out together and go have a beer or whatever. And I'm like, they can't do this. And just then, Heyman had the reaction that I was having. Wait a minute. What the fuck? And then he takes the microphone back and he pumps Brock Lesnar up. What is this? Saskatchewan besties going out to shoot a moose or whatever? You're the beast, and he fires Lesnar up verbally to where Brock picks Sami up and fucking gives him the deal again. And Heyman he's the hinge on all of this. He makes everything work because he's perfect at interacting with and being the glue that holds this whole thing together. So this week, he's there waiting for Reigns. And did you notice what we said last week on one of the programs? There was a thread to what you were going to see through the whole thing. And that's what they were doing on Raw 20 years ago when everybody watched it. That's what they do. And whereas AEW's television programs, either segment by segment or piece by piece, if a match goes 2 segments, it's all self-contained. And then that's the end. And somebody said, oh, well, you can't do that. You can't have Punk or Danielson on the show 3 or 4 different times. Well, yes, you can. It doesn't mean they have to do a 10-minute interview or have a 17-minute match each time. They do it like this. At the start of SmackDown, Heyman standing there holding the title belt and waiting for Roman Reigns. And a little bit later on in the program, they check back and there comes the limo. But oh my God, it's Brock. And Heyman's surprised. He thought it was Reigns. And then later on, they have them preparing to go out, and then they have them go out. And then they do all their big business at the end of the show. But you knew from the start something is going to happen with the only people that we really give a shit about here. Is that hard to understand? Brian, why are we trying to have to explain this like it's fucking Chinese arithmetic?
That opening video showing everything from last week with Heyman and Sami Zayn and Brock Lesnar was so good. And it got me really into it. It was just such a well-done video. And then I immediately pressed fast forward. And I pressed fast forward until I got to Heyman backstage.
Well, let's tell the people before we go on any further. You see Heyman waiting for Roman Reigns' limousine at the top of the program after that video package that you just talked about. And so now we know shit's going to go on and holy, they've hooked us. And then we got a girls tag team match that didn't finish up until 30 minutes into the program. But we also had a live in-ring interview with Naomi, who wants a match with Cruella DeVille. But Cruella had Shayna Baszler jump her and beat her up. So we're an hour and 25 minutes in. Then we had the Usos against the New Day. And when that was over, we were an hour and 40 minutes in. And then here comes Roman Reigns' limo. And now we go to the break, and now we come back, and there's Roman Reigns and Paul Heyman and the Usos coming to the ring. We got 15 minutes left. So now we got down to nut-cutting time. And they did tons of milking of the crowd before they even started the promo, but considering the other programming on this episode, I'll just sit there and watch them stand there. Roman Reigns is great. He's in command of the situation. He has that heelish, condescending look and the way he talks to people. He's not happy with the Usos because they lost the match to the New Day, but there is blood. And then he looks at Heyman and he says, but my wise man, you're not my blood. Paul's face, just the man with 1,000 faces, Paul Heyman. So Reigns says, you can't be disrespecting me. And he asked Paul all those questions that he's been asking for weeks now. Can I trust you? Did you know Brock Lesnar was coming back at SummerSlam? Did you know Brock Lesnar was going to be at Madison Square Garden? Did you know Brock Lesnar's suspension was lifted? Are you a special counsel or an advocate? And Paul is just, he's smarmy and groveling and nervous. And I mean, if he was 300 pounds lighter, he would be Don Knotts. It was fucking great, right? And then finally, Roman Reigns says, I want the truth. Why are you protecting Brock Lesnar from me? And then Paul screws up his courage and finally replies with all the respect and deference in the world in his voice that he can muster. He says, I'm not protecting Brock Lesnar from you. I'm protecting you from Brock Lesnar.
That was great.
Oh. So there you go. And Reigns fucking hugs him, puts his arms around him. He's got the microphone there so you can hear him, but he said, I love you. thank you for 40 years of service to my family, and you're fired. And as Paul's face gets shocked, Reigns turns around to walk off and then turns back around and runs and hits him with it wasn't really a Superman punch. Maybe it was a Superboy punch. Maybe even Crypto the Super Dog punch. Because Roman Reigns hit Paul with that. And Paul, you could see right at the, he knew it was coming. He's trying not to move. He used to do the same thing 30 years ago when I would grab him to punch him. He'd stick his chin out and become as immobile as a statue. So if it was any kind of potato, it was my fault, right? It was like grabbing onto a fucking trunk of a tree. He was so nervous or whatever. But anyway, Reigns hits the Superman punch. Paul goes down, but his feet didn't leave the ground. That was the lowest altitude ever on a bump, but he went down and he stayed there. And the people blew. And then Reigns has the Usos going to bring chairs in, and they're going to concerto Paul. And my God, not only is that a little extreme, but also the size of Paul's head, I was worried about the chairs.
Will you stop it?
Well, no, but in all seriousness, this was so good. I wish they hadn't gone for the concerto thing because that's a bit much. But, boom, music before they can do it, and here comes Brock Lesnar. And, of course, now the criminals finish committing their crime or stop committing their crime because the police are 100 yards away. But here comes Klondike Brock. And the Usos meet him on the ground, and he kicks the shit out of the Usos, and then he slides in, but Reigns takes the chair to him, but he said, fuck it. Brock just stands up under him and gives him an F5. Boom, and then another one, boom. And then poor Paul's still laying there like yesterday's wash, and Reigns and the Usos are bailing, and Brock Lesnar's fired up in the ring. That was a fucking angle. And then the last thing that the announcers are saying, my God, can Brock Lesnar defeat Roman Reigns for the Universal Championship? We'll find out in just a few weeks. I mean, that's wrestling. We didn't have to sit through. The people that watched this program live had to sit through an hour and 45 minutes to get to the meat of the matter. But if you just watched that 15 minutes, boy, that was a great fucking program. What'd you think, Brian?
It was tremendous. Roman Reigns was great. Heyman is just on another level. He is the best actor in professional wrestling because a good actor, you can't really tell they're acting. You know he's acting because it's wrestling, but goddamn, he's good. And the way he delivered that line that he was protecting Roman from Brock and then Roman's face, that was great stuff. And I don't know about Brock, the happy butcher or whatever he is now, his fucking outfit, but this was just tremendous. And this has been the one saving grace for WWE this year that we've seen has been the Heyman Roman Reigns stuff. That's really it.
And that's, I guess that's something, but not much. But anyway.
What do you think's really going on in that head of Paul Heyman's right now? What is he really thinking? He sees everything that's happening in wrestling. What do you think he's thinking?
I think he's thinking that obviously, they're spending some money these days, and I'm sure he's probably got the best contract in the company because if there's a legal point to be addressed, you can be assured that Paul Heyman will be on top of it. And he doesn't have to do almost anything physical. I'm amazed that he will put up with the travel, especially to Saudi Arabia. But otherwise than that, he's got to know that it's not like he's going to start another revolutionary promotion and change the wrestling world because he knows the wrestling world is fucked. And he's always been smart enough after ECW to either not get into situations where he would look bad, i.e. never going to TNA and having a reason why that made him look like the babyface, or getting out of situations that are making him look bad without getting any on him, like the WWE resurrection of ECW. And he's got to know this fucking business. What the fuck? And, all the shit going on in AEW. He's, I'm sure, happy right where he is, being involved with one of the two top people in the entire industry with the established industry leader that he knows is not going to fucking go anywhere. And the office is still 30 minutes from Scarsdale. So I think he's happy to stay right where he is and be a brilliant TV performer and not try to drive himself crazy or give himself a fucking stroke trying to save the wrestling business.
Well, it's noticeable that it's his segments that tend to be the best on the entire show. And some weeks the best in the entire business.
He's going to make sure that, I mean, obviously accidents happen, things happen, but he's going to try to make sure as best he can that whatever he's involved in is fucking great. And the other people that he's working with have all their ducks in a row. And then everything else, what happens, and it doesn't reflect on him. I think he's got a perfect spot.
Well, that was SmackDown for this week.
Yep, it was. And I hate to see, because Reigns and Heyman have been so good together. And now here's the thing.
Yeah.
Long term, because Brock ain't going to stick around forever, I wonder long term how this is going to affect Mr. Heyman, because you don't just, he'd go from Roman Reigns to Brock Lesnar and then to fucking Dewdrop or whatever. Maybe he could do something with Austin Theory. I don't know if Heyman, and then Paul as a babyface. This will be interesting.
Yeah, is Paul, I guess technically he's a babyface now, right? I mean,
well,
Brock's a babyface.
Yeah, well, in name only, but you want Brock to beat Roman Reigns. So if Paul's on the side of the person that the people want to see win, then he's technically the babyface. So let's see how he does. 30 years ago, I was a babyface against him. Let's see how he does now, babyface manager.
I would love to see him as a cheerleader at ringside like you were with the Babyface Midnight Express at Starrcade 88. Hopping around.
Hopping around, firing people up.
Speaking of wrestling during the holidays, we do have lots of questions to get to, but let's talk about some of the wrestling that aired on TV that you actually watched. I guess AEW and WWE content you watched over the last week.
Well, no, I didn't watch any WWE content. I watched Paul Heyman content. Because what did you say to me the other day on the phone? What is the end game of this? An Oscar nomination? Paul Heyman? Because it's insane. The care that he took to put this thing together. Of course, we're talking about it was on SmackDown, Christmas Eve. The first thing you see after a recap of the previous week where Roman Reigns fired Paul and gave him the Superman punch, and we come to find out that, Paul has been protecting Roman Reigns, he says, from Brock Lesnar. So he does a sit down with Caleb Braxton, and he's sitting there and he hasn't shaved in a couple of days, and he hasn't dyed his hair, so he's got the gray roots, and he just looks disheveled, and his lip was quivering, and he was low key, and he was, telling the story of how he told the truth to Roman Reigns, but it was truth he didn't want to hear, and so as a result, Paul said, I got embarrassed and humiliated publicly for telling the truth. And well, he should have known all these years he's never done it. Right? The one time he tells the truth in public, he's embarrassed and humiliated. But that was it was a tremendous sit-down interview where basically it was an oratory from Paul, where he again still calls into question what his motivations were and whose side he's really on. He said that Roman Reigns was the greatest champion of all time, but needed to be protected from Brock. And that he's sipping water. He's introspective. Is his career over? One of the fucking goof mark sites actually put up a headline, Paul Heyman released from WWE. Did you? Because somebody
I did not see that. No.
Somebody on Twitter said, look at this.
Well, that's ridiculous.
But he was so, I mean, you would want to believe these things that he's saying because there was so much feeling and depth and emotion in it. And then I wrote, I can't believe that they're doing Brock and Reigns on New Year's Day on a first-time pay-per-view and not Royal Rumble or WrestleMania. But then again, there's going to be some life in this. This is not the last time these two are going to fucking wrestle. I'm scared, as I say, that it might turn into a three-way or some kind of goofiness. But this is brilliant because the people, the only way you can make Brock and Roman brand new is the discussion and the controversy and the question over what's Heyman going to do, whose side is he on, and how's he going to come out of this. And it's fucking great because he's carrying the whole thing. Reigns and Brock, neither one was on this show. You didn't see, I asked you about it, they did a video package later on in the program on Heyman, and they went all the way back to WCW and ECW footage when he was young and had hair and fairly slim, not attractive, but slim. And they showed footage of the botched invasion angle and basically not saying that they botched it, saying Paul's invasion failed. But then, you know, the story of him being with Brock, and then finally, when Brock is done, the voiceover was Heyman was rescued from obscurity by Roman Reigns and has been the tribal council. So they painted the picture, which is, you know, adds to the thing that Paulie has always been in the mix as a mad scientist, and what kind of deal can he put together and who can he latch on to? And finally he's had this run with Reigns, but now what's going to happen? And is Paul's career over? And so it was a great package again for the angle, and the whole controversy is around what the manager is going to do and how he's going to play into it. So they don't have to do incessant physical angles between these two where one beats one up one week and the other one beats the other up the other week. And by the time they have the match, you don't give a shit because you've already seen them beat each other up. I love it. Having said, go ahead.
I was just going to say, because for years, you know, way back in the early 90s, there was always a little bit of competition between you and Heyman, and it was always kind of a runaway thing. You were the better manager. And Paulie Dangerously was really good, but after a while there was a shelf life and it didn't make sense anymore. That character, the psycho yuppie. As soon as Paul started lying in front of the camera, the way he lied to people who worked for him or he was trying to get a deal with or whoever it was, whenever he took that real Paul Heyman and applied that in a suit to his on-air character, he crossed the line from just being another really good manager to being like all-time level.
Yeah.
He's right now doing the best work of his career by far, but extraordinary stuff for anyone.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it in the same vein as, you know, I couldn't be the mama's boy. I mean, look at Paul's, we've said this before, he's either 3 or 4 years younger than me, or 4 or 5, whatever it is, but he couldn't be the psycho yuppie forever, and I couldn't really be the mama's boy forever. And both of us, well, actually, I took a break that didn't really end, but he took a long break from managing or doing anything in performing-wise in wrestling. And by the time he came back, he was older, but also he was wiser and smarter even. And, you know, it's more him. Like if I was doing something now, it would be more me. And this is, you know, like I'm doing this show now, and this is more me. I still seem to stir people up, but I'm not out here just doing it. My mama said, you know, whatever. And like you said with Paul, this is way more him than the psycho yuppie was. He may have been psycho, but not in that way. But Paul is a master manipulator and a verbal con artist that twists and lies and spins and prevaricates and whatever he does to get people to do what he wants them to do. And that's who he is on TV. And that's perfect. So it's natural and believable now. And, you know, and I've always said about Paul, when Paul was the psycho yuppie, he was always trying to be vicious, right? He always had the bass in his voice. He would pop a vein. I'm going to kill you. And I always say, back up a little bit and do something a little different every once in a while. Every once in a while, I was joking and laughing, or every once in a while I was scared and crying, or whatever. Now with Paul, he shows the entire range of emotions and phrases it in the manner in which that Paul would phrase things if he was trying to speak to you in a personal conversation. So, but I get, as we all get older and we figure out more shit, anybody who continues performing has more of themselves in everything. And now it's the perfect wrestling combination. There's really not much difference between Paul on TV and Paul in person.
You know why this is also great? WWE TV sucks.
Yes.
But with this, what's going to happen? Who's he turning on? I literally have no idea how they're going to play this out, and I want to see it.
Yeah. And also, it's worth DVRing this crummy show to zip through it and see if you get 5 to 8 minutes of Paul Heyman. So that was that on SmackDown for the WWE. But like I said, we are going to check out Panic in the Year Zero, or whatever day one, on January the 1st, and we'll talk about it next week on the program. All right, well, we got some bad news this past week. Apparently, and I've already made the change to my DVR, but apparently we're going to have to start recording Raw now and do the same thing we did with SmackDown to search for Reigns, Heyman, or Lesnar. Now on Raw, they surprised us because of the switch in the day one pay-per-view. Roman got the COVID. Brock won the other title. And now Brock appeared on this past Monday's Raw. And also so did Heyman, who was not at the pay-per-view in Atlanta on day one. And I didn't know about it ahead of time, so I had to watch the clips that they put out, the official WWF or WWE sanctioned clips, which only contains part of the story. And I went back and actually read the recap to see, I was sure I missed something. I read the recap on pwinsider.com, and I know they had to change plans, but basically the show opened with Paul Heyman in the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Brock Lesnar, and out comes Brock, and they're together. When we last saw Heyman 10 days before that, he was disheveled, hadn't shaved, and his career was over. And whatever they were going to do to determine what Paul was going to do was just thrown out along with the match. I'm not saying that I didn't want to see Paul with Brock, or that I always want to see Brock and Paul and Reigns now, because that's, as we've mentioned, about all we got. But doesn't it feel like we missed something in there? That it just, okay, everything, all is forgiven. It was all a plot, but we never found out what the plot was because the plot never came to fruition. Or did it? What did I miss?
Well, I mean, it's not what you missed, it's what Roman Reigns missed, which was WWE Day 1. That changed everything, and we don't know what the long-term plans were, if this was, where things would have been in a month or two or whatever. But there's still things they need to explain clearly. The bigger thing to me was it just felt like there was no oomph to it. It was nice to see Heyman with Lesnar again, but it was just a segment with Heyman and Lesnar. I don't know. It felt like it needed to be a little bit more just coming off that pay-per-view and with questions about Roman and knowing that Heyman's with Lesnar.
It would have only been another, 3 weeks if, just take Heyman out of the equation for a second with what happened. At the pay-per-view, Brock, in dominant fashion, wins the other title, whichever one they call the other title that Reigns doesn't have. But we didn't see Heyman, and we don't know what Heyman's doing. They've announced the match for the Royal Rumble, which I'm all in favor of. Brock Lesnar versus Bobby Lashley, because Lashley's the only one that got offense on him and almost had him beat, if not for the interference and et cetera of the other competitors. So what about if they'd gone to the Royal Rumble and it's Brock versus Lashley, and MVP is obviously there at ringside. Brock's by himself, which puts him in a sympathetic position with the people. And then at some climactic point when he's about to beat Lashley, Heyman, let me try that again. When he's almost going to get beat by Lashley, Heyman shows up and they do the little swerve and then they reunite them somehow when Lesnar needs it. Because, do you see where I'm going with that? Because there was no reason for Paul to come out and show that he was with, that everything's cool and we're copacetic, when he wasn't needed to win Lesnar the title and he wasn't needed to assist in Lesnar retaining the title.
Although, and I'm not saying this justifies it, they did try to have that explained a little bit with Brock saying that it was Heyman was responsible for him getting the belt last night and Heyman was doing all these things behind the scenes.
Well, but also he was responsible for getting him in the fucking match, but he didn't do anything to help him win it. Because he wasn't even there. It was Owen. I don't, but again, as I said earlier in the program, I think they really ought to shake this fucking thing up and shake people up and shake up their preconceived notions about what's going on. If they want to pour some fucking steam on this thing, if they do, let's say maybe, for example, maybe Brock loses to Lashley at the Royal Rumble. Now, I mean, now that we've already revealed that Heyman's around, Brock loses to Lashley at the Royal Rumble in the title match through some fucking swervy means, not just because he got beat, and then shows up in an open position or takes somebody out, goes in the Royal Rumble the very next match and kicks the shit out of some people and wins it, and he's still going to meet Reigns at WrestleMania.
I like that.
I mean, you could do that now. That wouldn't make sense with what I just said, but before about Heyman and et cetera, but since they ain't going to do that now, that horse has left the barn. They could do something like that. But I just felt like we missed a part of the puzzle with them just deciding to go ahead and, well, they're just here now. We didn't even see a big reveal or the aha moment or the "you're the father." Although nobody's ever suggested that Paul was the father of anything.
Oh, stop it. They announced Reigns is going to be on SmackDown on Friday, correct?
Yes, they did. So at the very least, could not Brock have come out? And then could the news that Reigns will be at SmackDown have been imparted? And then somebody find Paul Lee, and that would be a place. Now he's in a fucking gutter somewhere. He's behind a bingo hall in South Philly. On Swanson and Rittner is where they see the Swanson and Rittner street sign, and they pan down, and there's Paul. Now he's got a fucking beard, and he's in his old trench coat and his old hat with a fake ponytail, and he's got a fucking bottle with a brown paper bag around it. He's like, I don't know what's going to happen now. I'm finished. I'm done. I'm gone. Let him fight it out. And then he shows up, and I don't know. Just me. But as long as they can keep Lashley and Reigns and Brock on somewhat of an even keel, then they've got a couple of different ways to go for the next several big events. Somebody said, well, how dare you, Cornette, talked about how thanks for coming, Big E, but it's time for the big boys to play because it's WrestleMania season. And, Seth and Kevin Steen were nice foils in this, but everybody believes in these three guys. And somebody said, Cornette's such a racist. Of course he wanted to see Big E lose in favor of people like Brock and Lashley. And I was like, what? Wait, what? Yeah, I'm a racist because I wanted the one black guy to kick the shit out of the other black guy because I like the one black guy better. Fucking hell. The first segment was basically the main part of the show. It was a recap of the pay-per-view on New Year's Day, Brock winning the title, and then last Monday night's Raw with the joyful reunion of Brock Lesnar and Happy Heyman. And they come out of that package for a live in-ring interview with Roman Reigns, and he gets in the ring, and of course takes forever. All the entrances in the WWE, my God, I don't know why it takes me. Anyway, I love the way Roman Reigns speaks, his inflections, the facial expressions that he gets, but he just starts talking and he says, but I'll tell you what, the two people that I never want to see again are Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman. And instant music. Here comes Brock Lesnar and Paul Heyman. They even do it there. They can't wait. Just let it breathe. Anyway, Brock stopped Paul. Paul was going to speak, and Brock grabs the microphone and got face-to-face with Roman Reigns and introduced himself like Paul Lee usually does, which was kind of a hoot. Brock must be having fun now. I haven't seen him have
looks like it.
This much personality ever. And obviously you'd have fun too if you showed up about 5 times a year for about $5 million. But anyway, he introduced himself, and then he told Roman Reigns, so, hey, Roman, acknowledge me. And he made the challenge for the match that everybody wants to see, and they know that everybody wants to see, belt versus belt, champion versus champion. The people want it. And Reigns says, well, that's a good idea, but it's not my idea, and this is my show, and I don't do business with people who do business with Paul Heyman. And think how many times that line has been said in the past, but not on television. But anyway, then this was the best part, because I knew they were going to. Paul was not about to let them blow the opportunity for this. Whose side is he? Whose side is he on? Whose side is he on? And just the conflict and the being the shit stir and etc. So they're starting back up, because when Paul gets upset and gets emotional about Roman Reigns saying that, his lips started quivering and he started whining about how he loved him and he protected him and blah, blah, blah. And then Lesnar realizes that he's saying that he loved him and everything. He says, shut up, Paul. And then Reigns says, hey, don't talk to him that way. Brock bows up at Reigns, and then Paul asks Brock, don't talk to him like that. And as he distracts Brock to tell him don't talk to Roman Reigns like that, Reigns hits him with a Superman punch and leaves. But at the same time, Brock is not stretched out. Brock is sitting up, rubbing his jaw and kind of getting a smirk out of, well, I turned my head on him. So we still have a mystery in terms of Paul is just such a weasel. It's not necessarily now the mystery of whose side is he on, but the mystery is probably still who will he stab in the back, because that's what Paul does. But at least they're still bickering over Paul and either his affections or their relationship with him. But that was, we'll talk in a second about the rest of the stuff that was on this program, but that was it. If you saw that 15 minutes, that's all you needed to see. That's where we're at. We'll get 15 minutes of good wrestling, even though they're not wrestling. They're talking, but it's pro wrestling from SmackDown whenever Heyman, Reigns, and Lesnar are involved. And on the other channel, we'll get, professionalism when Punk and Danielson, a couple other people are involved, and it's going to be a great match. And otherwise, it's cat shit. And most of this stuff is not on the rest of SmackDown, and the WWE is not, it's not necessarily hilariously, awfully amateurish, but it's just not worth even fucking watching.
Well, there's a reason why so many people love wrestling talk now. It's because they don't like to watch wrestling. And they miss just talking about wrestling and caring about wrestling. It's hard. It's hard to get through these shows. AEW has done it a couple times where they've given us a 2-hour show. We can get through the whole show. And it's like, wow, this is a good show by and large. WWE, I can't even remember the last time.
No, because, and I can't believe this is on Fox. This is network. People can pick this up with an antenna. And then Adam Pearce tried to tell Roman Reigns who his opponent was going to be at the Royal Rumble, but Roman told him to get the fuck out of there and pick whoever he wanted because he wanted to watch the Usos match. So the Usos wrestled the New Day for the 747,000th time in a, guess what, Brian? No rules street fight.
Oh, boy.
You never see these things on television. I mean, I'm telling you. And it was a sanitary WWE street fight where they had, like, you know, a brand new chair and a brand new garbage can. And at one point, one member of the New Day was wearing a gladiator helmet. And then
Jeff Walton must have been booking.
Well, there you go, the gladiator death match. And then they used, guess what? You're never going to guess what the finish of this match was.
Did they have any tables?
They put a motherfucker through a table. 1, 2, 3, the New Day got beat.
That's the new suplex.
It's the new fucking headlock. It's the new tie your bootlaces. Here, in wrestling school today, I'll teach you how to tie your bootlaces, and now we're going to learn how to fall through a table. And then Roman was sitting in his room happy about the victory when a knock came on his door and someone came in, and it was his opponent for the Royal Rumble, Seth Rollins. And Seth Rollins was laughing. And that's all that happened, and they went off the air. Hold on. I'm not going to eat it. I'm afraid I poisoned myself with that ink that one time that I ate them.
Well, you know, to be honest, the time you ate it, you were really fired up. Why would you eat it now?
Yeah, I'm not even hungry.
You barely ripped it. That was the weakest sounding ripping I heard. It sounded sad. It was sad ripping.
It was a condescending rip. It was like, meh.
That's right. A condescending rip.
Well, that's what happened in wrestling over the weekend, folks. When I start this show, I feel like a kid being made to do his homework. Go to your room and you can't finish or you can't leave and have ice cream till you watch SmackDown. They had a great package with Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns to establish their business at the Royal Rumble. We had talked about they confused their main angles on Raw last week because they had Seth against Lashley. But here they did a Seth and Reigns package, and the only thing you saw from Raw last Monday was the Usos super kicking Seth. You didn't know why he was in the ring because they cut out all the Seth and Lashley stuff because they knew it was confusing the issue. But the first segment, the Usos come out and get in the ring, and they do the in-ring introduction of Reigns. And here comes Roman Reigns, and he's doing a long entrance, and he's milking the crowd. And, I mean, he's a star, and I don't want him to rush. I get mad at people for rushing. But by the time that he put the microphone to his mouth to say, Nashville, acknowledge me, we were 8 minutes into this show. And it wasn't all that nice package. It was the open and the announcers and the interminable entrance and the Usos introduction and the blah, blah, blah. Everything just takes so fucking long. So then he says, acknowledge me. And they boo. And one of the Usos pitched to another video of Roman Reigns highlights that they showed on the screen. And it's him beating everybody. Boom, one after another, every name in the company. That's great. That's the way you get over. And this package was incredible. What a video. And they were showing the clock increasing. Bing, bing, bing. 508 days as champion. Great package. But then I'm sitting there realizing the people in the arena are sitting there. And this show has come on the air live now 12 minutes ago. And all the people that paid to see the show live have seen is an entrance and shit on television.
It's like going to the movies, and every now and then they run out and do a little show, and then it's back to the movies.
It's Rocky Horror.
Yeah, exactly.
And so then 12 minutes into the program, Roman Reigns lifts the microphone to his mouth again, and Seth Rollins music hits. And here comes Seth, and he's wearing Reginald Van Gleeson's bathrobe. Google it, kids. It'll be hilarious. I got to say that Seth seems to be having more fun with this than that Monday Night Messiah thing, which was dismal. He has a lot more oomph to him here. But I can't even remember the particulars now because that's been a couple of years and 17 turns ago. But remember when they had him on the edge of being like a mega level babyface when he was coming back from some injury that people knew about? And,
yeah,
he's had 4 or 5 different I don't understand everybody. He changes shows and changes gimmicks, changes personalities, changes presentations. And this, again, there's been a couple times we've said, holy shit, like that Monday Night Messiah. Is it just he's surrounded by jobbers with one name and it's not exciting? I mean, he's a heat-getting smarmy fucker here with these outfits and the way he's having fun with the promos. Maybe can they just let him do this then for a while? Does he have to have a split personality again? So anyway, he tried to stir up a little dissension between the Usos and Roman Reigns, saying that they're the longest reigning tag team champions, so they ought to be being celebrated instead of all these packages and everything for Roman Reigns, blah, blah, blah. But they're holding Roman Reigns up just like me and Mox did. And he called him Mox, which, of course, then all the smart fans went in a tizzy about.
And he was never called that ever on WWE TV.
Yes, but I think probably Rollins he might have slipped or slipped on purpose, but one or the other. Reigns doesn't sell shit easily that people say to him, and he shouldn't because he's that badass. He's almost unflappable. But he says the Usos won't interfere, and Rollins says, well, how about a tag team match tonight with me and somebody against the Usos, and if they lose, they're barred from ringside at the Royal Rumble. And Reigns ain't thrilled about that. You can see it on his face. He does a great job with the expressions, but he's thinking about it, and one of the Usos jumps in and accepts, and then he's not happy. And then, who's Seth's partner going to be? Of course, here comes Owen's music, and he comes out. And then Reigns says, well, cut that stupid music. When you guys lose tonight, then Seth Rollins, you lose your match at Royal Rumble, and I vacation until WrestleMania. At that point, did anybody think that was going to happen? That he was just going to, okay, I'll just skip the Royal Rumble, Roman Reigns?
No.
So they have to give, obviously, matches on television. Well, I don't say they have to give matches on television that people are interested in because they're not. They're supposed to. But when you put that stipulation on it, then you're just basically say, it's a lazy way of getting into a TV match that they think might get a number in the middle of the show or the end of the show or whatever. I don't believe that stipulation, but nevertheless, Rollins accepted it. And after that, seriously, we're 20 minutes into the show just to get there. But I couldn't take this anymore. I read what happened in the main event on the internet, which was Seth Rollins and Kevin Owens against the Usos. And if the Usos win, then Seth loses his match at Royal Rumble. And if Seth and Steen won, then the Usos would be barred. Well, Seth Rollins hit the curb stomp on one of the Usos, and immediately Reigns came in out of nowhere and Superman punched him. Disqualification. He walked out. The Usos are disqualified, so they're barred at the Royal Rumble, which means they're going to interfere at the Royal Rumble. And that was SmackDown. You want to start the Rumble, young Brian. Rumble, young man, rumble.
I do. I watched the entire event with the exception of the Miz match. That was my bathroom break match.
How long did it take you to squeeze that one out? It lasted about 20, 25 minutes.
Yeah, I got lost on my way to the bathroom, and I ended up somewhere else.
Yeah, in the library. But the first match, and actually, to be quite honest, was this the best match? It had to be. Was Roman Reigns and Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
And they kicked it off, and thankfully, you know, I've always said, oh, I hate it when they put a world title match on first. In this case, these guys got in and got out before they got any of the rest of the show on either one of them. And also, by the time that girls' rumble was finished, Jesus Christ. I mean, you know, there've been fucking people trapped in wells that just said, just go ahead and just cap it. Don't even bother to get me anymore after that thing. Anyway. It was for whichever one of the Universal title, one of the World Championships. But they've done good packages on this. We mentioned Rollins he seemed like he had more oomph to him in his promos about this. That he's Seth freaking Rollins now. Maybe they're letting him be a little bit more of him or whatever, that Monday Night Messiah thing. The Usos were barred because of the tag team match that we saw on the Raw the previous week. But I like Seth did the Shield entrance through the crowd to mock Roman Reigns, and it was actually more fun to watch him do that than it is to watch Moxley do it every fucking week.
Although his mouth appeared to be stuck in like a perpetual scream the whole time.
Yeah, he's
yeah, what is he doing? And if you noticed on commentary, McAfee referencing the Shield brought up Roman and Rollins and Mox. So now, in their history, I guess he's Mox.
Well, that's because they want to make sure that everybody knows that the guy on the other channel is the one that flunked out and isn't there having the main event for them. But again, it wasn't Moxley coming out of the parking lot every week to face a fucking job guy for no apparent reason and with his all mean boo-boo face on. It was Rollins doing what their group used to do against the guy that he used to be in the group with, mocking him, and plus he didn't take as long. Moxley can't find that goddamn ring for shit. Oh, I miss Howard Finkel. That female ring announcer is a popcorn fart. She's trying to put all the razor blade gargling and the buffer in there and everything, but it just doesn't sound right. A female voice announcing a world championship fight of any kind. I'm sorry if that's sexist, but I wouldn't want to hear some fucking guy with a voice that sounded like Michigan J. Frog doing the goddamn, vocals in a Blondie song either. There's some things that,
Great example you pulled out there.
Heart of glass. Anyway.
I will say, I don't think there's any problem with a woman ring announcer doing the main event. However, you hit the nail on the head about how, I guess they're trained to talk with the gargling of the voice at certain points. It's so ridiculous, and it comes across like she's copying the other announcers that came before her as opposed to being anything real.
I like blue. Blue is one of my favorite colors, along with red. But this arena lighting is distracting as shit. And apparently not only the blue lighting was distracting to watch, but they had some kind of spotlights that they used intermittently throughout the show that was apparently blinding a significant section of ringside to the point where people in the building were chanting, "Turn the lights off." This was reported all over the place. You're getting into a TV studio now. If you pay $1,000 to go to the Royal Rumble Live, whether it's in Madison Square Garden or Tits McGee's Superdome in fucking Bossier City, Louisiana, whatever, you're paying to be part of a TV studio audience. It's not a big major arena show anymore. It's being shot at the mercy of television. This match was fucking probably, as I said, not only the best match on this show, but it's the best I've liked Rollins in a while. And Reigns is always good because he does his shit. And he does it well. But both these guys have the size. They've got the look. They've got the experience. They're professionals. Reigns' booking has been focused, and that's why he's the top full-time guy in the company. As we mentioned, Seth Rollins has been all over the place over the past few years, babyface, heel, this gimmick, that flunky, whatever, but he can still go in the ring. And I'm still surprised watching some of his shit as much as I was when he was Tyler Black. And I was going, how is that tall guy that big do this shit without killing himself? I don't know whether Heyman had a hand in this or not, but they had a lot of the big high impact shit that he's a hallmark of because he's got the high impact guys. But at least they did shit, but then they would let it breathe. They'd sell it afterwards. They'd both be incapacitated. Something would happen for the most part. Because at one point, Rollins power bombs Reigns through the announce desk, throws him back in, as he should, by the way. Have you noticed all the AEW guys blister a fucking guy on the floor and then leave him laying there? You can't beat him out there. He's going to get counted out. No, he's not, because your referees are all pussies. But in the WWE, if they fucking blister a guy, for the most part, they throw him back in the ring and try to beat him, which is the object. That's because they're trained at a more high level. And that's one of the things drummed into their heads. Sometimes guys don't do it anyway. But Rollins power bombs him through the announce desk, which looked great because he didn't clear it off first, and then threw him in and hit a splash off the top. It looked like it fucking killed him, and got a nice pop on a 2 count. And Reigns there for a while, he was selling because of the weird situation they find themselves in where they have to match up babyface and heels. Guys that are really good can subliminally and subtly turn emotions of a crowd to get the effect that they want. And we know what's good. Roman Reigns is going to finish this thing doing some heinous heel shit, right? But while he's trying to get Seth Rollins over as being on his level to make this match competitive, his selling, which you don't see him do a lot of to begin with, body language-wise, was kind of baby-face-ish. Did you notice that, especially when he'd take one of those forearm shots or whatever, the weak knees and and it wasn't like a heel overbumping or overselling because he's getting his comeuppance. He was subtly, okay, I'm going to let Seth be the heel here and be a prick, and I'm going to sell for him and establish him, because later on I know I'm going to fucking sodomize him with a rusty fishing knife. But it's just little shit like that these guys can do that, you know, Danielson does it over on the other side. Punk does it on the other side. There's a few people. Jericho might know how to do it, but has not the cardio or the pulmonary capacity to do it anymore. But you can do that, and the people don't even know sometimes it's happening, but just subtly, if you see a guy that you don't necessarily like, but he's kicking a shit out of another guy you don't necessarily like, and that guy's really selling, you kind of feel sorry for the guy on the bottom, right? You kind of feel sorry if the guy's getting the shit kicked out of him if he's selling it right. If he's not selling like, oh my God, like a heel, like, oh shit, oh, I'm so hurt, but like, oh, it really hurts. It's just a little added more realism. You kind of get subtle sympathy. You see what I'm saying there, Mr. Last?
I do, yes.
So anyway, and Seth, the curb stomp. I don't know how he does that and doesn't, well, I don't want to say anything, but knock on wood, how he doesn't blow his knee on the leg he lands on. It's a lot of coordination. Anyway, all of Seth's stuff looked good. They didn't use any furniture or any gaga, and they weren't rushing. I made a note of that here part of the way through the match. When Reigns would take over, Rollins would counter with something, but Reigns then shit-canned him into the post and the floor and rattled him around ringside. Now, Reigns started, you could take it as that's heel shit, or you could take it as him making a little bit of a babyface comeback if you had sympathy for him. But he probably was a little stiff with that, because did you notice he had a shiner popping up on his left eye about halfway through the match? I didn't see how he caught it, but
I thought it added to the whole feeling of the match, too.
Well, yeah, because you're seeing marks pop up on these guys. And he got a big pop on the Superman punch. That's where I noted with the WWE audience, they pop on the big moves or the false finishes, maybe, and then they just sit right back down. Reigns hit a spear on the floor. threw him in, went for another one, and Rollins countered with the pedigree. That was a big pop. And you didn't expect to see that coming. That was a nice little inventive deal. Boom, boom, boom. They had twists and turns. They had momentum changes. They had good timing. Even when Rollins was selling shit, he would keep laughing at Reigns, and they were playing the mind games, and they would remark on that. And then, I'm really liking the match. And then finally, Reigns is fucking boom. I've had all I can stand. I can't stand no more. Bing, 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 and gets him in a front face lock. And Rollins is fighting for the rope and finally he gets the rope. And Roman Reigns won't break the front face lock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ding, ding, ding. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not even saying that they had to beat anybody. I'm not opposed to disqualifications. They're very beneficial in the wrestling business. I'm just opposed to finishes that are flatter than a plate full of piss. And he kept it on for a minute and then chased the referee out of the ring. He let go and chased the referee out. Reigns did. And this is what I'm writing. Is this it? They're not playing the music. Neither one's leaving the ring. I'm thinking certainly there's going to be a restart on this. And the people were all kind of sitting around like, And then the reason I see that they don't play the music is because there's an angle coming up. Reigns gets out of the ring, gets a chair, gets back in, and I write, they're not going to restart this. And Reigns proceeds to hit Seth Rollins with the chair 11 times over and over, and then leaves the ring, thinks better of it, comes back in, and just wails on him with 9 more. 20 chair shots like Paul fucking Samoan Bunyan. Okay, yes, he's a heinous heel. I'm not sure what all that did for Rollins. That was the finish that was called. That's why Reigns was trying to work even harder in the match to not make Rollins look completely like a fucking idiot. But why do you need to hit anybody in any angle 20 times with a fucking chair? Is it any wonder everybody's having spinal stenosis and multiple surgeries and shorter careers? And it wasn't a gimmick chair. He wore the chair out on Rollins, and he bashed he was being safe, and well, I won't say he was being careful. I will say he was being safe in terms of not committing heinous permanent injury, but at the same time, he was wearing that chair out, and Rollins too, and he beat the mat enough to bust the back out, which was even more dangerous because then there's sharp edges. But they couldn't have built to a more spectacular disqualification than that, to where that, and then go right into that maybe even incorporate that in the disqualification. Reigns flips his shit and grabs a chair maybe away from Rollins, and then starts wearing him out and gets disqualified for that. But did you just hear was it a giant fart from the hot dogs at the arena, or was it the air coming out of the crowd when front face lock, immobile, won't break, DQ, ding, ding, ding?
I wouldn't say it's when the air came out of the crowd. I think that's when they lit the WrestleMania sign on fire later in the show. Quite literally, that's when the air came out of it. I mean, I thought it was a really good match. Like you said, it was the best Seth Rollins match I've seen in quite some time. It was kind of refreshing to see him in the Shield gear. He looks bigger than he actually is. But it was really good intensity. The finish, yeah, I mean, it was a bit much, but everything we see nowadays is a bit much. What isn't a bit much?
I mean, they could have thrown the car keys at him to fucking Honda Accord out in the parking lot. He could have started that up, driven it down the entranceway, run over Rollins, and then backed up over him a couple times just to make sure. But, I mean, so now that we've chatted about that, for the second world championship of the night, and actually, even the night is too grand. For the second world championship match in the previous 2 hours, Brock Lesnar with Paul Heyman took on Bobby Lashley with MVP in his corner. And again, they set everything up. Lashley has come out of this better, I thought, in the way that they did the pay-per-view New Year's Day in Atlanta, where Lashley was the one that got offense on Brock. Lashley was the only one that he didn't get even with. They've done a good job with putting Lashley in this Brock and Reigns, a conflict situation to where he is just as credible as the other two guys. And we wondered, exactly how they were going to do this, since they lucked into Brock winning the title in Atlanta. He wasn't supposed to because of Reigns getting COVID, but then that was even better because Brock and Roman both were the champions, and that juiced their business up. But then we also speculated and pontificated, well, are they going to try to throw a bunch of different guys in here, make it multiple man matches or whatever? And then I had been mentioning that, they've got these guys in a great situation where Brock and Reigns hasn't happened. But Brock won the championship, but he didn't beat either Reigns or he didn't beat Lashley for it. But Lashley hadn't been beaten, et cetera, et cetera. So this match here, should we play the clip now or should we wait until the Rumble?
Wait until the Rumble.
Let's wait. Okay, we'll wait until the Rumble. We have a clip we're going to play of something we said here a few weeks ago. In this match for the title, Brock versus Lashley, Heyman even jumped in and did Brock's introduction with a little babyface juice on it. Again, that subtle thing. It wasn't much different than the way he normally does it, but because the people are into it and they're even chanting it louder, because in this situation, they're the baby faces. Just Paul's expression on his face and just the little juice he put into it, he was enjoying for once he gets to be a baby face. See, Paul, you should have done it when I did it against you fucking 30 whatever years ago. You'd had some fun. But anyway, as soon as this match started, they did the stiff lockup, and they're two bulls. I wrote down, I'd like to see these two guys wrestle a little bit. And I don't know, I guess we've just gone so far away from the actual sport part of this business that they don't do it, and probably people wouldn't know what they were looking at. But both these guys were amateur wrestlers at about as high a level as you can get. And in the old days, when you had a couple of guys with a background like that, just for themselves, if not even for the people, they'd have a friendly shoot for a minute or two and just wrestle. And it's not like it exposes any of the business, because these are both high-level wrestlers. Jack Briscoe, I think, did it a couple times with Dale Lewis. Brock and Angle have wanted to play around a few times in the past. But they could have actually wrestled for a little while under the friendly agreement that, okay, I'm not going to fucking hold you down if I get you, give me the Iggy and I'll let you sit out and we'll continue, but just to see what happens. We've talked about little friendly shoots in the middle of a match before amongst guys who are capable of doing it. But I don't know. What the fuck? What do I know? They just traded German suplexes 15 times. Brock, German, Bobby, German, Brock, German, Bobby twice. They went back and forth. Bobby hit 2 spears. He moved and Bobby went for another one, but instead went through the barricade. And I mean, you can tell Heyman's got, his fingerprints on this because he likes the big moves and the high impact. And it was a big man match with impact moves. It wasn't smooth, And these guys really shouldn't be that smooth, but I think this may have been one of those things that went a little long. And Brock ended up Germaning Lashley so often that it looked like Bobby was getting tired of landing on the back of his head and started turning sideways. And then he was getting Germaned on his right shoulder. Did you see that as time went on? He was going straight over less often and sideways over more often.
I was surprised how many times you went over.
Well, that's bound to get monotonous. And then Brock went for the F5. Lashley got the hurt lock. And Brock struggled in it for a long time, and it looked like a struggle. And you could, okay, boom, this is, it put the hold over, and then finally turned around and smashed Lashley into the turnbuckles, but he pancaked the referee at the same time. I was like, oh, shit. Well, out of the pancake, Brock boosts Lashley up and gives him the F5, but as he spins him, the referee staggered out from the corner and got wiped out with the legs, and boom. So now Brock's got the cover, but there's no referee. And so Brock gets up, and before we go into the finish, did you feel at that point a little bit like, was it letdown or relief? Because these two guys didn't mesh as good as you would imagine Brock and Reigns will, or that you can know that Reigns and Lashley have. The match wasn't there. And then once they bumped the referee and I said they're going home, it seemed like there should have been more, but at the same time, they'd already gone too long. Can both those things be true at the same time? We wanted more, but they'd already been out there too long.
Yes. Both of those things are true.
Did you feel those same emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted the match to kind of be a different thing, but I got into what it was. I can't say I didn't. And I got to the point where I said, they really can't beat Lashley here, because then he's just dead. And, well, they didn't.
Well, but again, both these things can be true. They did a sports entertainment finish. Lashley needed to win, and I'm not opposed to Brock being fucked in this instance, but after the referee goes down, cover from the F5, no referee to make the count, Brock stands up, Reigns comes in out of nowhere and spears him. Boom. And down he goes. People go, oh, shit. And then Reigns looks at Paul. Paul looks at Reigns. Reigns holds his hand out. Paul hands him the title belt. Reigns turns around and hits Brock with the belt. Lashley covers. Reigns gets out. The referee at that moment. Now, here's the thing. We've talked about this. There was no urgency on this thing. It takes so long because they're milking, because it's sports entertainment, and they're milking everybody's milking everything so long that people already in their minds knew what was going to happen and predicted it each time before it did, because it was being milked so long. But also, this is my biggest complaint. You've got criminals committing a crime while the cop's back is turned, and they're not rushing. Because they know the only excuse for this, the only explanation, they know that nobody's going to interrupt them, and they're going to get away with it. Because, again, could not Reigns have rolled in immediately when the referee went down, and after Brock got the cover long enough so you could see he could have got it? Reigns rolls in, spears him. Oh my God, he jumps up on the apron of the ring like he's, oh my God, and Reigns looks up at him, and they exchange a look, and Reigns sticks his hand out and says, give it to me, and Paul flips him the fucking belt and jumps down, and he turns around and bashes Brock over the head with it and dives out of the ring. They've done the same thing. They didn't telegraph it. Nobody in the building missed it, unless they're looking at the burning sign. So it's not like you needed to milk this where everybody could understand it. They would have understood that. They would have understood that. They would have understood also that these guys were trying to get away with something. And MVP was not even focused on. He was just running around in the periphery of the thing. But there should have been a moment where when Paul was to hand Lashley the belt, that MVP would get a big smile, like, oh, because he wasn't in on it. They couldn't let anybody in on it. It was a big secret. But now he's happy, and then he could have even fucking offered to shake Heyman's hand on the way by. But as it was, the referee was down for an elongated period of time. Everybody was standing around looking at each other, telegraphing this thing, and then when it happened, suddenly then the referee is fine right at that exact moment. You can do this quicker with less milking. Vince has always loved shit to be milked. But you could do it. The people wouldn't miss it. They would understand it, but it would look more like something that was naturally unfolding and not a dramatic reading of Shakespeare. So good finish in theory, but so slow. It's like, what'd you think?
Didn't bother me as much as it bothered you. It was a little drawn out with Heyman handing over the belt and then all of a sudden doing his little march over to just walking off with Roman Reigns. And it certainly sets up a lot of intrigue for where they're going for WrestleMania.
And I wonder, do they tell Heyman or any manager, do they say, okay, do this, and then don't try to get any heat off of it. Just return to your position with your head down, like you're trying not to watch your dog taking a poop. If I'd have done something like that, I would have been, I told all you motherfuckers I was going to get even.
A little disappointed, too. I like Heyman with Brock. It's always weird when they're not together.
Well, but the problem is, if they want to keep Heyman around, do they want him in the corner of the guy that shows up 3 times a year or the guy that's there every week?
That is the end of part 1 of the Rise of the Bloodline Omnibus. Press play on part 2 right now.